Hello, everyone. Welcome at dusk. Congratulations, you are first. What up, everybody?
If you're around in the mid 1990s, you remember a time when the UFC was less about polished athletes and more about raw, unfiltered brutality. David Tank Abbott is a man who looked less like a pro fighter and more like the guy who just got kicked out of the Roadhouse bar for starting a brawl. He had a beer belly, a goatee, a menacing grin. He didn't look the part of a martial artist, and that was his charm. He brought an immense amount of appeal to the early days of the UFC as a rough and tumble character who turned his nose up at some of the more refined fighters that were starting to define the sport. Tank burst onto the scene in 1995 at UFC 6 at a time when the sport was no holds barred. It was a carnival of violence. His debut was as subtle as a train wreck, pummeling John Matua into unconsciousness in just 18 seconds. Abbott was not here to play. He was here to smash faces and take names. His fighting style was simple: swing hard, swing
I'm streaming too much? Well, sorry about that. Didn't mean to upset you.
fast, and hope the other guy crumbles. It was effective. Sometimes. His use of brute force and aggression over technique was part of his appeal. It contributed to an unpredictability and any given day type of mentality. He wasn't a finely tuned athlete with a black belt in an obscure martial art. He was a street fighter.
Did you see Joey Chestnut got banned from hot dog eating contest because he signed with Impossible Foods? What?
Today's my
This one's juicy. Just when you think Candace has reached maximum retardation and dishonesty, she proves you profoundly wrong. Truly impressive.
Why did you leave the Daily Wire?
Interesting. Alright, we'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. So, Chestnut chose to represent another hot dog brand, not be allowed to participate in Nathan's contest. Okay. That's, be like Michael Jordan saying to Nike, I'm going to represent Adidas. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that literally makes no sense.
Would you
Weird.
declassify the 9/11?
Hunter Biden.
A self-proclaimed pit fighter who brought a kind of raw savagery to the octagon. He was the antithesis of finesse. He was a sledgehammer in a world of scalpels. Fans loved him for it. Critics, well, they had a field day. Now, shortcomings were evident in his record, 10 wins.
Booty Cam Donate Tellers, can we watch Candace interview? It's retarded. Yeah, we're gonna watch it, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. Dodo. Let's see.
Would you
React to this.
declassify the 9/11
Thanks
files?
for the donation, Dodo.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would
I
you,
did. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah. I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so.
Okay, that was hilarious. And 9/11, yeah, absolutely. Kennedy, sure. Epstein, I guess so. I mean, so I'm gonna let you be your own judge. I'm gonna give you the full context of that question in a second. You're gonna see in these clips that 3 different times Trump is hesitant to release what's in the Epstein files. Gee, I wonder why. And look at the contrast
Makes you wonder.
between how he treats the other declassifications. He's like, oh, he doesn't say declassifier, but he treats himself as like the big, great declassifier until you get to Epstein. He's like, I don't know about Epstein. You're going to see it 3 different times. So, and also at the end, I'm going to give you a quote of Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein that is devastating. So now let's watch the full context of this question, and then I'll come back and give you all the Easter eggs in here.
Especially with young people, how do we rebuild that trust in institutions, the CIA, the FBI, all those institutions?
You're right.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would
I
you,
did. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah. I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Yeah.
But I think I would.
I think I would. There's a lot of phony stuff in there. A lot of phony.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of phony shit about Trump, isn't there?
If I think I would, I don't know. Less so. I guess so. I don't know. What are you all hesitating about? When Donald Trump really believes in something, does he hesitate? He never hesitates, right? And when does he say that there's phony stuff? When it's about him. You say anything positive about him, he said it about polls the other day. He's like, well, but the polls in 2020 all fake, all phony. You know how bad the polls are. But now the polls have me up. Now I love the polls. Now the polls are true. He just says it, right? So you can tell from his verbal diarrhea whether he really thinks something or doesn't. Not whether it's true, but whether he thinks it. In fact, I'm going to give you an excellent example of that in a second. But when you see him, when he's talking about anything else, he's like, oh yeah, let's go right away. Let's declass. Come on, right on, do it right now. I already did it. Did you? Anyway, when it comes to Epstein, he's like, phony. Because when his name comes up in the files, he's going to claim that it was fake news, that it was phony. Now, I don't know if he's already looked at the file. He was already president.
Booty Cam Donate Tellers, VG, it's like really, really retarded. I understand. We'll watch. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
And if there's a giant blinking Trump neon sign in the file, or he never saw the file, but he doesn't have to see the file because he knows what he did. And that's going to get back to the quote in a second. So you can tell here, anyone can. We all got eyes and ears. Even if you're MAGA, you could tell he's definitely hesitating about Epstein. In fact, I'm going to give you one more interesting contrast here. Now listen carefully to what he says here.
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would definitely do the January 6th.
So that's the 3rd time. I don't know about the others. He said, what did he say? He said, I don't know about Epstein as I do the others. And notice that when it's about him dying in prison, there Trump is not involved. You can tell because he's like, yeah, that was weird. Why did he die in prison? We really got to look into that, okay? I mean, there's no camera. He's right about that. And you could tell he's not involved, because if he was involved, he'd be like, oh, how he died? Less so. Definitely not that part, right? But he doesn't say that. He's very comfortable there. He's like, yeah, we should look at the materials in contrast to how, of course, he's going to get distracted by that. There's 3 funny parts of this next clip. See if you can spot all 3.
How about the Unselect Committee? They had meetings, they had all Democrats and 2 failed Republicans, right? Cheney and crying Adam Kinzinger. See, Biden couldn't do this interview. Do you think he'd remember crying Adam Kinzinger? Do you think he'd remember all these different names, these
Probably
different
not,
folks?
sir.
And I didn't know you were going to be talking about this. But can you imagine? The whole thing is crazy. What we're doing, what we're going in. I got to know the leaders of all the countries, and they're at the top of their game. They're very sharp. They're vicious. That's why they're doing so well. Honduras, all of them. I know every one of them, and they're very streetwise people. You know that better than anybody. They're streetwise.
Okay, number 1, he's such a mess. He never went back to January 6 files or 9/11 files or Epstein files. He just got distracted on a tangent, went on for minutes. It goes on, never comes back to it. And then, ironically, he then brags about point number 2. I remember names. I remember crying Adam Kinzinger. Brother, he's a United States congressman. He was a congressman when you were president. He was on the select committee, or as you would say,
Booty Cam donated $2. I don't think you're ready for how retarded it is. Well, I'm always ready for stupid, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
the unselect committee. He was one of your main opponents. He was a Republican who was on the select committee saying that Trump did do it, and it was terrible what happened on January 6th. Remembering his name is a very, very low bar. And he's like, I remembered his name. I bet you could. Latina.
Hey, this is very interesting. Trump's incoherence at his rallies has gone completely mainstream, and reporters from NPR and PBS are now talking about the fact that Donald Trump is making no sense at his rallies, alluding to the brain issues that many mental health and neurology experts have been outlining to you on this program for years. This is actually a really good thing to see. Here is a clip from last night where you will hear reporters talking about the lack of coherence of Trump at rallies. And you know it, I know it, he's glitching all the time.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat
Do you have any advice on coping with the workplace and going into society? The rat race makes me pretty despicable. I feel that every day I have to grip tighter the rage I have inside me. I'm afraid that one day my mask will fall off and I'll lose my job. THX.
There's no point in feeling that way because life is just a pointless joke, dude. There's no reason to be mad or bitter at the world. You're only orchestrating your own suffering. Just learn to let go, accept things, and not care. There are people who try to annoy you, try to make you mad, try to make you feel bad about yourself, and you can just choose to not care. Nothing matters. Nothing at all. There is no meaning in this pointless, stupid world. And if you were an alien looking down from outer space, you would just laugh at it all. If some alien were observing you and watching some fucking stupid bitch Karen at your workplace complaining about how you filed something wrong, they would just be laughing like, haha, look at the stupid fucking monkey people arguing about like some dumb paperwork. Like, it's all stupid. So just learn to laugh at it. Everything's a joke. Everything's stupid. Everyone is stupid. There is no point in letting it get to you. Thanks for the donation, dude. Hope that helps. Uncle Drew donated $2. Whammon. Let me see.
And to pay for the date. Yes, the whole entire date. That includes my Uber to the date and my Uber back to my house. If you are a man that I'm interested in, I want to see that you can provide for me. I want to see that you can afford an Uber ride. I want to see that you can afford a nice dinner date. Like,
you're fat and ugly, so I don't think too many people are gonna want to pay for you.
can you afford basic things? Because if you can't afford dinner and an Uber, my transportation, you certainly can't afford kids.
Yeah, I want girls to wear like tight revealing clothing so I can see that they're at a preferred body weight and body shape. If you're not checking your diet and watching what you eat, sorry, I ain't paying for shit, bitch. I ain't paying for your Uber ride. I ain't paying for your dinner. If anything, you should be paying for your dinner to incentivize you to fucking save money on food. You gotta lose some pounds, lady.
You certainly can't afford a house. You certainly can't afford my bills. And I got bills to pay. Okay? I expect.
Right. Thanks for the donation, Uncle Drew.
Draw a Hamas terrorist.
Let me see. Um... Ugh. Here we go. Okay. Moss terrorist. What Hamas terrorist should I draw? There's Sinwar. I've already drawn Sinwar. That guy would work. Try to draw that guy.
Also, paying her bills is her own responsibility, not a man's.
You got that right, Dodo. Fucking, bitches be way too entitled, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright, let me see. Actually, I think his eyebrows a little too... Okay, weird. Fuck, I don't like the way I drew that eyebrow. I'm gonna do it over again.
Draw an intersectional woke vegan calling other vegans hypocrites for not supporting Palestine while she's feeding her cat meat.
Okay, I'll do that next. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Are you still married? Was not following you for a while also that drawing lol.
Yes, I'm still married. Thanks for the donation, Yankee. Alright, Okay. Fuck. This guy's eyes are very dark in a weird way. It's like he has eyeliner on. He has a big fat nose. Let's see.
Make an impression of Ali Dower, he's a little troll.
Okay, I'll do that for you in just a second. Give me a minute. Just trying to do this guy's nose. I think I fucked up his nose. It's like weird shaped. His nose just is weird shaped though. It's like a weird fucking penis or something. Let's see. Impression of Ali Dawa.
I am your lord, then I will diamond hands your coin, bow to me. Why are you making so many excuses, bro? Why? Because, oh, you know him, you're cool with him, you're in contact. Faris, you're in contact with him, is that why? Double standards and hypocrisy. Oh, Andrew Tate obviously makes controversial statements, but when he is...
All right. Now, people are saying that the Quran is promoting violence. Well, yeah, obviously, the Quran is promoting violence. You're all infidels. We're all going to kill you, right? That's what we do. As Muslims, we behead people. We rape children. That's what Islam is. And if you fucking leave our religion after you join, we're gonna fucking kill you too. We're gonna take over the whole world and we're gonna kill all you fuckers, right? Alright. There's my impression of Ali Dawa. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for that donation, Yankee. You donate $2. The statistic that around 1 to 5% of those with a muscular body and visible abs vegan true. At least visible abs and good foundation, visible veins. Is your mom born in June? My mom's not born in June. I never heard that figure before in my life. No idea.
So all those nerds in high school, like...
I've already seen this video. Somebody sent me this yesterday. Thanks for the donation, dude. Alright. Let me... yeah, this guy's nose is really messed up. Anyway, he's got like a rocket launcher and shit. I gotta draw his other eye. Yeah. Fuck. I think I made his one eye gigantic. Fuck me. Yeah, this is way out of proportion. Son Goku donated to tell us, how do boxers, UFC fighters cut weight so fast?
I think I've got a bit of an eating disorder because of MMA.
Paddy the Baddy's dangerous weight cut. Paddy the Baddy Pimplet is an exciting and entertaining UFC lightweight, but when he's out of camp, he has the habit of gaining a lot of weight, getting as high as 205 pounds.
He's openly talked about having an eating disorder.
Eating what he wants and still making 155 pounds is part of his gimmick.
They just eat less, move more, and they do water cutting too. Thanks for the nation, Son Goku. Lost and Found donated $2. What do you think about cold approaching women in public, like at a grocery store or on the street? Do whatever the fuck you want. Is it a good way to meet them? You can meet women however the fuck you want. Creepy or charming? Depends. What do you suggest for getting over approach anxiety? I don't know, dude. What do you suggest is a good approach opener? Depends. I don't know. Learn how to talk to people. Thanks for the donation, Lost and Found. Dodo donated $2. Can you react to this whole thing, please? Yeah, we're gonna watch that later. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me just finish this fucking drawing. God damn it. Thanks for the gifted sub, Yakov. Appreciate it. Let me see. Beard. Eh.
I meant for the drawing to be something funny lol, not a replica XD.
Yeah, well then be more specific, jackass. Thanks for the donation. Okay, whatever. There you go. Something like that. Somebody else wanted me to draw something stupid. Booty come, donate $2. Can we watch? Let me see. David Wood challenged by a Dawa. Sure, we can watch that. Thanks for that donation, man. What was the other drawing request? Draw an intersectional woke vegan calling other vegans hypocrites for not supporting Palestine while she's feeding her cat meat. Okay, sure. Uh... Fuck! Booty come donate $2, and then after, can we watch retardation? Yeah, no problem, dude. Drawing's hard. How do I draw a cat eating meat? Let's see. That doesn't look much like a cat, but whatever. It doesn't fit in the word bubble, but I don't care. What's the stupid Palestinian flag? Okay. Do I have to draw the other fucking vegans? Whatever, I'll just, There you go. You're not vegan if you don't support Palestine, and she's feeding her cat meat. All right, hope you enjoyed that.
Steelman, the most powerful Dawa argument.
Steelman, the most powerful Dawa argument? Yes, I can.
Hello, my name is Vladimir. Extremely difficult.
Speaker's Corner.
Well, to be honest, with the amount of people that come, it's Muslims. Like,
This is boring. I'm not watching that.
Reap, beat, do, ah. I like that one. Will reap, beat, do, ah. Anyway, they're talking about it, and this is good news.
For all his calls for President Biden to undergo some kind of cognitive test, it's clear to say Mr. Trump's remarks are not at all coherent in these rallies.
Mr. Trump's remarks have never been super coherent in his rallies. I'm not sure that I can weigh in on how much they have veered in the last couple of months, but this split screen has always been there, will always be there.
Yeah, so this is just one little story, but I think it is a really important and great thing to have out there, simply because the more people that are aware of it, the better. You'll remember, and I'm sorry for playing this clip again, Trump went...
Did you see the rescue of the hostages?
Yes, I've already seen that. Thanks for that donation, Yakov.
On an 85-second rant in Las Vegas on Saturday or Sunday, that...
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, when you are drawing the Palestine flag in your drawings, try to make sure that you get the Nazi swastika flag symbol in the red triangle, please. It is to expose the true colors of that new Nazi regime, lol.
Alright, I'll be sure to be mindful of that next time I draw the Palestinian flag. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Have you ever eaten at Chipotle? Are there any in Ottawa?
No, I've never eaten at Chipotle. I have no idea if there's any in Ottawa. There probably are. It's a big chain. Thanks for that donation, Viva Lost Virgin.
Really is impossible to decipher. And this is the sort of incoherence that they're talking about here.
A very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there.
Yeah.
By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they...
So I won't play the whole thing for you, but what I do want to point
fuck?
out is that when they talk about...
Dude, he's fucking losing it. Booty come to Nutellers, you missed the whole video. You have to watch it fully to understand the joke anyway. Can we watch Candace thing now? Here is $2. We'll watch it in just a minute, dude. Thanks for the donation, Booty come.
Is this a new stream? New Frank stuff?
This is indeed a new stream. Let me see if Frank uploaded any new content. It appears as though Frank has not uploaded any new content. But thanks for the donation, James.
Biden mumbling or stuttering, as a guy who's had a lifelong stutter, or sometimes pausing and kind of recollecting or regathering his thoughts, that may very well be a symptom of age-related slowing down, as people on this show, mental health experts have pointed out. This is a completely different sort of incoherence. This is the incoherence of someone who seems completely delusional about the world around them. And good for PBS NewsHour and good for the NPR reporters that are talking about this. It is a very real story. And the more people that know about it, the more people that will be able to, if Trump actually shows up to the debate on June 27th, evaluate his ranting and raving for what it is, which is these are not carefully crafted attacks. This is not Trump demonstrating an understanding of any particular issue on any level of depth that we might hope for. These are just delusional and confused rantings of a guy who understands less and less. And just compare Trump's interviews today with those of 4 years ago. The difference is truly stunning. And it's because it's been a linear decline. There are some arguing that it is an accelerating decline. It may be starting to accelerate. But if you look back.
Yeah, Trump is absolutely fucking losing it, dude.
A lot of attention's been focused on you constantly referencing Christ is King. But to deliberately use that phrase was a deliberate act of provocation to people like Ben Shapiro.
Did I just saw a thumbnail of George Peterson with that guy who was a Hamas defector?
You might have. He did interview, what's his name? I always forget his name. Thanks for that, Nation Grey Knight.
I want every single person in the world to declare Christ as king, whether you believe them to be a Nazi, a white supremacist, a Jew, a Muslim.
Also, there is nothing wrong with the shark biting off the woman's leg because it did it not out of malice but for survival. Also, there is nothing wrong with animals killing other animals. It may be murder, but it's just fed murder because the ecosystem depends on it.
Yeah, that's what they all say, Dodo.
Random, but people virtue signal so hard when it comes to Native Americans. Talking about those give their land back fucktards. Nobody, not even themselves, would want to go back to rubbing sticks together and living in huts. Shut the fuck up, you cunts.
Yeah, with all the idiots who complain about colonialism, it's funny how they've benefited from it so much. Arabs were not doing shit with the land, and Israel developed a much greater society. So what the fuck do I care if Israel stole the land, which they didn't even fucking do? It's just retarded. Thanks for that, Nation Cam.
It is the phrase itself that I want declared.
Who do you want to win the war, Ukraine or Russia?
I don't want Zelensky to win. I don't want Putin to win. I believe Zelensky is just as corrupt. I believe he is a criminal. What percentage of a population has to be killed before we can use the word genocide? It's a funny little thing. They won't tell you.
She said here, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. With that statement, your entire...
Oh, this is just insane.
Entire professional reputation goes up in smoke.
Burn. You got me. You go, girlfriend.
I'll bet you $100,000 right now that it is established beyond any doubt that she was born a woman. Do you accept the bet, Candace?
Whoa. No. At best, Brigitte Macron is a pervert.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with her being a man.
My next guest is a hugely influential YouTube commentator with an army of followers. A person who says they were fired for speaking their mind, but then came roaring back with an even...
Booty Cam Donate Tellers did tell you very, very retarded, VG. I'm prepared. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Bigger show. And no, it's not me. Candace Owens launched her new independent show this week. She's previously described me as dishonest, a snake, and a toddler. But in the true spirit of Uncensored, I'm delighted to say Candace joins me now for our first ever interview. So finally, Candace Owens, we get to do an interview.
I'm very happy to be here, Piers. I promised. And honestly, credit to your producer, because she just was like, I'm going to make it happen no matter what. So
I have a bunch of ruthless Rottweilers of both genders who didn't let it go. And what did you want? Because you are a fascinating public figure. There's no question about that. I think we're going to have a fascinating interview. I do want to go into some more detail before we start, though, to show the level of my generosity in giving you this platform on my show, given some of the stuff you've said about me. So April 2020, 2022, when I launched the show with my interview with Trump, it all kicked off, obviously, you said, if my team was unethical and dishonest as the snake Piers Morgan, we'd have sensationally edited this clip of Trump to make it look like he threw a tantrum and asked the cameras to be shut off when in reality the interview was over and we simply wanted to chat off camera. I responded, I bow to your superior knowledge of being a snake, Candace. Tune in on Monday and you'll learn something about real interviews. You then said Piers is whatever he has to be on any given day for attention. He's not guided by any set of principles, which is why I say both sides need to stop platforming his sensationalism. In March of that year, I accused you of falling for Putin's propaganda when he invaded Ukraine, and I called Putin the new Hitler. You said you're such a toddler, Piers, that's way too old to be seriously entering in a literally Hitler analysis. Keep yourself contained to mean tweets about Meghan and Harry while the adults discuss foreign affairs, NATO, and Western hegemony. In March the same year, you wrote with a picture of Finding Freedom, the most historical thing Piers Morgan has ever read. In January 2022, you said, I find Piers Morgan to be morally inconsistent, which breeds intellectual dishonesty. I welcome a public discussion with him about systemic racism, a topic with which he's impassioned, although apparently not impassioned enough to speak with me about it. Why do you suppose that is? You added, we're all on the edge of our seat waiting for an answer here, Piers Morgan. Well, okay.
You should do that more often. I like when you read mean tweets about Piers Morgan. That was great. I salute you for that. That was wonderful.
Exactly. And the truth is, I actually do want to give you a platform, and I have no problem with that. I would obviously contest much of your characterization of me in some of those mean tweets, but that's fine. We can move on because there's a much more interesting story, I think, involving you, which has played out in the last few months, which everybody knows about. So let's just talk about that. Why did you leave the Daily Wire?
Well, unfortunately, I can't talk about the specific reasons that I left the Daily Wire, but what I can do is respond to whatever reasons were given to the public. And obviously, no sooner did we agree to leave than Andrew Klavan of the Daily Wire did an entire episode.
Richard, can we take a moment to stand for the national anthem?
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, young N-word.
Stating that the reasons that I was leaving was because I was anti-Semitic and I was engaging in a type of anti-Semitism that was hard to pin down. And that is why in my first episode of launching my independent podcast, I hit back pretty hard at him because, you know, I think it's pretty despicable, first and foremost, as a colleague who I had a great relationship with, to having.
Candace Owens is an anti-Semite. I don't know if she's been kind of into the Black Hebrew Israelite bullshit, but what she's saying is very much in line with these retarded crazy fuckwits say. She's basically saying some sort of secret cabal of Jews is running the world and trying to destroy society. What other crazy shit did she fucking say? She said a bunch of whack job conspiracy theorist crap aimed at targeting Jewish people.
Engaged in that, knowing that I was not at liberty to say anything. You know, I thought it was a very underhanded, disgusting tactic, and I responded in force.
I want to play you what Ben Shapiro told me when I asked him about this on Uncensored. One of the consequences of this war has been a lot of very high passions on both sides, a lot of angry disagreements. You and your company have been at the center of a very high-profile one at the moment with Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
At all?
At all. The only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candace or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management. And as far as
she thinks Jewish people made the porn industry to make Western society degenerate. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, she's a massive anti-Semite. Thanks,
the free
Caleb.
speech situation. What I will say is that no company has the obligation to literally pay anyone. The Daily Wire is a publisher. It is not a platform.
Do you agree with that, Candace?
Agree with which part?
Well, okay, any of it.
Well, I think that it's interesting, and I'd love to sit down with and debate Ben Shapiro on a number of topics, particularly cancel culture, because I know that he's made some comments in the past that he believes that publishers, platforms should allow people to have different ideas. And so those particular comments to me sound in contrast to what he has said in the past, but I can't speak on behalf of him, obviously. I personally believe that
No, there is nothing wrong with animals killing other animals. Again, it's not about civil, it's about the fate of an ecosystem and possibly the world we cannot stars all prey species, not fish, rodents or insects. It's murder for the greater good.
Yeah, you say that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Were you so sad, bro? Why don't you take some more mushrooms? You're pleasant in that state. Boring bitch-ass nigger.
I don't think I'm going to be taking mushrooms anytime soon. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Tranny. You know what's fucking annoying? I think I just did an oil change on my V-Strom, and I think I overfilled the fucking oil. I drained it. I made sure the engine was hot when I drained it, and I waited a long time for the oil to drain. And then I was filling up the oil. I was looking at the oil view thing to make sure it's at the right level. I run the bike, and then I shut it off, and then the oil's like right to the very fucking top where it shouldn't be. I don't know how the fuck that happens. So, yeah, just fuck me. Now I have to drain it somehow without taking the drain plug off, because the stupid drain plug gasket is this stupid special gasket that I can't fucking even find.
media companies are healthier when you allow people to have different opinions and allow people to debate those opinions. Personally, I love to see a debate between two people. And so I can only tell you what my perspective is and can't really speak for him.
I mean, he made the point at the end there that any company, any private company, when it comes to free speech, is not compelled to pay people to work for them. I mean, would you accept that as a principle?
Well, what I would say again is that it just kind of runs.
Did you guys watch James Tabor video on the Den of Thieves last night? Here is a clip of Chris Piracy. It is not a long video.
Hello, everyone. I want to...
No, haven't checked this out yet. Thanks for the donation, Eliane. Gigliardo donated $2. These vids may or may not be from Gig's alt account. Tell me if you think the videos are accurate. Vid may help your oil problem.
What is really in the center of the Earth? Let's find out. The Earth is comprised of many layers. First is the crust. It is called the crust because the sun's heat makes it crusty. The next layer is the plant layer. This is where plants are stored before they come up through the crust. In the center of the Earth is a big poop. When you flush your toilet, the poop falls into the Earth and becomes one with the big poop. Subscribe for more.
That makes sense.
Have you ever wondered how to get $1 million? Well, here's how. Step 1. Get 900...
Dude, the draw is 64 million tonight, and I better fucking win that money, dude. I think it's been like over 2 weeks now. Nobody's won the 649. So 64 million should be fucking mine, all right? I got the ticket. The numbers look like they should be winners, and I better be $64 million richer by tomorrow morning.
$99,999. Step 2. Get $1 more. Subscribe for more.
That also makes sense.
Have you ever wondered where wealth comes from? Today I will explain. Some people say well comes from dead dinosaurs. This is false. Well actually comes from alive dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are sleeping in the ground and the oil is actually their pee-pee. They are too lazy to go to the toilet, so they pee in the ground and you put it on your salad. Subscribe for more.
Alright, that makes sense. Thanks for that donation, Gig.
Again, like it or not, it's murder for the greater good and is therefore the lesser of two evils. It would be worse for the costume if they were killed. UVG who believes in the bombing of Hiroshima should understand this.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, man. If you win, will you buy me an Impossible Whopper? Sure, you got a deal.
A natural-born coral killer. At around 30 inches in diameter, an individual crown of thorns starfish can devour up to 30 square feet of coral in a single year, which might not sound like much, but when present in vast numbers, the results are catastrophic. And these sea creatures produce more offspring than any other marine organism on Earth. Each female develops over 50 million eggs in a breeding season. This giant gastropod feeds upon sea cucumbers, sucks the life from its paralyzed victim.
I cannot imagine anything more boring than watching a snail eat a fucking starfish. They tried to make a snail eating a starfish exciting. Like I fucking give a shit. The fuck, dude?
Offer you this 5-minute bonus interview that I recently did as a supplement to this series that I'm doing on Jesus' final week. And this would be day 2, the temple shutdown or the temple takeover. Oh. And it's an interview I did with Kip Anderson and Cameron Waters, who are the producers of the new film, Christspiracy, Christspiracy.com, that was shown in theaters.
Are you banned for Twitter/X? I think you would be great there.
Yeah, I'm banned on Twitter. I hate Twitter. I never want to go back. It was toxic and cancer before, and it's gotten even worse. So I have no interest in getting my Twitter account back. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling. Dodo donated $2. Go on and debate.
Veganism can become your religion, and you can take on extreme views. I've seen it, especially in online spaces.
Keep in mind that the vegan teacher was a regular
of the drunken peasant.
For life.
Let me take a look. Oh, the snail. Yeah, I guess the snail's kind of cute. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Eating bacon is like the Holocaust. Knowing that.
Ah, look at that toenail. That toenail still has not been cut. I wonder if, like, when him and Jessica were laying in bed together, if he was, like, slicing up her ankles with that toenail. Do you think so?
Jewish people cannot eat pork. It's not.
No vegan gains. I do not wish to debate veganism right now. But it's nice to hear from you. I'm not talking out against vegans specifically, but yeah, vegans kind of like you. When it becomes a religion, I could see you do fit into that sometimes, but I've gotten along with you, and you can be a nice guy too.
Kosher, and she's comparing.
Yep, they're all too afraid. They'll talk shit, but then when you ask them to back up anything they say, they just refuse to do it.
recently and will soon be available online. And I'll put the information in the description. So this interview, I think, will give you more visuals and more information about my interpretation and understanding, at least, of that fateful day when Jesus shut down the temple and why he did it.
Hey, Dr. Tabor, thank you for being here with us.
Really good to be with both of you.
Thank you for all the work you've done. It's nice that this information is finally getting out after 2,000 years.
For everyone who's watching this, they've just seen Christspiracy, the film, and I'm sure they're sitting with a lot of questions, namely a primary question around the temple and what happened that day when it was cleansed.
We have 3 gospels that recount this incident, the last week of Jesus' life. So he's come into Jerusalem, and what he does the first day is very interesting. As he went into the temple and looked around at everything until late in the day, almost like recon, and then he leaves. And next morning, he goes into the temple, and he won't allow anybody to come in or out. Mark has that little detail. People overlook that. But if you read it carefully, it says he wouldn't allow anything to be brought in or to go out. So that's very important to point out. He's doing what Jeremiah did. Jeremiah is a prophet of Israel, and Jeremiah did the same thing. He went in the temple. He saw all that was going on, the slaughter. He talks about shedding innocent blood in this place. Well, obviously, they're not killing people in the temple. So what's the innocent blood? It's written, Jesus quoting Jeremiah, my house would be a house of prayer, and it's translated, but you have made it a den of thieves. And that's the key phrase. Thieves meeting somewhere dividing the loot. That's not the idea. It's actually the word cave, and it's the idea of ripping things apart. The verb actually means to burst, to rip apart, to shred. It's like saying a den of wild beasts. And what do animals do in their den of wild beasts? They drag the prey back and rip it apart. That is the image. There's a den of slaughterers, basically, of people that slaughter. Jesus is representing this original idea of not killing and ripping animals apart as if that would please God and that God never wanted.
This guy's claiming any vegans that don't support Palestine or anti-intersectional are also racist, misogynists, homophobic, transphobic, etc. and is dangerous to the movement.
Hey, what's up? I want to talk a little bit about anti-intersectionalism in the vegan space, in the animal rights space. This is something I spoke about before, but it's more prevalent now with everything happening in Palestine and how there are vegans that are supportive of the Palestinian people, and there are vegans that are just outright ignoring the fact that human beings are being bombed and displaced, and also ignoring the fact
gay, you're gay, 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 gay. Oh my god, what a fucking pussy. What a fucking massive pussy. Holy shit. Imagine being this much of a bitch, just whining about bullshit all the fucking time. Like I give a fuck that a bunch of fucking crazy whack job jihadist Nazis are getting fucking bombed. Great, fuck around, find out. If you murder innocent people, yeah, gee, I guess you might start a war or something. Fuck you.
that animals are greatly affected by this as well. And I want to talk about why intersectionalism is important and why we should embrace it. I know a lot of people are going to have issues with this. And hopefully one day, you know, they can come around and start to understand how important this is. You know, there are intersections in every struggle. You know, you can't ignore these issues. You know, there's intersections in regards to women's rights and racism. And there's intersection between fighting for.
Funny how this has never been a part of any human rights activism ever. Women got the right to vote, black people got the right to vote before women did. Women got a right to vote before Jim Crow was overturned. Like, that all happened before gay people got a right to marry. Like, when the fuck did this idea of, oh, fucking women's rights intersect with black rights and intersect with gay butthole rights? When the fuck was this discussion ever part of any human rights or civil rights activism? Never. It's because that is just completely and utterly fucking untrue and stupid. This is just a way of people creating some retarded fucking whack job cult and making themselves feel like all important. In what fucking way does, like, women's rights or Palestinian rights or black rights or animal rights, what the fuck do they have to do with each other? Nothing. You can advocate for the rights of women or black people or animals, but none of those things is going to help towards a goal of liberating some other group.
For queer rights and the rights of black lives and the rights of women. So, you know, these are issues that we can't ignore. And I think it's very dangerous to be a single issue activist or a single issue voter. Or, you know, when your priorities are being attended to and that's all that matters, that's pretty dangerous because it leaves people flapping in the wind. And we don't want that. We want collective liberation for all. And I feel like
yeah, because, you know, when you're at an animal rights event and you're trying to advocate for animal rights, bringing up fucking Palestine and fucking women's rights and shit, that's going to help advocate for the animals, right? When you ignore the fucking animals and just focus on stupid people problems and politics, please explain to me how you're saving more animals by talking about fucking Palestine, a topic that you know nothing about. You don't know jack fucking shit, and all your fucking information comes from fucking TikTok videos. Please explain to me how saying, it's a genocide, colonialism, apartheid, open air prison. Please explain how any of that is going to help save a single fucking animal.
if you're an animal rights activist and you're one of these animals only activists, you are leaving a lot on the table and a lot out of the conversation. You know, we want people to go vegan. Absolutely. We want people to understand that animal cruelty is wrong and animal exploitation is wrong and how we play a part in it. But we cannot address these issues without talking about environmental racism. We can't talk about this without speaking about indigenous rights.
Please explain to me, how that is the case. Make an argument. Like, this guy is making the proposition, but won't actually make an argument for it. I can't advocate for animal rights without talking about colonial settlerism? How? Why? This is retarded. Grey Knight donated $2 low. I know that guy. He also has a rescued cat. I'm not confirmed, but I bet $1 million that his cat's not vegan. The only red flag I can think of is that whenever he posts about his cat, he doesn't have #vegan-cat or doesn't mention what he feeds. You know, considering this guy is a fucking jackass virtue signaling dickhead, I would imagine he probably feeds his cat meat. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Because these are issues affected by factory farming. These are issues that...
Sorry, you're telling me indigenous people are victims of white colonialism because of factory farming? Are you fucking kidding me? Where is he getting this? Like, I'd love to hear the argument for it.
These pro-plastine supporters know absolutely nothing.
Oh yeah, they're just complete fucking retarded dickheads. When did he post this? June 4th? Oh my god, dude. What a fucking loser. Wait. Does he upload more to his reels? 6 days ago. November. Is this a story?
Should be spoken about separately, but also collectively. We have to become more aware of these issues. You know, like we want people to go vegan, but we're not telling them where or educating them as to where to get healthy plant-based foods. Like like accessibility is important. You know, I grew up in a food desert, and I still live in a food desert. And a lot of the people in my community.
That is just horseshit. He's fucking lying. I live in a food desert. You mean you have to travel 15 minutes to a grocery store? Is that what you're fucking talking about? Nigga, you have a car. Fuck you.
Are more concerned with how they're going to make their dollars stretch. What's the cheapest, most easiest way to nourish my body without breaking the bank? And a lot of times when you look at, I'll use this as an example. When you look at a McDonald's menu and you see the value meal, and I haven't been in McDonald's in a long time, and if I'm getting the prices wrong here, but just understand that it's kind of ballpark figures. So when I was a kid, the value meal was about $5. It's got to be about $7 to $8 these days, I'm assuming. And you look at a cup of fruit in a supermarket, a 16-ounce cup of fruit, which is around the same price. You know, cut fruit isn't cheap. So if you give somebody an option for what they want to eat for lunch, they're probably going to go for the items that's more filling, the items that's more heartier, and they want as much as they can get out of their dollar. So they're probably going to gravitate towards that McDonald's value meal because they get.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think a McDonald's value meal is even $7 or $8. Extra value meal. They don't put the price on the website? The fuck? $5 value meal. Okay, so you get like a fucking burger and a Coke. Guess what? Yeah, it's always cheaper to prepare your own food. You idiot. If somebody is struggling with money, they're not going to be eating fucking McDonald's if they know how to fucking manage their money properly. Dodo, donate $2. Read the comments for all of these. What do you notice? Russia, Moscow. What do you notice? Looks like there's some fine-ass hoes. What, are people saying Moscow is nicer than New York? Is that what they're saying? Yeah, guess what? If you go to a rich neighborhood in a rich city, you're gonna see nice things. Beautiful, normal, white people in good shape. Uh-huh, right. These people haven't seen much of Russia. Tokyo. Uh-huh. Yeah, the white nationalists love this kind of stupid shit. Viktor Orban's Hungary. Like, dude, I can show you video clips of Beverly Hills, California, and show you nice places with pretty people who have thousands of dollars of plastic surgery and look fucking perfect. Like, what does this prove? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Niggers know how to cook up some cocaine but can't cook some rice and beans in the crock pot.
Yeah, for real, dude. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boom.
Get more for their money. They're fuller. They get more food, right? So how do we explain to people watching their budget that they should go vegan? Because a lot of people are under the assumption that being vegan is expensive. And in essence,
learn how to make rice and beans, you dumb bitch. Learn how to boil water, you fucktard.
Since it does seem that way. But we have to educate people on how to prepare plant-based meals at cheap and affordable prices. And we can't do that. And we can't have a conversation about animal rights unless we're showing people where to find food that's, number one, accessible, 2, affordable, and 3, sustainable. And this is what we want. But how can we have a conversation about animal liberation when people are more concerned with survival? And I don't blame people for that. You know, a lot of people are in survival mode. They work long hours on their job. They make barely enough to pay their rent and pay their bills and put food on the table. So they're more concerned about their survival more than anything. That doesn't make them human supremacists. They're
yes, it makes them human supremacists if they only fucking care about themselves, you fucking idiot. This is like saying, oh, well, I don't blame Nazis in Germany. They were concerned about their own survival. Like, you're a fucking idiot. 21st Savage donated $2. Those tweets are based. They're showing the ethnically homogenous countries thrive while diverse ones are contaminated with crime and thuggery. Yeah, buddy. Russia is contaminated with crime and thuggery. Believe it or not, so is Japan. Have you ever heard of the Yakuza? Guess what? The amount of criminal fucking corruption in Japan would fucking melt your asshole. It's just that a lot of these gang members have a lot of corruption within the police force, and they don't get prosecuted. Let's see. How come you support a Jewish state but not a white state or a Christian white state? Because white nationalism is fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
doing the best to navigate this capitalist system just like anybody else. So we can't fault people for that. And we can't call them animal abusers and all types of hideous terms because they're not vegan, but they're not taught how to be vegan.
Oh my god, this guy is just giving me brain rot. That guy is a cucked fucking pussy.
Wanted that. He literally stops commerce for a day and makes this declaration. This is supposed to be a house of prayer, not a den or cave of shredders shedding innocent blood, quoting Jeremiah. So that's clear. That's not in dispute. If we could go back in time and see that temple in full operation on one of the festivals, when you have thousands and thousands of animals slaughtered, all the channels for the blood, it's an unbelievable scene and situation, just like a modern slaughterhouse.
I'm in this massive drainage channel where scriptures say all the blood streamed out from the millions of animals being sacrificed in the temple above.
So after that final confrontation in the temple, where he declares we don't need the sacrifices and offerings, that's explicitly said. Then we think it's probably the next evening, he has a final evening meal with his disciples. Jesus takes bread and wine as if to say, this is the body and this is the blood, meaning not the shedding of blood or the ripping apart of the body of an animal, which was done traditionally by various Jewish groups, but a peaceful kingdom. On the table would be bread and wine. There's this idea of a peaceful table where you're not eating meat, that you're eating symbols of peace and unity. define God or higher powers as the ultimate force that's the ground of our being, of the universe. And to me, that force is moving us towards more harmony, more compassion, more love.
Wow, that's a really nice cow. Oh my god.
Love, more goodness, more truth. The
Oh my god, that's a nice goat.
is that globally we all
Oh my god, that's a good kangaroo.
agree on. But why
Oh
don't
no, that was a deer. That's a good deer.
we extend it to these innocent creatures? And I believe every human
Well, that's a good cow.
being has that godlike spirit
Oh my god, that's a good goat.
within them. And as they tap into that, they
Oh my god, those are nice cows.
move in this direction.
Oh my god, that's a nice cow.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Tabor, for all your work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I gotta watch Christspiracy. Seems interesting.
And into what is wrong, I guess the question you could ask is what is wrong if CNN fires somebody for having a different opinion? What then is wrong if Fox News fires somebody for having a different opinion? Your answer would have to be that it's not wrong and that companies are at will to curate whatever belief system that they want and to not allow free speech. So, you know.
Out of interest, is it true that you signed an NDA and that's why you can't really talk about this in detail?
I cannot speak in detail about any of that stuff.
You can't even confirm whether you've had an NDA?
I am not free to speak about any topic pertaining to contracts signed or not signed. And so.
You see, this is where it gets interesting for me because
How is the bike? Is it FLI working?
The sidecar still isn't working. I contacted the dealership and they said they'll help me tomorrow. My V-Strim's working fine though. I think I just added too much oil to the bike. I just changed the oil, so I have to sort that out. But thanks for the donation, James.
you referenced Andrew Clavin from the Daily Wire. I want to play a part of what he said, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
24 Savage, don't you tell her she... What do you notice?
Let me see something real quick. Brick! Thank you! Get the fuck... Get the hell out of here, yo! Yo! Thank you. See something real Brittany. Let me see something real
She has no boobs? Is that a girl? Is she transitioning? Is that Brittany Griner?
Get the hell out of here, yo! Yo! Jab stepping, Mr. Brick. Swing and a miss!
Oh!
Yo, I ain't gonna fake it right now.
Swagger.
Is there literally a conspiracy theory that she's a man?
Let's take a break in politics. Some animal videos.
Oh my god, that's a good deer. Wow. That's a really nice deer. Oh my god, that's a nice camel. Wow, look at him just looking around. Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice bear.
Okay. It's just a baby. But you still had to say, okay, Mom.
That kid's annoying. That's a very nice big bear, though. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight. He isn't trans. He's a straight cis man who was raised as a girl and given a girl's name by his parents. His mother is the insane one, forced him to live as a female. Brittany Griner's a woman. She might be a very masculine woman, but she's a woman. So... fucking people are just nuts. What do you notice about this picture? I don't think anybody's disputing the fact that men have penises and women have vagina, but okay. Slavic beauty contest. What do they care? So they're upset that a beauty pageant winner is fat. Okay.
Malls and condominiums. There's market to plug it. There was
Cuba welcomes Russian nuclear ships. Was it worth it? Yeah, here we go. I can just about guarantee you there are no Soviet nuclear weapons in Cuba right now. Kid Boot on $8 based. Let me see.
All this red pill shit, you hear these statistics, right? Gay marriage, 2 men getting married, divorce rate 26%. Male-female marriage, 50%. Lesbian woman to woman marriage, divorce rate 76%.
Wow. Well, that's what it is, man. You get two crazies together.
That's some weird I mean, what do you think? Like, if you looked at the math, do you think women are the problem? I mean, I don't know.
Are they? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, man, you can't say that. I'm watching.
I don't know if women are the problem. I think women just have different priorities. So they might have a harder time having a relationship. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
The Daily Wire parted ways with Candace Owens, and part of it was things that she was saying that we felt were strongly anti-Semitic. And she was doing it in such a way that it was kind of hard to pin down, so I was trying to show where these things happen.
So I'm bemused because I've been involved in a lot of contracts in my time. I've been an employer, I've been an employee, and so on. I don't understand why somebody from the Daily Wire can be so explicit about the reasons you left, and yet you are not able to be as explicit to defend yourself or to counter what they're saying.
Amen, Piers. Amen. I think that is probably a question that was on a lot of people's minds. And, you know, what can I say other than what was it that Kanye was saying about contracts? And, you know, I think it is, even if you believe that it is valid for that to happen, I think it is immoral to allow someone to attack someone and to not allow them to defend their name. And so for me, Andrew actually rose to the level of defamation when he started claiming that I had actually said things that I had never said. I mean, he flagrantly lied.
Okay, Candace is a fucking anti-Semite. She supports fucking Kanye. She has conspiratorial beliefs against Jews. I mean...
And I showed that on my platform when he pretended that I did an episode suggesting that Adolf Hitler burning books was a good thing. I wasn't even speaking about Adolf Hitler. It's a nonsense to think that I would do that on my platform.
Would you rather have rabies or fatal familial insomnia?
I think I'd rather have rabies, because death would be quicker. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater.
And it's a trick also. It's meant to make people feel emotional and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that she's supporting Adolf Hitler. And I thought it was nasty business. I thought it was extremely nasty business. And, you know, for me, Piers, it's important for me to state my name means a lot to me. You know, my grandfather grew up on a sharecropping farm, one of 12 children, you know, in the segregated South, Robert Owens Sr. And for him to have worked the way that he worked and to have instilled the Christian values in me that he instilled in me growing up, the idea that I would allow someone to so flagrantly throw dirt on his name, it was never going to fly.
Did you ever...
Look, if Candace Owens' family created a fucking moron like her, I can guarantee you her family is just trash. She's just retarded. She was born retarded. Her parents may be like fucking brother and sister. She's so stupid. And look, if she has these like crazy, wacko, anti-Semite conspiracy theories, I don't know exactly where that's coming from. I don't know how long she's had these beliefs, but again, the apple doesn't fall from the tree. That far from the tree. Her family's probably just retarded, racist trash, just like she is.
Ever say or do anything which to a Jewish ear could be construed as anti-Semitic?
Well, let's be clear about all of these topics, whether we're talking about racism, sexism, anti-Semitism. Everything can be construed to an ear when you're talking about a subjective ear that I believe that this is racist. I mean, I could say, hey, Piers, you even asking me questions, and to me, it feels racist, right? A feeling and a fact are two different things. So what someone construes something is meaningless. Factually speaking, I have never said anything that is anti-Semitic, and had I have said something that was anti-Semitic, Andrew Klavan would have simply showed the clip.
Right, a lot of attention's been focused on you constantly referencing Christ is King. Many
haven't people uploaded compilations? Ugh.
Daily Wire commentator Candace Owens has gone on yet another anti-Semitic tirade.
Too often in Hollywood for me to be comfortable with it, right? We saw this, obviously, it's not just now the Diddy lawsuit, it's not just now Michael Jackson. We also have seen these claims with Kanye West, notoriously, obviously, when he tweeted out, I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews, and the media freaked out, and people in the Jewish community were understandably very scared, not knowing what he meant. And I very much abstained from speaking much about the issue because people were so emotional that people couldn't hear, even if I had shared. And even when Kanye did share that he was speaking about specific people, he actually named some of those individuals. He shared personal text messages of a friend of his, a personal trainer to the stars, who again happens to be Jewish.
Yeah, so when a guy says the Jews rather than this guy Jeremy I know, he's talking about the Jews. So this is just pure cope. By the way, Kanye has also said that he loves Hitler. I don't know. I'm kind of getting a sense that he might be an anti-Semite.
Was threatening to put him in the hospital.
Yeah, sure.
People believing that although those words in themselves, if you're a Christian, as you are, would not be offensive, that to Jewish people, when they're being whipped up on social media, as they were at the time, by people who are genuine white supremacists and pretty brazen anti-Semites, that being smart as you are, you would have known that to deliberately use that phrase repeatedly in that time, in that climate, was a deliberate act of provocation to people like Ben Shapiro, who obviously are extremely high-profile Jewish people. Do you accept that?
I'm sorry, which time frame are you talking about when you say at that time?
Well, since the start of the Israel-Hamas war.
Yeah, no. So that phrase, if you're talking about when it began to be a scandal, because I think everyone was quite confused when there was suddenly this narrative that it could be construed as anti-Semitic, which is why it required so much explaining by people of when it became anti-Semitic. I posted a standalone Bible verse, this is just a pure fact, calling for peace. And at the end of the verse, I ended it and said, Christ is King, last November. Andrew Klavan references that. The reason why this even became a scandal is because of Andrew Klavan. Andrew Klavan did an episode called Because Christ is Really King. And then he accused me wrongly of spitting that phrase at a Jew. That simply never happened, as I showed in my first episode back. It was just made that up out of thin air. I posted a standalone Bible verse and I wrote at the end of it, Christ is King. And then a Jew responded to me telling me to quit my job. So what happens sometimes is then time passes and people try to rewrite history, but we're not going to do revisionist history here. I tweeted Christ is King appropriately following a Bible verse when I was 38 weeks pregnant. And I stand by that proverb and I stand by my declaring Christ to be king as I have done many times in the past.
Okay, so two things about that.
As Jesse Lee Peterson would say, Satan's your daddy.
Basic Christian doctrine.
Two things about that. Why would you tweet that particular passage from the Bible, ending Christ is King, on 14th of November 2023? What was your motivation?
Yeah, happy to answer that question. So if people remember what was happening at that time, Ben Shapiro was caught on a tape calling me faux sophisticated and some other stuff, you know, a disgrace, I think was the term. And again, I was 38 weeks pregnant, about to give birth. And my husband just told me, every media person in the world is contacting you globally, asking you to give a comment, to say something. It's obviously a very traumatizing thing to go through in the moment when you're that pregnant and suddenly you're like, I just don't want to deal with this drama. I don't mean like trauma in the very leftist, I feel traumatized by this, but just it's a lot happening leading up to birth. And my husband told me to read the Bible. He said, just read the Bible. You don't have to answer these media members. You don't have to give a comment. You don't have to say anything. These things are all fickle. It doesn't matter.
But just to be clear on the chronology, because the video of Ben saying what he said, we said, I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful without a doubt. I think her faux sophistication.
That came first.
Yeah, that came out on 15th of November 2023. But you had posted what you posted on the 14th of November.
That's not correct. You have your timeline wrong. It was the video came first.
So you were responding directly to the video?
No, I'm trying to finish the story, but you just have just so you know, chronologically, you have it wrong. His insult came first. I think it was on the 12th, the insult came.
Were you made aware of the insult? Because and then did it become
public? I found out on Twitter with everybody else. It was just trending, you know? And so just to go back into it, my husband told me to read the Bible and to realize that these things are fickle and that all of these journalists that were asking me to respond to them are doing it because all they want is clicks and money, and they want they want to use you for a moment that's not going to matter in the scheme of things in your life. And so I wanted to respond to all of these media members by saying that I'm calling for peace. You know, Christ is King of my heart. I don't need this right now. So that was it.
When you appeared on Tucker Carlson on the 16th of November, you said, I will say I'm not going to respond with the same ad hominem attack. But you also told him that day that was when you first saw the video.
I didn't tell him I first saw the video on Tucker Carlson. I don't understand your question. What, I told Tucker I saw the video on Tucker Carlson?
No, that you had seen the video for the first time that morning.
That I saw the video trending.
Yeah.
Soy Goose donated $2. York University ? It wasn't funny. Coming from the guy who says palm oil is healthy.
With fried foods is not about this fat that's going to clog your artery. That's not the issue. The real issue has to do with the type of fat that you're frying your food in. Most of the fried foods out there are harmful because you're frying them in the wrong oil. You're frying them in soy oil, corn oil, canola, cottonseed oil. These are very inflammatory.
They are not inflammatory. There is literally no pathway in which seed oils trigger inflammation.
They're very, very high in omega-6. And omega-6 is the one that creates arthritis and heart disease. And
omega-6 does not cause arthritis and heart disease.
Will put weight on you.
Omega-6, it does not cause weight gain.
These type of vegetable oils are considered healthy, but they're not. They're very unstable, and they break down very easily with heat. So if you're going to fry foods, just use coconut oil or lard or...
Coconut oil has a very low smoke point, so I don't know why he'd recommend coconut oil when he said the reason these seed oils are dangerous is because they're not as heat stable. Coconut oil is not very heat stable. That's why they don't use it for frying, because it is not heat stable.
Or tallow. These saturated fats are very stable, and they're not going to go bad with heat. They're going to
they will if they're coconut oil.
Resist the heat, and they're not inflammatory like the other food.
Tallow is. You can actually look at the inflammatory pathways caused by saturated fat. Saturated fat, so, you know, something like tallow, which is pure saturated fat, it is, in fact, inflammatory.
Foods. Not to mention the hundreds of times they keep reusing this fried oil at the fast food restaurant over and over and over. You're just getting a very highly inflammatory oil, which is going to affect your entire body.
Well, Eric Berg is retarded, but we already knew that. Fuck.
This may be that you know something. Tell me what you know.
Chair, what I know, I don't remember. That's the bottom line.
I'm going to say.
Journey because of this guy.
Black and white.
You married now?
Yeah, I'm married.
How many kids you have?
11.
You have 11 kids.
I am every time working, no stopping.
Fabulous journey because of this guy.
Shake your hand. I'm gonna shake your hand. Shake your hand. I'm gonna shake your hand. I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand. Pull me off the fucking plate. I want to shake his hand. That's all I want to do. All I want to do. You stupid son of a bitch. Idiot! You fucking idiot! I'm not an idiot. He's the fucking idiot. He's the fucking idiot.
I think that guy is, in fact, the retard.
Bro, I almost just went in this on-ramp. There's no signs blocking it off, and I thought I was fucking high. That's just a pit on the on-ramp. What the fuck? They don't have this shit blocked off or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me. Yeah. Oh, is he gonna fucking go? Holy shit. Oh, it's water. I am high. I'm not actually high, but holy fuck, bro. It looks like a pit, doesn't it? Shit, it's water. Motherfucker. I thought they just carved out a hole. I'm tripping.
That's pretty funny.
I'm just on Twitter, not the morning of Tucker's interview. Sorry,
I'm just
I don't know.
I'm just trying to work out the exact correct chronology.
Yeah, I can help you.
Yeah. So you saw the video on Twitter, and then
on Twitter, yes.
Yeah, and then you put out the passage from the Bible as a reaction to seeing the video.
Yes, like I said, maybe it was 24 hours later after that, when everyone was contacting me for comment, I gave the media no comment. So if you look on all the articles, there was no comment given to me at that time about anything because I had decided that peace was the best strategy forward. Tucker was booked that day but he had booked me 6 weeks in advance. That was just his luck that whole incident took place.
Right.
They knew I was going on his show. He books way out in advance. So it just happened to be his luck or misfortune, whichever way you look at it, that was going on at the same time.
So in the build-up to this, you'd already made it clear that you'd said on Twitter on November the 3rd, no government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state. You didn't say what you were talking about in that tweet, but it was widely assumed to be Gaza and what Israel was doing in Gaza. Is that correct? Were you talking about Israel there?
No, actually, when I wrote that tweet, if you look right before that tweet, I had retweeted and liked something from a journalist named Yashar Ali. He had shared a clip of a Congressman, Brian Mast, who got up on a platform and said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. That is despicable, genocidal language. And I am paraphrasing here, but Yashar Ali said, and he's pro-Israel, by the way, if I'm judging by what he puts online, he said, can we all just admit that this language is unacceptable? And I tweeted that no government in the world, and I was actually commenting on America, genocide is always wrong. And so, by the way, even if I was talking about Israel or I was talking about Palestine, that statement should hold.
No, I agree.
There is
I agree,
no
but just
justification
no,
ever in the
I agree,
world
but for the
for
record,
genocide. So
I agree.
I was very surprised to see that tweet go viral and people so angry about it. I was actually overseas at the moment. I was in the UK. And so it seemed very strange to me that people would have a problem with it no matter what side you're on. But in that particular moment, I was talking about Brian Mast, and on my show, my very next show, I clarified that.
And do you think, for the record, that what Israel's been doing constitutes genocide?
Well, what I've been having trouble is all of the people that are pro-Israel and say it's not a genocide won't tell me what is a genocide. What percentage of a population has to be killed before we can use the word genocide? It's a funny.
What, about 25,000-ish civilians died out of a population of 2 million? Not to mention Israel's been providing humanitarian aid and has been warning civilians when they're going to do any bombing or military operations. So pretty funny genocide. Anybody remember when the Nazis would warn the Jews when they're gonna round them up or commit any bombings or providing Jews with humanitarian aid? Anybody remember that?
Little thing. They won't tell you. They won't tell you what constitutes genocide. So I would like a clear understanding of how many Palestinians have to die before we are allowed to term it a genocide. All of the experts can't agree on what a genocide actually is, but they love to float around the word on virtually every other issue. I had Rabbi Barclay on my show, on one of my last shows when I was on the Daily Wire, and I asked him that question pointedly: what is genocide? Let us know, experts.
Yeah, it has to do, it's mostly to do with intent. Intent is the big factor when determining if something's a genocide. So if you have the intent to exterminate a race of people, that's the primary factor. You can also look at the total loss of life. That is one factor, but the principal factor is the intent behind the killings.
What percentage of the population of Palestinians has to be killed before we are allowed to say that is genocide? What I can tell you is I am completely uncomfortable and utterly against the amount of Palestinian innocent lives that have been lost in this conflict, particularly children.
Yes, the innocent lives of people who want to Holocaust the Jews. Those poor, innocent people who want to see all Jews die and support Hitler and the Nazi regime. If you have a problem with children dying, then maybe you should blame Hamas, since they're the ones who instigated this war. They're the ones who use human shields. They're the ones who put military infrastructure in civilian areas. They're the ones encouraging or even forcing people not to evacuate strike zones. So I don't know how this is Israel's fault.
And any person who is...
The only path to Tellers, what type of Pokemon is this? Oh my god, that looks like Adobe. Oh my god. That's a little baby bear. That's a little baby. Oh my God. That's amazing. Oh.
The kitty. Come on. It's okay. It's just a kitty. See? It's okay. You don't.
Oh, the big dogs are scared of the kitty. Poor little doggy. Look at his face. That's funny. Very handsome. Let me see. Oh, wow. That is a handsome little deer. My goodness. It's a nice little baby. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Fearful of stating that the death of innocent children has been utterly unacceptable is a coward.
I mean, listen, I completely agree.
My dream is to have a threesome with Candace Owens and AOC. I would fuck Candace doggy style in that black ass while I eat out AOC's tight Latino pussy. I would then pull out my dick and blow my load all over their faces while they suck me off.
They're both not particularly attractive, so they're like fairly mid. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard is a gay faggot.
Agree, but do you personally think it constitutes genocide, which is the deliberate?
What I'm saying to you is,
I can tell you what
pursued on my show.
Yeah.
What is the number?
No, I understand.
What is the official number? That's it. I mean, somebody tell me, and I'll give you an answer.
Well, I don't think there is a specific.
Try it when you.
Holy fuck. If you want to know if it's a genocide or not, maybe you should look up the definition of genocide, you dumb bitch.
Well,
it's not about a number.
People on both sides of the debate on.
Yeah, but it's not.
No. What do you mean it's not a number?
Here's my answer.
And do they give you an answer?
Well, no, because here's the point. It's not about specific numbers. It's about an intent.
But it has to be.
Well, no, it's not. It's about an intent to eradicate.
That's not true, Piers, because in America they say that Native Americans, it was a genocide committed by white.
Yes, and there was an intent to eradicate Native Americans, you fucking idiot.
Men. This is what they say, right?
No, but I'm talking about the definition of a genocide is.
But what I'm telling you is that would be incorrect because the majority of Native Americans died from smallpox. It was accidental.
It wasn't accidental. White people deliberately spread smallpox to Native Americans.
More intersectional cancer culture. You should leave a comment and see if someone will respond. LOL.
Israel is committing a genocide. You see the most horrific images coming out of Gaza. It's pure evil. Yet each time we as vegans speak up, there is an...
Let's see. I guess this is the first genocide in history where the military is deliberately avoiding killing civilians, facilitating humanitarian aid, and warns their victims before they attack. Anyone want to debate me on this? Just message me and we can either set up a schedule for a debate or just ask me during a stream.
Another vegan trying to silence us by saying, well, Israel is the most vegan country. Hi, my name is Leila. And as a vegan and animal rights activist, I believe it is crucial to understand how Israel has been using veganism and animal rights to clean up its image around the world. Israel is committing a genocide. A genocide is one of the gravest violations of human rights. It has 10 stages, and what we are witnessing now are the final stages. However, if you think about it, Israel has been laying the groundwork for this genocide for decades. The goal of this genocide is to systematically destroy anything that allows Palestinians to have an identity, a life. So, the bombing of hospitals, schools, bakeries.
They're bombing these locations because Hamas is using them as military operations.
Killing of Palestinian doctors, athletes, journalists, teachers, it's all.
Yeah, so these people are Hamas members. Just because you're a doctor or a journalist, that doesn't mean you're not a Hamas member. You can be a terrorist and also have a job. Booty cum, donate $2. Your comment vanished. Yeah, of course it did. Oh. I think she banned me or something. It's not letting me comment. What the fuck?
Israel is committing a genocide.
Is this because I used the word genocide in the, There we go. Now it worked.
You see, the point of this genocide is to systematically destroy anything away with killing and torturing Palestinians on live stream. I mean, they even post and brag about it. They openly admit that once Gaza is destroyed, they want to build new holiday homes for Israelis there. So how is this even possible?
They never did that. There was a meme going around about creating like Israeli homes in Gaza, and I think it was a joke that a construction company made. So like what? Because a construction company made some sort of viral marketing campaign as like a meme joke, that means the Israeli government is trying to eradicate Palestinians?
And how is it that educated, logical people in the West have abandoned their reasoning when it comes to this genocide? How can people ignore these clear, compelling signs?
Bootycom donate $2, thinks it's gone again because you used genocide. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Now, I'm not a political analyst, but in my humble opinion, the reason Israel is getting away with it is because of the propaganda it has been spreading for decades. And it's not a new thing. A few weeks ago, I listened to an interview with two US politicians who are pro-Israel. I don't remember their names, but it was quite interesting because one of them actually said, Israel is usually very good at PR. So what is happening? Why are they losing this PR game?
Because of TikTok, thanks to the Chinese Communist Party.
You know, after decades of PR, people have bought into their lies. So what are these lies? Arabs and Muslims hate the Jews. They want.
Arabs and Muslims, in fact, hate the Jews. Look, every single Muslim country...
After listening to non-vegans, I now realize all they can in response to Netet is say wah wah wah, I'm not Hitler, don't compare me to Hitler, that's all they can do. BTW, if you remember, they way to do monkey and omit viz just to put the live vid off stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into, maybe debating people on TV. Thanks for the donation, dude, and yeah, that's just how vegan debates typically go, dude. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Bootycam donate $2, comment asking for debate, though you can clip it up and post it on yours. Let me see, does this fucking moron have like an email? Yeah, she does. Oh my god, she has a Yahoo email. What a fucking boomer. Let me see. That'd be hilarious if she actually agrees to debate me. Wonder, if she'll deploy all the buzzwords. Hey, it's Vegan Gains. I run the YouTube channel Vegan Gains, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in a live debate on the issue of Israel, the Israel Hamas war. You've made claims about it being a genocide and would like to hear your thoughts. I normally host my debates live on my YouTube channel through Zoom. Tell me if you're interested. There we go.
Want to kill them all. Israel is the only democratic country in the Middle East. Israel has the best climate technologies and is committed to turning the Middle East into a better and greener place.
Israel is the only democratic country in the Middle East. That is technically true. There are some Islamic nations that technically have democratic elections, but they don't really. Like Turkey, for instance. Yeah, but the Arabs and Muslims hate Jews. That's absolutely true. Every fucking Arab or Muslim nation has wanted to destroy Israel from the very beginning. Jewish hate in the Muslim world is incredibly common. It's literally part of their religion. The Prophet Muhammad made a prophecy that one day every Jew on earth will be exterminated. Prophet Muhammad specifically fucking hated the Jews. He murdered just countless thousands of them. He particularly targeted Jews because they were some of the most wealthy people he came across. You can look at all the fucking, propaganda in fucking Gaza about Jews. They praise Hitler and talk about how the Holocaust was a good thing.
Israel is one of the most inclusive societies in the world for the LGBTQ community. Lastly.
Yep. Gay marriage is legal in Israel. Gay people have equal rights, and they don't get murdered in the street like they do in Gaza.
Israel has the most vegan army in the world, and Tel Aviv is the vegan capital.
That is true. About 10% of the Israeli military is vegan.
I'm sure there are more lies.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Something fascinating is arising out of the barren deserts of Saudi Arabia. In early 2021, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, de facto ruler of the country, Mohammed...
Okay, I might watch that later. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
As a Muslim vegan from the Middle East, a few of these lies affect me because of my background. However, today I want to focus on the lie that Israel is the most vegan country in the world. This is referred to as vegan washing. Vegan washing occurs when someone, usually it is a company, when they promote their products or image as being vegan or vegan friendly to appeal to ethical consumers, while they are engaging in practices that are anything but vegan. As vegans, it is really important to understand how Israel has done this and how we as vegans have actually contributed to this vegan washing without realizing it. Once we better understand it, it is our duty to speak up against this genocide. And it is our duty to educate others. If we don't, non-vegans will assume that vegans don't care about human lives, especially the lives of Black, brown, Muslim, and other marginalized people. Non-vegans will, forever associate veganism with Israel, with genocide, with a country that doesn't care for humanity. Lastly, once we understand it, we can avoid contributing to it. This last point is really crucial because I admit, although I have been fighting for a free Palestine for almost 3 decades, I was also one of the vegans who kept repeating that Israel is the most vegan country until October 7th. So you see, I was complicit. Now,
by the way, this is a fact. Per capita, I think they have the most amount of vegans.
We are all waking up to this reality. We are connecting the dots. And it is us when, you're exposed to a stimulus, exposed to no people in Israel on an all expenses paid trip. I did a bit of research, and as far as I could find it, On this slide, I have seen that most of the enemy is on their skin with a hot iron.
Hitler was nice to the Jews considering how the Jews treated Hitler. Also, any Frank tonight? Did Sam ever show up?
We watched we watched Frank Tufano in the afternoon. I streamed in the afternoon. He doesn't have any other videos. Sam/James Wade showed up in the afternoon and were reacting to Frank earlier. Thanks for the donation, John Rose. And yeah, John Rose is a crazy fucking whack job who actually said that and uploaded the video to YouTube.
The group also engages in aggressive and violent protest tactics that involve violence against humans. It fits into the image of Israel being also an advisor to Netanyahu, with tattoos on their arms, and I know many vegans actually use it as part of their Instagram 2013 in Israel. The ideology, it is meant to create a sense of identity. Annual event, you support Israel's.
All right, well, that video was stupid.
Some 90% of the Native Americans that lived here died from smallpox, and it's considered a genocide.
No, I understand. I'm telling you what the
Sorry, black and brown people of color. I only value sentience.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Based Vegan.
definition of genocide is, which is not about a specific number in any circumstance. It's about an intent to target and eradicate a whole people based on their ethnicity.
I'm disputing that by telling you that they legally say within America that Native Americans, a genocide was committed against Native Americans. Factually speaking.
Yes, because a genocide was committed against them. There were tactics employed to eradicate Native American people. One of those tactics was infecting them with smallpox. They went to war and just slaughtered thousands and thousands of people across multiple tribes, trying to literally eradicate them. That's why the Native American genocide is considered a genocide. There was a plan to eradicate the people.
90% of them, 90 to 93% of them died from smallpox. So it was actually an epidemic, right? So
yes, that was intentionally spread to them.
Is the definition shifting? Because it is my understanding from Rabbi Barclay that the definition of anti-Semitism shifts. So maybe the definition of genocide has shifted, but
let me read you. Let me read you the exact.
School,
let me read you the exact wording and see whether you think it applies to. Well, let me read you the exact definition of genocide from the Oxford English Dictionary: the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. So, by that definition, do you believe that is what's happening to the Palestinian people, and it's being perpetrated by Israel?
Well, I would say is that Israel has proven in the past that they can be very specific when they want to get somebody out, whether that's a hostage or any other certain military operation. And what I am seeing happening, forgetting the specific language of a genocide, is something that I'm using my platform to speak out against, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me what the media calls me. I've had every headline. I do not believe that they are being careful in what they are doing. I think it has been it seems to me that the destruction of the hospitals and the schools and of the UN buildings.
This is just retarded.
You cannot deny that meat is still murder, dairy is still rape. And I'm still as stupid as anyone, but know my mistakes.
Yes, I guess so. Thanks for the donation, Riddick.
Would you say, Piers, that you believe that's unintentional?
I do not believe Israel's waging genocide. I think that...
You believe, but I'm asking you, do you believe that the targeting, room to room in the hospitals is intentional?
Well, no, I'll be clear with you. I can answer the question. I have said repeatedly in the last few weeks and months that I think the proportionality of Israel's response is now unacceptable. And particularly since they decided to go into Rafah, a refugee camp that they set up, to then target Hamas in the middle of a refugee camp where you're bound to kill so many innocent civilians in the process, I think is unacceptable. But I'm just curious, given that you tweeted about genocide and no government ever has a right to do it, whether by your calculation from that definition, what Israel is doing is deliberately killing a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group.
Yeah, well, what I can say to you, again, because these definitions shift, I don't think we need to focus on the word because I'm telling you what I believe. And my belief is that they are not being careful whatsoever. My belief is that there has been too much loss of Palestinian life.
But that's different to genocide, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. We don't need to. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're like obsessing over this one word. It doesn't matter.
Well, because you tweeted about genocide.
You told me.
I'm only trying to clear up.
The tweet is about Brian Mast. So you're harping on this issue. There's a lot more topics we should talk about. I'm being very clear in how I feel about this issue. The Israeli government is not being careful in how they're dealing with this. I agree with you that the amount of death has been completely unacceptable. When I tweeted that was back in November. So we're talking way more lives that have been lost, and that tweet was about Brian Mast. So
I get it. No, here's
I
my
could have
reason.
never imagined the amount of dead Palestinian children that I would see on my X feed since then.
It's horrific.
You know, it's heartbreaking to me as a mother. It's horrific to me that the media seems almost complicit in the dehumanization of Palestinians, and I will not be on that side because at the end of the day, the hit pieces, the name calling, the anti-Semitism, the psychopathic language that seems to be coming out of people means nothing. And I want to make sure everybody knows this, right? At the end of the day, you are going to have to account to God for the things that you allowed, for the things that you were complicit in, and for the things that you did not have enough courage to state.
Okay.
The amount of death of Palestinian children has been unacceptable, full stop.
Okay.
Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, and you can blame Hamas for that.
In my view, should not be given an invitation to Congress. I think it's unacceptable.
I agree.
Unacceptable.
I don't
and
think
to be clear, for whatever the reason,
he shouldn't be leader
when
of
it comes
Israel.
to the topic of Israel, it does seem that journalists are fearful to critique Israel.
Well, I'm not
now,
at
why
all.
is that?
So-
Because I would say, Piers, that you seem a little fearful to critique Israel and to want to always seem that you're coming across a little bit understanding of everything they're doing. What is it that makes journalists, corporate journalists,
okay, let me respond.
fearful of saying,
Can I
like, hey,
respond?
you know, Israel has done a ton of things that have been very wrong.
Yes, and I have said they're wrong. I think Netanyahu should go. I think half of that cabinet should go, because some of them have definitely been using genocidal language. I think a lot of what Israel's been doing in the last few weeks is completely unacceptable. But ultimately, I also, from the start of this conflict, believe that Israel not only had a right to defend itself after the terror attack on October the 7th, but a fundamental duty to its people. And here's where I'm just curious about...
Thanks for the membership, Wesserks.
You're tweeting through this procedure, this whole war, because on October the 7th, you didn't tweet anything. You didn't tweet anything on October the 8th. And October the 9th, you tweeted, so much world peace ever since we got the orange man out of office. So glad the adults are back in charge. A lot of people say, well, if you care this much about innocent people being killed.
Fuck this bitch on about I'm pro-Israel bitch I'm God I say IDF get the job done and kill them motherfucking terrorists bitch hashtag Zionist and proud.
Well, that's a pretty base take, God. Thanks for the donation.
Why didn't you say anything when 1,200 people were massacred to death in the most brutal, barbaric manner in this awful terror attack by Hamas, and nearly 7,000 more were wounded, some of them catastrophically and irreparably? Why did that not compel you to say anything?
Well, first and foremost, Israel's a foreign country, so typically I talk about topics that have to do with America. Secondly, you're only quoting my Twitter feed. I'm also on Facebook.
So, if you don't really cover foreign topics, then why in the fuck are you complaining about Palestinian children dying, but you never made any mention of October 7th?
Facebook. I'm also on Instagram. I also had a daily podcast in which I did respond directly about what happened and called the events horrific multiple times, said what Hamas did was absolutely horrific. So you're using a snapshot of my Twitter feed where you're acknowledging that I didn't tweet for days to suggest that I didn't have anything to say about what had happened. Now, to be clear, I am consistent on all matters. I do not want America involved whatsoever in anything that is happening in Israel. I don't want my dollars sent over to Israel. We should not be supporting Israel. Obviously, Thomas Massey has done a lot of work showing how it doesn't even make economic sense that we have so much debt and yet we're sending money over to support Israel. And the biggest issue, by the way, that I have
Okay, Candace Owens is a fucking retard. We have business dealings with Israel. We have international relations. They help support our economy. The idea that you wouldn't give military aid to a nation that is contributing billions of dollars to your own economy is just fucking retarded.
Have with Israel and talking about them being above reproach is the fact that they are supplying the arms to murder Christians, okay? In Armenia, the oldest Christian country in the world, and yet nobody talks about that. For whatever reason, it seems to be the circumstance that when Jewish people...
What? Just... what?
people die in Israel, it's wall-to-wall coverage. But when Christians die all over the...
Brain juice, don't need to tell her. Some guy told me today to read the Quran and consider converting to Islam, and I told him I like the artistic design of Arabic writings and monuments, but I have to slaughter goats and Eid fuck that man. No hard feelings. He then got mad and walked away. Well, make sure he doesn't know where you live, so, you know, he can't bomb your house. Thanks for the donation, Brain Juice.
World, nobody talks about it. Everyone wants to correlate everything to World War II. Everyone wants to talk about Adolf Hitler and rightfully so, he was a horrific person. But nobody wants to talk about Henryk Yagoda, right? Nobody wants to talk about the Bolsheviks. Nobody wants to talk about the Christian Holocaust. I am tired of the media, exhausted of the media not speaking about what is happening to Christians all around the world. And it is especially horrific while at the exact same time that it is happening, the slaughter of Christians in Armenia, the arms being supplied by Israel, that the media turns the other way and says, oh, okay, but what about what's happening in Israel? So you know what I'm asking for? Actual equality. Okay, because it seems like this is like a special category, the special relationship that we have. I'm a Christian first, okay? And so my concerns are going to be with what's happening to Christians all around the world because it is us. We are the #1 most persecuted religion in the world. And all Christians watching this need to realize the time is now to start speaking up because we have been silenced about the things that are happening to us for a very long time. And the media is very clearly not our friend. When there is wall-to-wall coverage of Christians being killed, in Armenia, Christians being killed in Nigeria, and the treatment of Christians in America and all across the globe today, then you ask me if I will use my platform and I will use my voice to speak about what's happening in Israel. How about that?
Okay. I think that's a perfectly reasonable point to make. The final question I'll ask you on this issue of the Daily Wire centers around the Christ is King, because it had long been a core slogan of people like Nick Fuentes and other, for want of a better phrase, white supremacists, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. The Daily Wire co-founder Jeremy Boring said on X, how is saying Christ is King anti-Semitic?
All the pro-Palestine supporters should move to the Middle East, pick any country, and enjoy all the additional human rights they'll surely receive. I think that's fair. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if they believe, oh, Muslims are so nice, it's a religion of peace, oh, they don't support anti-Jew hatred, like, yeah, they can go there and find out for themselves. Thanks for that donation, ABC.
The same way anything becomes anti-Semitic when it's used for the purpose of expressing anti-Semitism. It's like asking, how does a shovel become a murder weapon when it's used to murder someone? This isn't hard. A shovel is not innately a murder weapon. Saying Christ is King is not innately anti-Semitic. It's all about how a thing is used. Saying Christ is King for an evil purpose, like using it as a weapon to express your hatred or disdain for the Jews, is a grave sin. God will not be mocked. Invoking him in vain self-promotion or to troll Jews or to attack your political rivals is to carry forth his name in vain. What would your response be to that?
My response would be that I am an unapologetic free market capitalist. I think Jeremy Boring, as the co-CEO of Daily Wire, went to the market with his idea on Christ is King, and the market has a right to respond. They believe in what he's saying and they think that what he is saying is true and is right, then they will support the Daily Wire and they will support their mission. If they believe that it is wrong, then they will stop supporting the Daily Wire. I can't speak on behalf of Jeremy Boring. You'd have to book him and he can talk more about his belief that Christ is King. It can be used like a shovel to murder people. What I would say for me is I don't agree with that. And so if you find me saying Christ is king to be abhorrent, same thing. You don't have to support me. You don't have to follow me. But let me tell you, I'm going to continue to declare that Jesus Christ is the King of Kings.
Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, supported you in what he said was your full-fledged war against the Jews. He said, this is the face of a total Jewish defeat. We effing got your back, Candace. They're filth. What would you say to that?
I would never, ever, ever describe Jewish people as a whole as filth. I don't know what the context of that is. Is he referring to the Rabbi Barclay interview?
Riley, donated $2. If I get mineral and multivitamin, which contains B12 and as well as calcium, are there any other minerals out of that boost that I need to get in separate dose, such as B12, which I heard? I'm trying to think of the cheapest way to do it. Thanks. Most multivitamin supplements do not have an adequate amount of B12, so if you're taking a multivitamin, you usually have to supplement B12 separately. Same with vitamin D. Most multivitamins don't have the daily recommended supply of vitamin D. So, I don't think most people need to supplement calcium either. I don't think there's really any point to supplementing calcium, but yeah, if you want to take a multivitamin, take a multivitamin, but chances are you're going to have to supplement B12 and vitamin D separately. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
But just to be clear, on my record here, I have had wonderful relationships with Jewish people all throughout my life. Before I was at Daily Wire, I was at PragerU. Dennis Prager, Marissa Straight run that company. Marissa Straight is a former IDF soldier. That woman treated me like gold. We never had any issues whatsoever. They were wonderful to me. So I genuinely don't know the context of where or why he said that, but I'm just acknowledging that he said the word filth and that I used the word filth to describe Rabbi Shmuley, who you have had on this show. And I just want to make it clear to everyone watching that Rabbi Shmuley is in fact a piece of filth.
Right, but you would not support a full-fledged war against the Jews?
No, no. Or any, by the way.
I don't know how Rabbi Shmuley is a piece of filth. Is this over the sex toy company that he has? Like, she's just out of her fucking mind, dude.
I also would not support a full-fledged war against Muslims. I'm not supporting a full-fledged war against Christians. And there are some full-fledged wars being launched against Christians.
So do you feel uncomfortable? So a reasonable question is, do you feel uncomfortable about having support from people like Nick Fuentes then?
I think it is a absolute nonsense for people. I have on Twitter alone 5.5 million followers. I think it's pointedly ridiculous when people do this and they find a comment and they go, do you feel uncomfortable about the fact that this person said this? I've had the FBI working with me because there are
yeah, Nick Fuentes said he wants to exterminate Jews and gay people, so I don't know this game. Oh, I don't like just quote mine people, and I don't really care if somebody says, did you know somebody said this? He literally said he wanted to exterminate Jews, so yeah, that's somebody you should stay away from.
People that read my tweets and believe that we are in a relationship. I had a person who literally left a mental facility because he thought every single one of my tweets was a sign of love and I was speaking in code to him. What I'm not going to do is respond to this tactic of pretending that I'm somehow responsible for the 20 million followers and that I should be knowing what they are saying on their private platforms or their personal platforms or their public platforms every minute of every day. It's a nonsense. You know it's nonsense right now, Piers. If I went into your comments and dug it up and said, do you support this? And it's just, let's just not do that.
Well, no,
hold
but
me accountable for the things. Hold me
Candace,
accountable
Nick
for the
Fuentes
things
is not
that
just
I
one
say.
of your 20 million followers. Nick Fuentes has millions of followers himself.
Where does he have, stop. Where does he have millions of followers? What platform?
Multiple platforms.
No. He's banned.
He's banned
So
from.
this is what this
he's
is. This
banned
is
from X
this is very
now.
interesting to me because
he's banned from X now. Yeah, he wasn't
he
before.
does not have. No. He was actually he does not have. He was banned from YouTube. He was banned from X. He was banned from what is the He's literally been banned from everywhere. So when you say something like that, I'm asking you which platform. You just made a statement. He has millions of followers.
Well, what I just
think you're
read to
being
you was-
hyperbolic.
yeah.
Which platform does Nick Fuentes have millions of followers on?
Well, he doesn't now. He's been banned.
No. Where? Which platform did he ever have millions of followers on? He is on X. He is not.
Did you see this? 36 seconds for when the action begins.
That was it.
Yeah, I saw that. I reacted to it a couple days ago. Thanks for the donation, average Alawali fan.
Millions of followers. So which platform did he ever have millions of followers on?
Well, how many followers has he got?
Okay, so you don't even know the answer. So you're just being hyperbolic again.
Well,
you're
he's
creating this
obviously-
argument
no,
that
my
I am
point was-
responsible.
My point was not about a
by
specific number of
pretending,
his
well,
followers.
no, he's not just. He's
My
got.
point-
Oh my god. Nick Fuentes followers. How many followers does he have? I know he streams on some platform. I can't remember which. Let's see. Nick. How many followers does Nick Fuentes have? Fuentes was among a group of far-right activists and groups who received large donations in Bitcoin from a French donor on December. Fuentes received 13.5 Bitcoin, approximately $681,000 at the time, which was by far the largest share. The donor also...
What a thumbass.
Posted an apparent suicide note, according to blockchain analysis. That's weird. Why doesn't somebody donate fucking $600,000 to me? Why the fuck are they giving it to a neo-Nazi? That's retarded. Let me see, thumb.
I still need a bit of milk, full fat, which I've warmed in the microwave.
Microwave.
But I still need a bit of milk, full fat, which I've warmed in the microwave.
Microwave. Never heard anybody pronounce it that way. Thanks for the donation, thumbass. Yeah, I don't know what kind of following Nick has, but he does have a sizable fan base.
Millions
he
of
has
followers.
it-
That's
all
just
right.
not true.
He has a
Piers,
follow-
Piers, it's just simply not true.
Candace, he's a
And
high...
I answered your question again. You asked me a statement about what he said, and if I agreed with it, I told you no. I would never want a war against the Jews.
No, but my question
So
was,
I answered your question.
my question
At the
was,
end.
do you
ask
feel
me
like...
what I think, and
Yeah, but
ask me whether I want to
my
respond
question
to
is,
something,
do you feel
whether I agree with
my
something.
question was, do you feel uncomfortable about him supporting you? He's a high-profile person, and he said that. Do you feel comfortable, given the context of how you left the Daily Wire and their belief?
I want to be clear.
Yeah.
I do not know what is the context of what you just said to me. As I just said to you, if it was pertaining to Rabbi.
Like, dude, I don't know what context you need when somebody says, I want to go to war with Jews and exterminate them. Is there a context in which that's okay to say?
Rabbi Shmuley, who I think is a piece of filth, who has gotten away with everything in the media. And I am grateful that people are understanding that that man has harassed me for 2 years. And I am grateful that for any person that has supported me.
Yeah, apparently tweeting at somebody equates to harassment now.
And responding to Rabbi Shmuley and his hag daughter, okay? If you are going to pointedly ask me if I am uncomfortable with the fact that Nick Fuentes also believes that Christ is king, I want every single person in the world to declare Christ is king, whether you believe them to be a Nazi, a white supremacist, a Jew, a Muslim. It is the phrase itself that I want declared, okay? That's it. That's it, okay?
Let's turn to, I would say, a less contentious matter, but it's not really. It's Kanye West. I interviewed him at length towards the end of last year. You've been pretty supportive of Ye, formerly Kanye West, even after he tweeted DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. He posted, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. And you wrote on the social media site Parler, if you're an honest person, you do not think this tweet was anti-Semitic. I mean, I don't know, why would you conclude that? Because it seems to me it's a pretty brazen statement of anti-Semitism to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. How else could it possibly how else could it be construed?
Yeah, sure. I can tell you how else it can be construed, because this is one of the things that's fascinating. First, I'd like to point to how interesting it is that the entire world came down on Kanye West, canceled him, took away his contracts, made his entire family come out and make statements against him when he tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people, I think is what he wrote verbatim. And now we fast forward to today when Israel is literally going DEFCON.
He said on Jewish people, not on some Jewish people.
On 3 on Palestinians.
He didn't say some, he said on Jewish people.
Okay, sure. And now we fast forward to today when Israel is literally going DEFCON 3 on Palestinians, and those same media members seem extremely cautious in their language. So the tweet is actual death, but the actual...
Yeah, so that's also a complete misrepresentation. Israel's attacking Hamas, not Palestinian people.
Actual bombs being dropped. For some reason, real violence is something that the media can get comfortable with. I'd like to point to that because now some time has passed. But to answer your question of how I could have said that statement, obviously, you understand Ye is my friend, and I understood what was happening in his life and what had caused him to say that. He said when he woke up, he was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. He's talking about specific Jewish people in his life that he believed had been taking advantage of him. And he then produced, and for whatever reason, the media was not interested in covering it extensively, a tweet from one of those people, Harley Pasternak, threatening to put him on a Psych 5150 hold and to drug him, and so that his visits with his kids wouldn't be the same. How Harley Pasternak has not been chased out of Hollywood after threatening to drug someone and take their kids away is the question that you should be asking. Now, I was privy not only to what Harley Pasternak was saying to him, but to also...
She's just trying to divert the conversation. Like, again, he's asking about, you know, like what she thinks of Kanye, her relationship with him, Nick Fuentes, like her support of like actual Nazis, and then she's talking about some fucking random dickhead in Hollywood.
Also to what 4 other happened to be Jewish people were saying to him at that time. And I think what happened is that he snapped and he suddenly wanted to aggressively attack those individuals and basically say that he was tired.
Yeah, but Candace, none of that changes the fact that what he tweeted was clearly anti-Semitic. When you say, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, that is a statement of anti-Semitism, indisputably. The idea that you would be dishonest if you didn't see that for what it was, whatever the circumstances, whatever was going on behind the scenes, for a guy with his massive following, which I think we can agree was indisputably massive at the time, for him to state that in public on a social media platform was a brazen act of disgusting anti-Semitism. And all right,
just to be clear, I didn't tweet on Parler. I
don't know why Piers isn't also bringing up the fact that Kanye West says like he loves Hitler.
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table. especially Hitler.
Yes, especially Hitler.
Just as he loses more sponsors over those anti-Semitic comments comes an allegation he once praised Adolf Hitler during a TV appearance, but it was edited out.
A shocking new allegation against Kanye West. Did he have a sick obsession with Hitler?
He wanted to call the album Hitler, and that it was really like the final hours before the album was going to come out that his camp was able to successfully get him to switch it to Yay, which is what it was called.
Former TMZ employee Van Lathan says in a new podcast he was there when it happened.
He said something like, I love Hitler, I love Nazis, something to that effect when he was there. And they took it out of the interview. One of the producers at TMZ actually stood up and said, I'm Jewish, and that is offensive to me, what you just said.
I spoke to CNN entertainment reporter Chloe Malas.
We spoke to a former member of Kanye's entourage who was there at TMZ with Kanye and actually heard Kanye say those things about Hitler.
It's the latest fire.
Yeah, I mean, again, fucking Candace Owens has advocated for Kanye West, who's a fucking Nazi.
On my podcast, gave a full statement saying that if we're being honest, you did not think that he was going to go kill some Jewish people. You didn't. And I think that if we're being honest...
Well, you said if you're an honest person, you
thought,
did not think this tweet was anti-Semitic. I did think it was anti-Semitic. Everybody did.
Okay.
But you didn't. Why?
No, because I knew the backstory, so I had more information than the public had.
Yeah, but the statement is unambiguous.
About...
The statement had no clarification. It was unambiguous. It was clear.
Yeah, and then when he clarified, when he did try to clarify it, nobody paid attention. So can I ask you why?
Yeah, so if I made like a tweet or a post or something saying, I want to kill all Muslims, and then I come out and say, oh, I just want to clarify, I only want to kill like one Muslim. Like, I mean, does that change the meaning of the previous post? Like, it's just retarded. Kanye was literally fucking claiming that he wants to kill Jewish people. That's what he said. It doesn't matter what he said later. Like, I don't give a shit. That's what he fucking said.
Did you try to book Harley Pasternak after you saw what he tweeted to Kanye?
No, I booked Kanye himself, and I interviewed him for 2 hours.
Yeah, but were you interested? That was thereafter when he showed the tweets of what Harley Pasternak said to him. Were you outraged by the idea that a Jewish man would threaten to drug someone so that they couldn't see their family? Were you out? Is that outrageous? Is that anti-black? Do you think that that's racist?
Well, whatever the circumstances of that wasn't...
No. Piers, answer the question. Because
hang
you're quick to say that a threat that you perceived, the language of him saying that he was going to go DEFCON 3, and just to be clear, DEFCON 3 is a defensive military position on some Jewish people, or Jewish people as a whole. I don't remember the exact tweet. You just said that you felt that was clearly anti-Semitic, and now I'm asking you, is it clearly racist? What is it clearly when a Jewish man says to a black man, okay, that they're going to drug them out of their minds, effectively MK Ultra them, and your visits with your children will never be the same? Because if you're asking me between the two, which is worse, it's obviously what Harley Pasternak wrote to Kanye West, which was not reported in the media.
Because he didn't put that in the tweet.
Okay, but Kanye tweeted it. Kanye tweeted it publicly, what Harley Pasternak said.
He did after the furore blew over his original tweet.
But why didn't it trend? Why wasn't there the same outrage?
He didn't talk about one Jewish person. He talked about Jewish people.
I am asking you why the public was not as outraged as when somebody threatens to drug someone out of their mind. As a very serious, real threat. And it was the same person, as he said, was the person who first put him in the hospital the first time.
Right.
You seem to be okay with it. You're just sort of like, well,
no, of course I'm not okay with it.
His tweet was so much worse. You're talking about taking away somebody's kids, putting them into a hospital and drugging them out of their mind. Where is your outrage?
Well, I do not know the...
She's she's diverting away from the conversation. Okay, great. We can condemn those actions too. But to say Kanye West isn't being anti-Semitic for saying he's going DEFCON 3 on fucking Jews, That's an anti-Semitic statement. Who fucking cares if some Jewish guy fucking threatened him? Doesn't change the fucking statement he made.
The background to what you're saying
Why
there?
does it seem to be that is always the circumstance? Like whenever
Candace, with respect,
a person
you are
speaks out about how they're
deflecting.
being threatened. No.
For some reason, you don't want to.
Piers, this is very important. Let me finish this. This seems to be a trend that I have recognized. I saw this with Rabbi Shmuley. For 2 years, okay, this rabbi openly threatened me, my family, my livelihood. Him and his daughter did this for 2 years. There was no outrage. None. Zero. In fact, you booked Rabbi Shmuley, didn't even ask him about it. Did you threaten again? And then all of a sudden, I do nothing. And the full media is accusing me of anti-Semitism. Why does there seem to be this double standard that specific Jewish people, if they want to, can threaten the lives of Black people, specific Black people? I'm giving my
I don't know, maybe it's because he said he loves Hitler and people have less sympathy for people who say they love Hitler. Maybe that's a fucking reason.
myself as an example, and there's not the same response. Like, why wasn't Rabbi Shmuley trending for 2 years over what he said about me?
To be honest with you, we're going to come to Rabbi Shmuley, and I might share a lot of your views about Rabbi Shmuley, but the point that you seem to be wanting to move on from and deflect from...
I'm not moving on from it. I'm telling you that I had more information.
Your response was to Kanye saying... When I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Piers, you've said this 3 times, and we
I know,
talked about it 3
because you
times.
don't want to answer the
Getting
question.
bored. I told you the reason why I said that is because I was aware of multiple people in his life that were doing something. There's no point in belaboring the point. I've answered your question.
I'm simply
you cannot
asking
accept
you,
it.
I'm simply asking you, when you say if you are an honest person, you did not think this tweet was anti-Semitic, you're saying that I'm dishonest because I believe what he said was anti-Semitic. And I think that's ridiculous.
I am saying that, well, first off, just to start back at the beginning of this interview, I think you're dishonest for a lot of other reasons. So please don't harp on this one tweet. But yeah, because you flip-flop on your positions the entire time. That's the reason why I tweeted those things about you. But I mean, everything. COVID, you flip-flopped on COVID. You flip-flopped on BLM. At 1 minute, you were supporting BLM, and then you're like, my son's out protesting. It's amazing. And then when they're burning stuff down, I don't find you to be someone that actually takes meaningful risks.
So because he changed his stance on something, he's dishonest? What? You realize somebody can have like an opinion and change their opinion based on like new facts or evidence or realizations? Like that's not evidence of dishonesty. That's just evidence of somebody changing their opinion.
And says what you believe, you kind of take both positions all the time.
Well, actually, I'm not an ideologue about any of it.
So don't pretend that the first time I ever suggested you were dishonest.
I'm not an ideologue about any of these things, right? So you want me to be an ideologue? You want me to stick to one side on everything?
No, I'm just saying that it seems.
It's 11 p.m. right now, so I can't check my lotto numbers, and I don't think they get published until like the morning, like around 8, 10 a.m., something like that. I've checked them around midnight before, and they don't even publish the numbers until like morning.
It seems like once the conversation cracks, and this is a lot of people in media, they don't take risks. They deliver the government talking points, and then they move once it kind of becomes okay to question the government. So COVID, this was the prevailing narrative. You were like, get the vaccine, If you don't do the vaccine, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden now we're finding out that, and you would have called someone like me, anti-vax, trying to kill someone, all of these things. Well, I didn't get the vaccine. My family didn't get the vaccine. And now we're on the other side of this thing, and people are like, well, maybe I had it wrong. Maybe I have some regrets.
What do you think I've expressed regrets over?
Going with the mainstream narrative in the beginning.
Don't just keep talking. What do you think I've expressed regret about with COVID?
Well, let me ask you, are you still standing by all the stuff you said about people being idiots for not getting the vaccine?
Yeah, the only thing I changed, because the scientific advice changed, and I've accepted that if there was another health pandemic, I would not rush to accept scientific advice in real time as actually 100% irrefutable, never to change, because science evolves, and especially in a health emergency. The one thing I have said I changed my mind over, because the science advice changed, was that originally they advised that if you had the vaccine, then you could not transmit the virus. And I was then very censorious towards people who simply refused to have the vaccine because I said,
yeah, so you can transmit the virus if you get the vaccine. It's just the likelihood is way, way lower. If you're producing antibodies against the virus, that means the viral load that you're carrying is much lower, and that prevents viral spread.
it's not about you. It's actually about your ability to transmit it and maybe infect more vulnerable people. And I thought it was selfish.
Well, that's a pretty big change.
Well,
Because
hang
just
on,
so we're
hang
clear.
on. Let me finish. And I was very censorious, way too censorious. I've admitted that. Shouldn't have been so censorious. And when the science advice changed and said, actually, there's now evidence that suggests, and in fact, it looks clear, the evidence, that if you have the vaccine, it makes little difference to your ability to transmit the virus.
That is not true. Again, it makes a massive difference when it comes to viral spread. Where is he getting this information from? If you're generating antibodies and the virus can't replicate, the likelihood of you spreading the infection is way lower. This is the case with any fucking vaccine. Like, by the way, before any research on this even came out, they already knew this was the case. If it stops the virus from replicating, the likelihood of you spreading is much lower.
Or not, then I changed my position. And when I was asked about that later, I said, absolutely. I should not have been so censorious to people who didn't have it, because at that point, it becomes personal choice. But if you ask me on the wider picture, do I think the COVID vaccines were a good thing? Absolutely. Do I think they saved millions of lives? Absolutely. Do I think the deliberate attempt to discredit all science involved in the COVID pandemic is a dangerous, dangerous thing?
I might try the A&W root beer eventually. Please stop asking me every single fucking stream, okay? I don't go out to eat at A&W all the time.
Thing for society? Absolutely. Do I know lots of people who died from COVID who would potentially have been saved by a vaccine if it had been there when they caught the virus? Absolutely. So do not take my one clarification about the ability of a vaccine to prevent transmission as being some great mea culpa that I think...
That's a huge mea culpa, Piers. That's a huge mea culpa. That's a huge mea culpa. Because that means that you let people to go out and to get an experimental vaccine in their arm and encourage them not to listen to independent voices that were saying, hold on. That's a huge mea culpa. People died from the vaccine. So you're talking about people that died from not getting it. There have been scores of people who died from the vaccine. There have been scores of people like my grandfather who got the vaccine and then were dead within 1 year because it
Oh my god. Please show me the number of fucking people who have died from the vaccine. What data is she referencing? Oh my god. Oh, my fucking 80-year-old grandpa died a year after he got the vaccine. Gee, I wonder why he fucking died. Oh my god, what an idiot.
led to their dementia suddenly spreading and
or
no advancing
idea.
rather
With
in a way.
respect,
Stop. I let you
you
speak
do not
about your
know
mea
that was
culpa.
down to the vaccine.
So her 80-year-old grandfather who had dementia died a year after he got the vaccine, and she's attributing his death to the vaccine and not the fact that he's 80 years old with dementia. Oh my god, what a retard.
Okay. First and foremost, they have admitted so much. They lied about the 6 feet social distancing. That just came out 2 weeks ago. And you were on the side of all of these people. So don't pretend that that's a small mea culpa. People died from blood clots pertaining to the vaccines that you were telling them to rush.
The only vaccine that caused blood clotting was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The Moderna and Pfizer vaccine did not cause fucking blood clotting. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine was pulled from the American market, and it was only used in the UK in certain populations that had lower risk of blood clotting and high risk of death from infection. Like, what it... Just... I'm always just surprised at how stupid she is, and I'm like, why is she saying this? But I just have to remind myself, oh yeah, it's Candace Owens. She's a fucking moron.
shout and get, okay?
People
so
die
had
from-
they have
oh, hang
waited and
on.
perhaps listened
Do
to
you
independent
agree? All right,
voices
let
who
me ask you.
understood that
Let me
there was
ask you,
some
okay.
government. No, I'd like to talk.
Oh yeah, and the AstraZeneca. Yeah.
I let you talk about your mea culpa. Had they have paused and listened to independent voices who have, I think, probably a greater strength when it comes up to standing up to government initiatives, because we recognize that the government is not our friend, and we recognize that the government is not trying to save our lives, maybe those people would be alive. Maybe my friend.
Where is she getting the idea that the government isn't trying to save lives? Does the government benefit from us dying? I mean, don't they require our tax revenue and shit? Why are there all these programs to vaccinate the population? Why is there a CDC, Center for Disease Control? Why is there public health care initiatives to get people to quit smoking, stop drinking alcohol, lose weight, get healthier? Like, if the government didn't have an interest in us living longer, why has the average life expectancy increased over the last 100 years? Why are there all these public health initiatives? Like, what is she talking about?
Who had miscarriages, and my friends who were saying that it was impacting their menstruation until the government was ready to admit that 7 months later. If you had listened to people that were telling you their own experiences, someone I know that went completely blind in one eye because of some weird ocular clot.
What do you think about Uncaged Total Liberation?
Well, I've only seen the, it's not even technically an alpha stage, right? So I've seen some of the gameplay. I don't think it's far along enough for me to really comment on it. It's just not developed enough. So I told Patrick when I win the lottery, I'll give him money to help develop the game so that he can hire some professional, like a professional dev team to help him work on it. So again, 64 million tonight. And I have a good feeling that that money is mine. So I'll check my tickets tomorrow morning when I go out to the store to like get an energy drink or something, and I'll pick up my lottery winnings, and then I'll tell you all about it. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard.
So don't pretend that's a small thing.
None
I just
of
want to
which-
say
none
I'm
of
happy
which
to
you know.
accept that you've changed your mind.
Let me respond.
But don't pretend it's a small thing.
Let me
People
respond.
died from the vaccine.
Let me respond.
And
None of
by
it-
the way, I
let me
want to
re-
be clear for people watching this. He's saying still get it. I'm saying still don't. Just so you can hear a different opinion. Do not allow the government to put that in your arm.
Okay.
God's system works. The
Okay.
government is not fixing you in any
Okay.
regard.
And do you feel the same way about the flu shot?
Yes. Oh my gosh. I haven't gotten a flu shot since I was like 12.
Okay. And things like polio and measles and all the other shots
Yeah,
that we
I don't
give kids?
let's skip to the point. You might know this. I don't vax my children. They are not
Right.
vaxxed. We travel the world. My children are never sick. I am proudly, as you media terms it, anti-vax. I'm very aware of these.
Yep. Well, I'm just waiting for kids to die of measles, and I'm sure she's gonna say something. Oh, my kids were healthy and fine, and they were unvaccinated. Then suddenly they got measles after they talked to a Jewish man. I'm not saying I'm anti-Semitic, but really, after they talked to a Jew, they got measles? Yeah, I'm just waiting for the day that happens.
By the way,
Psychological
entirely
wounds
you're
of
right.
coming up with names for
You- you
people
can-
for
you
making
can-
sensible
okay.
decisions. I don't believe. Big pharma is not God.
I understand.
Okay,
You
big
have to let me talk
pharma
at some
is very
stage.
much, in my view, getting in the way of God's
so
designs.
I fundamentally listen. I absolutely respect your right to do what you want for your children. I did the complete opposite for mine. I believe that all vaccines carry risks. By the way, paracetamol carries risks. Ibuprofen carries risks. Any medication, you will find instances of side effects and deaths.
The question is whether or not the risk of disease is higher than the risk of the vaccine. And again, the risk of you getting a severe reaction from a vaccine is as close to zero as you can possibly fucking imagine. But the risk of getting harmed or even dying from a deadly infection, very high. So, yeah, if you want to roll the dice, I guess go ahead, kill your kids.
Every medication in the world that's ever been created. But do I think overall that COVID vaccines saved millions of lives and were an incredible thing done at warp speed in the middle of a desperate pandemic that was killing thousands of people every day? Absolutely, I do. So you and I will disagree
You're just
about
simply
that.
wrong.
Well, you and I
we
disagree about
We're
that.
never going to agree on it. Yeah,
Okay, we don't have to
100% disagree on that.
But here's the
Yeah, only about 7 million people worldwide died of COVID. It was basically like a common cold.
beauty. We don't have to agree about it.
That's right.
Right?
But I wish that when you said you were being censorious, I wish that you would have allowed people who strongly disagreed to present their arguments at that time, because I think that a lot of people
They didn't have an argument. All they had was, trust me, bro, I know a guy whose granddad got the COVID, shot, and he was having diarrhea and, like, died. His penis even fell off.
who are now struggling and getting blood clots and things of
Candace,
that nature, their lives could have been saved.
I don't disagree with you. I had a lot of people around me dying from COVID in the most hideous, horrendous circumstances. The co-presenter of the show, the morning show I was doing, her husband went into a coma and never really came out of it, and sadly died a few months ago after 4 years. Right? Had there been a vaccine when he got the virus in March in the first wave, he might well have lived. And that,
Yeah, I don't think the vaccine would. I personally don't believe that the vaccine would have saved him, and it's an impossible metric to.
Yeah, so you were 8 times less likely to die from COVID if you were vaccinated, and about 12 times less likely to have a severe infection. So, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference.
To know,
You don't think the COVID vaccine saved any lives?
Because I genuinely do not believe that the COVID vaccine saved any lives.
You see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have one group who didn't get vaccinated. We have the other group that did get vaccinated. And the group that didn't get vaccinated had 8 times the fucking death rate.
Even though the Trump, her God King cult leader, once brutally smacked down her anti-vaccine narrative, she's still this dishonest LMFAO fucking scumbag piece of
The
shit.
vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had in 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed perhaps 100 million people. Actually, it ended the First World War because the soldiers were so. A lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines.
It did not end the First World War. It happened after the First World War.
They would know anything. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
And yet more people have died under COVID this year, by the way,
Yeah,
under Joe Biden,
that's right.
than under you. And more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how.
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but
Yeah.
some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying.
One of the few times Trump was ever right. Well, at least Candace Owens can carry the shame that she's actually dumber than Donald Trump. Let that sink in. Candace Owens is dumber than Donald fucking Trump.
You're a smart person, Candace. You cannot.
Thank you.
You cannot believe that the COVID vaccines saved no lives. That is a ridiculous thing to say.
It's not. You can't just because you're saying ridiculous and just because you're using a little hyperbole doesn't make that
So
real.
every
I just wanna be
single
clear.
scientist in
You can track the death rate between vaccinated and non-vaccinated. The IFRs were way fucking higher for non-vaccinated. This is like saying the world is flat.
the world, there is not a scientist or
You
doctor.
just said the science changes.
Hang on.
Literally 5
Let me
minutes
put a
ago.
question to you, then you can answer it.
Yeah, the science changes, but guess what? The numbers don't change. The death rate was 8 times higher for non-vaccinated. Fucking dumbass.
Every single scientist and doctor in the world that I'm aware of agrees that vaccines save lives. They may disagree about their.
Will I give you my lotto winnings? Or will I give you my lotto winnings? I'll get you a nice fresh case of Cherry Coke Zero Gig. I'll do that for you after I win the lottery. How about that?
Various points of government behaviour during the pandemic. They may disagree about this particular vaccine or another one. What none of them have said is what you've just said, which is it never saved any lives. None of them.
But I just want to be clear.
Only you
Whenever
think
you're
it saved
claiming
no
that
lives.
there's 100% scientific consensus, you're lying. Like, whether you're talking about climate change, if you make a declaration that there is 100% scientific consensus on something, you're simply lying. And by the way, if people, well, let me you lied, so I'm just going to correct your lie by pointing people to websites that can dispute this narrative, because it's a fashionable one to say 100% of experts agree. That is,
let me ask you a
as soon
question.
as somebody tells you there's 100% scientific consensus, they are lying to you.
Let me ask you, can you name me one professional doctor or scientist who genuinely believes, like you, that the COVID vaccines did not save a single life?
I can point you to many, because there are anti-vax doctors.
Can you name one?
There are retarded doctors who are paid by fucking anti-vax billionaires who get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to show up at anti-vax conferences, who can't work in the medical industry anymore because their medical license was revoked, who say COVID vaccine didn't do anything, so I can find fucking retarded quacks online. There you go. Like, oh my God. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm going to point to an entire website, because this is actually important, because RFK Jr. has played a very large role in my awakening about vaccines.
Oh, yeah, RFK Jr., who said the Jews came up with the coronavirus, the plandemic, right? Great reference there.
Vaccines and my decision not to vaccinate my children. I recommend you go to the long list of doctors. childrenshealthdefense.org. That is his charity. Yeah. And they have multiple doctors listed. You can also go to Dr. Greenmom's website if you want to list.
Yeah, pretty sure none of them claim that the coronavirus vaccine didn't save a single life. So the claim was, you can find doctors who will make the claim that the vaccine didn't save a single life. Show me any one of them who said that. You can't. You can find them saying it's too dangerous. It killed people. But none of them are going to make the claim that it didn't save a single life.
Of doctors who do not vax your children, because, just so you know, they are vaccinating your children because it is profit for them. It is a profit incentive for every child that is vaccinated. I want to be clear, I'm talking about America. I can't speak to the UK laws and the UK policies, but what we are...
There's a profit incentive to save children. If children die, that is fewer people that can contribute to the economy, buy products, pay taxes. So there is a profit incentive to save the lives of children. So if you're going to say, oh, there's a profit incentive to, vaccinate, yeah, no shit. The reason there's a profit incentive is because if you save these lives, they can contribute to the economy. They can buy things. They can buy houses, cars, clothes, other medications that they'll need later in life when they start getting old and sick. This is just fucking retarded.
Are living inside of is actually a corrupt medical drug cartel. It is the aspirations of El Chapo when they wanted to have a marriage with the government in order to drug people. We achieved that here in the West. In America, CDC, they are corrupt. The
Candace,
FDA is corrupt. They have been poisoning your food.
Candace,
and if you believe that they would mandate... You were asking me a question, I'm answering it. I'm telling people where to go to if they'd like more information.
You're veering off into all sorts of other things. Let me just ask you on a more all-encompassing thing. Do you believe you're prone to promoting conspiracy theories?
I believe that I am aware where the entire term of conspiracy theory came from. Do you know when that became fashionable?
Tell me.
Piers?
Yeah, the CIA was the organization that coined the term, but that, what does that mean? That has nothing to do with the question.
No. So the first time that was sort of entered into the lexicon, that was a CIA term. And this is also gets into, and you can look this up right now, Operation Mockingbird, after JFK was killed and the government started employing journalists to just repeat what they said.
Right.
And
what do you think happened to JFK?
What do you mean employing journalists to repeat what they say? That's what journalism is. They get statements from official bodies from the government and report on it. That's their fucking job.
Okay.
He was shot. I think everyone knows that.
Yeah, but who by?
I have no idea.
I mean, do you support any conspiracy theory about the JFK shooting?
Do you know? Do you? I mean, I don't know.
Well, you
wasn't
referenced
alive
it.
when the
I
JFK
didn't
shooting.
reference it.
No, I was referencing it to tell you a historical point about Operation Mockingbird. And
Right, so back to my original question. Do you think
Lee Harvey Oswald indisputably shot JFK. There's no disputing that. He's the one who did it. He did it because he was working as a Russian agent. His wife was actually a Russian agent. Again, he ordered the Carcano rifle. The bullets that they retrieved matched the ballistic markings of the rifle. The caliber matched perfectly. He was arrested. He admitted to the fucking crime. He fucking did it.
The term, hold on, can I just finish my thought? You're asking me questions and you're giving me 5 seconds to respond.
Well, no, you're not asking my question.
My point to answer you about the conspiracy theory before you're asking me about JFK getting shot.
You're giving me the history of conspiracy theories.
Oftentimes, what the media does, and I do believe that people watching the show are awake to this. This is why I'm very confident in this discussion of what I am telling them, is that they use this term conspiracy theory so that you don't question.
I am just confused about the war. Can you explain it for me? Why were 40,000 Palestinians killed and most of them civilians? Surely they could have just targeted Hamas without so many innocent casualties? What the fuck is Israel doing?
So the 40K figure comes from Euromed. I think the current estimate is 38,000, something like that. And the estimated Hamas casualties are between 8 and 14,000. That comes from the IDF and U.S. intelligence. So roughly, what would it be? 30,000 to about 25,000 civilians have been killed. Again, you can look at... The claim is being made that Israel's targeting civilians. There's no evidence that Israel's targeting civilians. I haven't seen a single fucking Israeli strike aside from maybe one incident where they accidentally struck aid caravan trucks where they engaged with a target that had no Hamas members around the area. So the claim that they're indiscriminately bombing is just complete and utter bullshit. The risk ratio for Hamas to civilian casualties is about, what is it, estimated at 47 right now? So that is highly, highly discriminatory against Hamas. The reason why there's so many civilian casualties is because Hamas uses human shields. They embed themselves in civilian infrastructure and around civilians. There's very few opportunities that the Israeli military has to target Hamas members where they're not around any civilians. So that's why. And if you compare it to other wars, the risk ratio of fighters killed versus civilians killed is highly discriminatory. It's not like, when you see America or some other country go to war, they kill so many fewer civilians. It's not outside of the norm where you'd look at the data and say, oh yeah, this is highly suggestive that the Israeli military is attacking civilians specifically. So that's just total bullshit. Thanks for the donation though, Confused.
In the narrative, and you just saw this with COVID.
Everybody,
you saw them calling everybody who said that the idea that
the term conspiracy theory was coined by the CIA because a CIA agent came up with a term to describe people who were coming up with conspiracy theories about the JFK assassination. It had nothing to do with a disinformation campaign to discredit people coming up with conspiracy theories. They just came up with that term to describe people coming up with conspiracy theories.
Shot was going to stop you from being able to transmit COVID was a lie. They were called conspiracy theorists, and then it was proven to be true.
Yes.
So if it wasn't happening so quickly that all of the conspiracy theories kept turning out to be true.
None of this was my question. I wasn't talking about COVID. I simply asked you, do you believe that you promote conspiracy theories?
No, I believe that I have the courage to actually talk about the truth.
So let me ask you about this.
The following is because
I have
said many things. Piers, let me finish.
Well, you've answered my question. You said no.
You have me on your show, and I'm answering, and you just keep cutting me off.
Well, no, you keep talking, hoping not to get a supplementary.
Well, Piers, if you want me to interview you, I'm happy to have you on my show.
I'd love that.
But the point of you being somebody that's interviewing is you ask a question and you allow your guest the time to answer.
But let me ask you.
Yeah, I would love to have you
on. I want to ask you specifically about something you've been promoting that I think is an outrageous conspiracy theory, very offensive, very wrong, and I think you've done it just for clout and clicks. Now, you can respond, but it's this question about the French First Lady, Brigitte Macron, who you keep saying is a man. You've produced zero evidence that she is a man. It's been deeply offensive to her husband, President Macron, to all of her family. You keep promoting it to millions of people that follow you, and I simply ask why. She's not a man, she's a woman.
I'm happy to answer the question. I think Brigitte Macron is a trans woman, and I think the fact that when Brigitte Macron... Okay.
Where's your evidence that she is?
Well, Piers, the thing is I'm not allowed...
She doesn't look trans. She looks like an old lady. Like, what would lead you to think she's trans? I mean, I can Google old lady. I mean, does Brigitte Macron, like, do old women just look trans? Does Brigitte Macron look any different than these people? Like, she looks like an old lady.
To speak after you ask me a question, so I don't really know what the purpose of this is anymore. You just seem to kind of be saying your own thoughts. So I'm just going to be silent here and allow you to monologue.
Where is your evidence that Brigitte Macron is transgender?
Well, I did an entire series talking about where this came from. And first and foremost, you're pretending that I'm the one that promulgated this. In fact, it was 3 journalists in France that worked on the story for 3 years. And they teamed up with genealogists and they came across, and it was absolutely fascinating. I read the entire report, and everybody watching this, rather than listen to Piers Morgan giving you a bunch of adjectives, ridiculous.
Let's see. Is Brigitte Macron trans? France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron, isn't trans. This rumor, first shared before France's 2022 presidential election, has now spread in the United States. For several years, rumors being spread in France and elsewhere that the country's First Lady, Brigitte Macron, was in fact a trans woman. On June 10th, 2024, in response to someone commenting on Macron's appearance as she came out of a voting booth during the European Union parliamentary elections, conservative American political commentator Candace Owens claimed she was a man. She looks like an old lady. The rumor began in April 2021, year before the 2022 French presidential election, in which incumbent President Emmanuel Macron ran successfully for a second term. It first appeared in French far-right publication named Facts and Documents, which purports to be a confidential newsletter. It requires a subscription, and its sole distribution format is paper. Known for its anti-Semitism and its conspiratorial theories, its writer is a man named Xavier Passard. That month, the publication hired Natasha Ray as a contributing writer for a story that claimed Brigitte Macron was born a man named Jean-Michel Trogneau. The same story alleged that before her transition, Brigitte Macron had her 3 children with a woman named Catherine Azure. According to the writers, Macron's former husband, André-Louis Azure, had never existed. Fates and Documents would go on to elaborate on the story in 6 other issues of the newsletter published into fall 2021, months before the election. Importantly, the allegations built on and revived a rumor that started in 2016 during Emmanuel Macron's first presidential campaign, claiming that he was gay. None of these rumors hold up under close scrutiny. The story that Brigitte Macron is trans, however, would not go viral until December 10th, 2021. On that day, Natasha Ray was invited to a live interview by YouTube personality and self-proclaimed psychic Amandine Roy, whose real name is Delphine Jeguse. In that 4-hour live video, Ray and Jegose discovered the rumor and its details, why the conversation garnered more than 450,000 views. It was ultimately taken down, and Emmanuel Macron was re-elected against the main contender, far-right candidate Marine Le Pen. Rumor arrives in... So basically, this is not a good, reputable newspaper. It's a far-right, like, really far-right newspaper that promotes Nazi propaganda. And they didn't hire on investigators or anything. They hired some fucking idiot to just run the story. Brigitte Macron's actual family tree. At a given point, I realized that they were subverting my genealogy, Brigitte Macron declared to a French radio station. They changed my family tree. It was fine for 3/4 of my family, but then we got to my brother, and I am my brother. They are messing with my parents' genealogy. It's impossible. Contradicting rumors, Brigitte Macron, née Trogneau, and Jean-Michel Trogneau are siblings. They are the two youngest of the 6 siblings. The family includes sister Annie Mervon, who died in 1960, and Monique, and the brother Jean-Claude, who died in 2018. Jean-Michel was still alive at the time of this writing. Macron's ex-husband was named Louis-André Azure. The two divorced in 2006 after 30 years of marriage, and he died December 24th, 2019 at 68. Together they had 3 children, Tiffany, Sebastian, and Lawrence. Catherine Azure, supposed mother of Brigitte Macron's children, also exists and lives in Normandy. Contrary to the allegations, she never had children. She is married to Jean-Louis Azure, the uncle of Brigitte Macron's late ex-husband. The way Brigitte Macron and her now husband, Emmanuel Macron, met was widely reported, including by Snopes. It happened in 1993 when she was a drama teacher and he was her 16-year-old high school junior student. The two became very close, and he swore at 17 years old that he would marry her, which he did in 2007. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Lawsuits. Agence France Presse reported in early 2022 that Macron, her brother, and her 3 children sued Rayan Jugaso for invasion of privacy and violation of personality rights, which protect a person's right to control the use of their identity, voice, likeness, name, and other identifiers. The lawsuit was dismissed in 2023 on the grounds that the complaint should have been for public defamation, according to AFP. In parallel, Brigitte Macron and her brother also pressed charges for public defamation. Criminal procedure was ongoing as of this writing. Another criminal procedure in Normandy, which was launched after Catherine Azure pressed charges, resulted in the conviction of Ray and Jigase, who were sentenced to a fine of 2,000 euros each. The judge also ruled that they should cover the legal expenses of Azure couple up to 3,000 euros for Catherine Azure and 2,000 euros for her husband. March 8th, 2024, Emmanuel Macron denied the rumor for the first time. His exchange with a journalist was caught on camera. Other baseless allegations of women being trans. Brigitte Macron is not the first. Yeah, Michelle Obama. Yeah, so literally no evidence whatsoever. She's fucking trans.
It's awful. I can't believe that she's saying this. Why don't you go pursue a primary source? Why don't you go find the articles that were written by the French journalists? Because this did not come from me. This came from French journalists. And while they were working,
yeah, journalists who were successfully sued for deliberately lying and spreading a false rumor.
What way of eating would you recommend for full-blown diabetes type 2?
I don't know, dude. Maybe you should just consult a dietitian. But I would avoid high saturated fat foods. So that would particularly include things like butter, cheese, red meat. Those are the most diabetes causing foods that reduce insulin sensitivity, and I would eat a plant-based diet, low in saturated fat. You might want to moderate your carbohydrate intake due to blood sugar spikes, but I would consult a dietitian. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Let me finish a statement, Piers. Okay. While they were working on this piece, the Macrons sent their secret service to interrupt this. This is not a normal thing that you do when somebody's about to publish a lie. You would just say it's ridiculous, publish it, and we'll dispute it. They sent the secret service to intimidate these journalists. They took their phones, they held them, they wanted to know everyone who was working on the piece, and what they uncovered was absolutely fascinating. What they uncovered was the fact that Brigitte Macron...
They didn't uncover anything. They lied about her genealogy.
Who alleges that the person that they are saying is her is actually her brother, who's never been seen and who they never produced. That Brigitte Macron lived as a man for 30 years and then transitioned at the age of 30. So he's trying to tell you this is...
He died in 1968.
Crazy, this is wacky. Why don't you just go pursue a primary source?
Well,
I'm not the primary source. It would be very easy to dispute this. All Brigitte Macron would have to do is produce a single
They did dispute this and they successfully sued them.
Photo of her in the first 30 years of her life, or to go on a little walk with her brother, who she alleges that she is not. She refuses to do either. She's suing
her brother's dead.
People, and the one photo that they keep producing is a photo of her.
How is she going to have a walk with her brother when he's dead?
Her daughter to phone that has been photoshopped.
Let me get a word in, please. Brigitte Macron, as you know, has a libel trial against Natasha Ray, who made the claims that the French First Lady was born a man called Jean-Michel Trogneux. It's due to take place imminently, and we will get to the bottom of this. And I'll bet you, why don't we have like £100,000 bet that it establishes beyond any doubt, to a charity of your choice and mine, $100,000, make it dollars, right now, that it is established beyond any doubt that she was born a woman. Do you accept that bet?
I just want to be very clear. If you are asking me after we have just seen these Trump trials
do you
that you and I are going to place...
Candace?
Whoa, no.
Oh my God.
I just want this nigger bitch to drain my balls and cook me food.
All right, well, I don't think that's happening, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Stop cutting me off after you ask me a question. It's
do
really
you accept
just
the bet?
Just
the question was, do you accept the bet?
I am answering your question, but I am allowed to answer your question, Piers. After we have just seen these trials with Trump, if you're asking me to wage a bet on the basis of what happens in a trial and in a courtroom, the state versus some journalists, you are out of your mind if you think that would be the wager.
Okay, again, I don't know how the fuck you think somebody just wins in court. Like, you have to provide evidence. So, oh my God, dude.
So
Like, by the way, Hunter Biden was prosecuted on all 3 charges. So where's the evidence of political bias in like the courtroom?
I'll do it to you this way. Piers, you've got a team of journalists. Can you just simply find, she claims that the person that they found is actually her brother. Do you mind just finding me?
He died. He's dead. Like, it's insane.
Some photos of Brigitte Macron growing up for the first 30 years of her life. Could you find, and we can make it shorter, I'll give you the $100,000. Could you just find her brother, who she claims all the photos that they found of Jean-Michel Trogneau?
Yeah, sure. Dig up his body in a cemetery.
Brother, she says, that's actually my brother. Okay, great. Could you just find a photo and make it easier? We don't have to wait for a trial to finish. Just find a photo
So even
and
though
produce it. You and I can do it live on Twitter. You're going to say, this is the photo that I have found of Brigitte Macron.
Let me
and I'll say,
respond.
oh, you $100,000.
So even though
All right. I'd take that bet. Like,
in February 2023, a French court convicted 2 women of libel for spreading the transphobic rumours because it was untrue, even though she's suing again against the people who originally made these claims. Even if all this comes back and says it's complete lies, you just say, well, it's the legal system. So there's actually no way of ever disproving.
I don't need a legal. I'm saying we don't need a legal
There's no
system.
way of
I'm saying we just need a photo.
Is there?
Piers. We just need a photo. I just told you how to disprove it. Just a photo.
Oh, yeah.
30
I
years
can
of
imagine
life
if
and
they
a brother.
produce one, what you would say. Well, it's a fake. It's a fake.
No,
It's what
no.
conspiracy theories do, Candace.
like, I mean, when is she claiming Brigitte Macron transitioned? Like, she's asking for a photo of when she was a child. I mean, there you go. There you go. Like, what does she want? Do I get $100,000 now from Candace Owens? Like, okay, there you go. There's a photo of her when she's like really young. Do I need to find a naked childhood photo where her like fucking 5-year-old pussy is showing? Like, this is just insane.
Okay, so Piers,
I don't believe for a moment.
Do you realize how
I don't
extraordinary
believe
the
for a
conspiracy
moment
theory
you
is
think
that it's
Brigitte
plausible
Macron is a man.
that a first lady of the French state is incapable of simply producing photos of her for the first 30 years of her life where she allegedly had 3 kids. That's the conspiracy.
So you're saying all her children...
It's so easy. It's such a dumb thing. It's so easy to debunk.
Who had her
then
children?
Just do it, Piers.
If she was born a man, who had her kids? Who gave birth to them?
Their research from the genealogists and the journalists that worked on this for 3 years is that she actually fathered her children.
She fathered her children.
Mm-hmm.
Even as you say...
Again, where's the evidence of this? You can track down the birth certificates. She's listed as the mother. Like,
say that, you know it's complete nonsense.
No, I actually think it's a complete nonsense to not just present something as simple as a photo of yourself for the first 30 years of your life. So no matter how many times, no matter how many adjectives
you can look it up on Google. I just did it. Like, that's the easiest bet to win. And Candace Owens would just say, how do I know that's Brigitte Macron? She looks totally different. Wow, really? A fucking woman in her fucking 60s is gonna look different when she's 5? Like, this is just retarded.
There are literally 3
children. It's a very
children
easy thing. Like, if I have 3 kids. If you said to me, Candace, I believe you didn't live for the first 30 years, I would just give you 80,000 pictures of me and call you completely insane. I wouldn't sue you because it's ridiculous.
Why should Brigitte Macron have to do anything?
Because it takes less time to show some photos of yourself than it does to sue journalists in courts and to have the Secret Service go after them.
Because I do think
when they're working, she's not acting like she has nothing to hide.
Yeah, but see, Candace, here's the problem. You see, I think
also we know that Emmanuel Macron is also a gay man, according to the person who came out right when he was elected and said that he was sleeping with Macron in all those articles.
I guess Barack Obama is a gay meth addict then, because that one guy fucking came out and said that. Like, by the way, if Candace Owens thinks that a mere accusation proves anything, then does she support the E. Jean Carroll case? Like, E. Jean Carroll said Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. So does she side with E. Jean Carroll now because E. Jean Carroll claimed Donald Trump sexually assaulted her? Like, if this is her standard, that you just make the claim, then it's true, then I guess she thinks Donald Trump is a rapist.
Which lends more plausibility. And beyond the fact whether you think she's a man or not, do you not think the story is weird of the age difference, like hitting on a 14-year-old little boy that you go to school? So there's perversion there.
Assume we've achieved total world vegan domination under a one world vegan gov. How far into the killing carnivores thing do we really have to go? Some of them are cool, can't there just be the realm created by us to protect sentience, and then the wild?
I don't understand what you're asking me. You're gonna have to rephrase that question because it made no sense. Thanks for the donation, Hitler.
It's sick. The French people have been outraged by this.
I do think that's weird. Yes, I do.
Yes, so there's some weird perversion going on in that relationship. We know
she is
Emmanuel
not a
Macron.
man.
Can you react to the Cosmic Skeptic versus Dinesh D'Souza at some time?
Let me see. Oh, wait. Maybe. We'll see. Thanks for that donation, goddammit.
Had affairs with men. We
Not a
know
man,
that we
never
can't
been a
trace
man,
Brigitte Macron
gave
for the
birth to
first 30
kids.
years of her life.
Yeah.
It seems pretty simple to just come out and say, like,
But here's
there's
the problem,
something weird
Candace.
happening in that relationship.
Candace, here's the problem. You see, I do think you're a smart person. I do think you're a compelling talker.
She's retarded. Don't flatter her.
I understand why you have a big following. And you make a lot of interesting points about all sorts of issues, right? I do genuinely believe that. But when you set your stall, you actually said here, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. You tweeted that in March. That's the problem. In that second, with that statement, your entire professional reputation goes up in smoke because it's a complete
Piers, you
load
have
of
not
bullshit.
disproven anything. You have an entire. You're just using adjectives here.
All right, Joe
Just so you know,
Biden's a woman. Show me the proof he's
we
not.
We are living in.
Show me the proof Joe
post-
Biden's not a woman.
Excuse me.
Show me
that
the
would be
proof Donald Trump isn't
there's
transgender.
tons of photos of Joe Biden growing
I think
up.
I think
There's
Donald
tons.
Trump was born a woman. Show me the proof.
Okay, there are tons of photos of Trump 20 years ago on Oprah. What are you saying? That's why I'm saying it's
I'm
this
saying
easy.
you don't
it's a
believe
nonsense
this.
that
You've
all
just
you
done
have,
it. You've just done it to run riot with a conspiracy theory.
Okay, you can keep saying conspiracy theory. Just know that we're living in this post-mainstream media world, so it's not going to discount my people are not going to stop listening to me. In fact, what's going to happen on the basis of this interview is more people are going to go pursue the primary source and read the report of these three journalists that have been harassed by the state of France.
They do.
Stop cutting me off. Exactly, because they cannot trust people like you to just keep calling everything conspiracy theories. It doesn't.
Okay.
It's not going to impact my platform whatsoever. In fact, while you were peddling conspiracy theories, whether that be BLM or COVID, I was the person that was telling them the opposite, and those things turned out to be true. So what's actually happened is that I have built up a repertoire, someone that they can trust. Because
Retard, I'm asking you if we need to nuke the oceans 'cause all the piranhas, and if we gotta cock block the wolves in every corner of the planet from slamming down on some rabbit.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the best course of action would be necessarily. Thanks for the donation, Hitler.
Because they know that I don't just say what the state wants me to say, and that I'm willing to question things. What I have said on my platform multiple times is I'm willing to say that this report has been disputed. It just simply hasn't been yet. All they keep doing is showing a picture of Tafan, Brigitte's daughter, and recolorized in black and white, and going, "Oh no, this is her as a kid."
And as a mother,
it's 30
Okay, there you go. So you can even show her photographic proof and she'll deny it. She's just going to say it's somebody else.
years of living. Just show a photo of yourself. We don't need to be debating it. Just show a photo of yourself.
And as a mother yourself, you have no qualms about the hurt that you're causing her kids with this kind of claptrap.
I mean, eye roll. Please stop with the sensitivity. You've decided that you want to lead a country, okay? Honesty is demanded. More journalists should be prodding into the story internationally to see what's actually going on here, because at best, you have a perverted story that, in my view, leads way too closely into pedophilia. Just a story of how they got together is weird. You have a allegedly gay man, the person who's had gay affairs with him has spoken out, talked about the drugs that he has done with Macron, and you have these two people who are utterly demented leading the state of France. So like I'm not going to sit here and go into, but you're a mommy, don't you care, Candace, about how she's feeling? No, it's perverted. At best, Brigitte Macron is a pervert.
Let's move to Sean Diddy Combs, because you seem to be under the belief that the reason he is not in jail, you said in March, is because he's a Fed CIA asset. Kanye tried to tell everybody. Do you still believe that?
Well, I was just reading the actual court documents of what's being filed against him, and so I'm following the case.
But do you believe he's a Fed CIA asset?
Well, as I've said on my show, if what is in that case, which seemed very compelling because they had pictures and evidence and they were able to show when he shot someone, and they told the particular person that cleans up that you're supposed to call, that's in the LAPD, that allows him to shoot people in broad daylight, allegedly. I'm just saying allegedly because this case is still moving through the system. Plus, obviously, you saw the video that circulated of him openly beating Cassie, his ex-girlfriend, and the fact that this man is doing all of these things. The person filing the lawsuit produced photos of somebody that he had allegedly shot and gave the name of the person at the LAPD that cleaned it up and showed that the media had covered it. Yeah, that would definitely lead me to believe that Diddy is being protected, because most people can't shoot somebody in broad daylight and beat their wife.
But just to be clear,
Dodo Donny Tellers, who do you think the best debater in the world is/was in terms of ability to sway an audience and make the opponent look bad, or just in general? Ben Shapiro, Hamsden, neither of them are the best debaters in the world. The best debater I know personally would have to be Avi, but again, everybody has their own sort of domain when it comes to debating. So certain people are better at debating certain topics. I don't know who the best debater would be. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Retard, you're supposed to know everything. Figure it out. I can't write this grand plan alone.
Okay, I'll try to do that. Thanks for the donation, Hitler.
They're both at a hotel.
But again, you have no evidence that he is a Fed or CIA
No,
asset.
I'm not the one filing the lawsuit.
No,
So I just read the lawsuit.
You have no evidence, do you? I mean, when you state it as fact, he's not in jail because
What do you
he's
mean
a Fed
fact?
CIA
I
asset.
covered the lawsuit. What are you protecting right now? It's an open lawsuit that anybody can go read with the photos established. So I'm covering it, and I am
Well, you're not
putting
covering
two and two
it. You're
together and
making-
going, this
you're not
lawsuit,
covering-
this
no.
lawsuit which has been filed
No, you're
with
not
a
covering-
ton of
but
proof and
that's-
evidence.
Again, you're being disingenuous because actually you're stating it as fact.
No, what I'm telling people
In the same way you
is,
say, I state my...
You know what? I think I'm going to make a video spreading a conspiracy theory that Candace Owens is a man. I think that'd be a funny video.
My entire reputation, Brigitte Macron's a man. You also stated as fact, nothing from a lawsuit. You just said he's not in jail, you tweeted, because he's a Fed CIA asset. Kanye tried to tell everybody.
Have you read the lawsuit? Because it seems like you haven't, obviously.
But that's your statement.
No. Did you read the lawsuit? That's the first thing, because we can skip the hyperbole. Did you read the lawsuit?
I'm asking you.
Okay, then we're not going to talk about this topic because you're
We
pretending
are,
these
because you
statements
made a statement,
are
didn't-
starting with me.
I'm not talking about what's in the lawsuit.
If you have not read the lawsuit that was
I'm
filed
not
with all of
talking
the
about a
evidence and the
lawsuit.
pictures and the proof.
Right.
No, that it's all about the lawsuit. You can't say I'm not talking about the lawsuit that had
So
all
just
the
to be
proof
clear,
in it and then
okay.
say you have no evidence.
Just to be clear, you just said that you...
Do you think Candace and Crowder smashed? No, because one, Crowder's gay, and two, he hates black people, so there's no chance.
Wouldn't believe anything from the legal cases which establish Brigitte Macron is not a man. But you're racing to believe this wild conspiracy theory about Diddy being a Fed CIA asset because you saw it in a lawsuit.
Okay.
Do you see the slight inconsistency there?
No. If you have not been following, it's very obvious because there's nobody that's
so you
following
believe
this lawsuit
what's in that lawsuit, but you don't believe.
Piers, am I going to be able to answer your question? This lawsuit that was filed, had pictures, pictorial evidence all throughout. They also showed you a log of the 911 calls.
Right.
It showed you what the media had reported on and what he actually saw. This was not like your average, we're debating whether or not you said this in a lawsuit 20 years ago, and it's my word versus your word. As I said, if you have not actually read the lawsuit and you're just going to do the thing where you call everything a conspiracy theory, I'm bored. Let's move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Dodo donated $2. Is there any cool games coming out that you want to play that are like Life is Strange or games that fuck with your mind a little bit that you're going to play? I'm bored of you watching you play COD. Well, the DLC for Alan Wake came out, so I'm going to play that soon, and they're making a sequel to Life is Strange. I think they're calling it Life is Strange Double Exposure. So I'll definitely play that, and it looks really good. So I'm definitely going to play that game. I think they're also releasing the One Dark Pictures anthology game on PC soon. The one with the Wendigos, so I'll play through that again. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Felice Johnson donated $2. Let me see. Well, that's a good butt. Thanks for the donation, Felice Johnson.
But everyone should read that lawsuit in its entirety.
That's fine.
Because it's absolutely fascinating. And it does.
Okay.
And also, of course, what's going on with Cassie, the lawsuit that she filed against him, and then dismissed the lawsuit. There is a lot going on with Diddy right now. And like I said, the majority of people who have read the lawsuit are aware of this. So it's like talking about Jeffrey Epstein at this point. It's a very interesting lawsuit, and I am following it and reporting on it. But you seem to be doing this thing where when I report on things that are happening, you pretend like I am the primary source. Like the journalist worked on this for 3 years. I'm not going to say what the journalist said or how they got to this conclusion. But Candace tweeted about it, and how could she tweet it? Oh, this guy filed the lawsuit with pictures. I didn't actually read the lawsuit with the pictures, but I'm pretending that Candace's Twitter was the source for this lawsuit. It's kind of a nonsense.
Here's the difference between me and you. I've actually been a reporter for many, many years. You never have. So when you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal filing and then do a tweet which states as fact in their own words, he's not in jail because he's a Fed CIA asset. Can you try to tell everyone? That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter. I am.
Well,
damn, she got fucking burned.
Now we've arrived at your professionality. I guess, Piers, tell me more. What school did you go to? Tell me more.
I went to Harlow Journalism College in Essex in England.
Well, then we better listen to you guys. You heard him. We got to trust the experts. And Piers has been a reporter, and he went to a journalistic law school. And therefore, whatever conclusions he makes are.
That's not what he's saying. He's not saying he's right because he's a reporter. He's saying you're wrong because you're stating a personal opinion and not a matter of fact. Like, what a fucking idiot.
The professional and the correct ones. And you should definitely listen to Piers Morgan.
I do know the difference between reporting on a lawsuit where you're one removed from the contents of a lawsuit and stating something as fact. But I don't think you do because you've never actually been a reporter. That's my point.
Ooh, burn. You got me. You go, girlfriend.
Let's talk about Ukraine. I don't understand why conservatives in America, a number of conservatives, not all, why so many conservatives seem so determined to let Vladimir Putin rampage his way into sovereign democratic European countries and take them, and why that would be in America's national interest. Explain.
Yeah. So it's pretty obvious that it's just a money laundering operation. It's very obvious that we have been lied to about what's been going on.
Oh, what a moron. Okay, she doesn't understand how money is being given to Ukraine. Ukraine isn't just being given, $60 billion. They're giving weapons that amount to $60 billion. So it's not money laundering. I don't even know what she means by money laundering. She probably doesn't even understand what money laundering is. So do you understand when you're laundering money, you're exchanging dirty money for clean money? What dirty money are they laundering? Like, this is coming from the US government. Like, oh, we need to get tax money and change it into non-tax money for some she doesn't even know what money laundering is. Dodo donated $2. I had no idea about the Life is Strange sequel or that Alan Wake 2 DLC came out. When are you going to play? Also, Stoned Magician in chat. Alan Wake 2 was not boring or a letdown. What the fuck are you talking about? A lot of people had expectations for the game that were different. I think they're expecting it to be like Resident Evil 4, but I kind of knew it was going to be more of a story-driven psychological horror type thing. I'm going to play the Alan Wake 2 DLC soon. I might play it tomorrow. Whatchamacall, they came out with the trailer for the new Life is Strange. Life is Strange double exposure.
I swore I'd never use my power again. But 2 nights ago, I found my friend's body in the woods. I don't know who I can trust, or who trusts me. But my friend Safi is dead. So why can I still hear her voice? Focusing my power, I somehow shifted into a parallel timeline. Here, Safi is still alive, but danger stalks our every step. And only I can investigate both realities. Hang on. Parallel world? It's the same as this one, except you're dead. I can still save Safi. If I can solve and prevent the same murder across 2 timelines.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Less is more donated $2. What the fuck is this interview all about? I'm lost. Make that video about her, but at the end, finish it with just kidding so you don't get sued. I don't think I'm going to do that. Also, have you seen this? Let's fucking go. Can't wait. Let me see. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. I'm fucking getting this. Thanks for the donation. Less is more.
Going on in that region for a very long time. Ukraine has always notoriously been a laundromat for America. And I'm sure you may recall, since you seem to be an avid follower of my tweets, where I pointed out that even the New York Times was talking about how corrupt Zelensky was just a couple of years before the war. They were describing him as a corrupt oligarch.
That wasn't my question.
He's now suspended elections. He's shut down churches, okay? He is
Nah, I'm not really into boxing games.
conscripting young Christian men to their deaths in a region where Christian men have
None of
been
this was my
conscripted to their
question,
deaths many
Candace.
times. I'm just not answering it quickly enough for you, Piers. So
Well,
go
why
ahead
do you
and
want
cut me off.
Putin to win?
No, but you are pretending that it's because we want Putin to win.
Well, that's the
truth is,
consequence of not helping Ukraine.
it's not about
Wouldn't be surprised if she thinks money laundering is money you give to do your laundry and is understandably confused why there are still pictures of Ukrainian people in dirty clothes, hence her disapproval in USA's investment into the war.
Yeah, I mean, she is that stupid. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
about wanting Putin to win. It's about realizing that trying to tell us that this person is worse than this person is a nonsense. We do not support the war for a ton of reasons, because it's money laundering, because it's killing Christians, and because we don't have.
Like, what? Oh, my God. It's just psychotic.
I understand. You made it clear. So why do you
It
want
doesn't
Putin?
make you pro.
What? Well,
no,
it does.
That doesn't make you pro Putin. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you don't support Ukraine, you support Putin.
No,
Who
you're
do you
just
want to win the war
creating
then?
this- Pardon?
Who do you want to win the war? Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I don't really view this regional issue
So it's a
that's
war,
going on
Candace.
between
One of them's
Ukraine and
gonna
Russia
win.
as something that I need to involve myself in and be rooting one way or the other. I don't want Zelensky to win. I don't want Putin to win. I do not believe that Zelensky is less corrupt than Putin. Just to be
Yeah, so let's see. Putin has stolen billions of dollars from public taxes, most of which has been taken out of pension funds and the healthcare system. He has a gigantic fucking mega palace built for him. He's assassinated political rivals using polonium. Has Zelensky stolen billions of dollars to make his own personal palace? Has he assassinated political rivals? I don't know. I think Zelensky might be less corrupt than Putin.
clear.
Don't be so
I think
ridiculous.
Zelensky. I believe Zelensky is just as corrupt. I believe
No,
he
you
is
don't.
a criminal.
You
I
don't.
am watching videos of him dragging Christian men with crosses around their neck to their death. He sickens me. He is the person that is taking billions of dollars away from us. It's magically all being lost. They just don't know where all this money is going to. I find him to be absolutely despicable. And that's
So, Candace, you can't reuse artillery shells. So if an artillery shell costs, $1,000, that's where that money goes. It gets used and it needs to be replenished.
That's my answer to
you
your
would
question.
rather Putin wins.
You cannot like the answer, but I'm giving it to you.
No,
I
it's
think
fine.
he's
If that's your honest opinion, it's fine. But by the absolute process of elimination, that means you want Putin to win then?
No, I just don't want to be involved in their conflict. I hope
At
they
all.
both lose.
So America would no longer be involved.
I hope it just stops. I hope they both lose.
You hope they both. Well, how do they both
There's no way for them to both lose.
lose a war?
Just put down your arms and say the war's over.
That's never going to happen.
That's
Complete
not
pie in the sky.
I'm just telling you, you're not going to make me feel that it's an either or and that I have
And if
to
China
root
invades
for
Taiwan
Zelensky because he's a war criminal.
And if Russia does win in Ukraine and China feels emboldened by America's failure to help it properly, that it then invades Taiwan, would you want to get involved in that? Would you be happy for Taiwan to go under as well?
Well, just to be clear, there's tons of reasons to think that America's weak. You don't need Ukraine and what's happening in Russia to believe that.
But that wasn't my
America is
question.
Weak. So, but you're pretending that if this doesn't happen, then this might happen, which is ridiculous, because if you thought America was
I think
weak,
it's
all you
quite
do is look at
logical,
what
actually,
happened
to
in
think that China
Afghanistan.
is watching this thinking, yeah, you know what, maybe America's not up for the fight anymore, because even Americans...
Well, I don't know. I think they could have probably deduced that from the way that we pulled out of Afghanistan.
I agree with
I don't think
that.
they need to look at Ukraine.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with,
we
I
are
agree
weak
with
right now. The West is weak right now. And we're weak because we have men that are acting like women. We have journalists that don't have the strength to call out the truth, and they're
Guess what? We have men acting like women. Let's see. Chinese cross-dressers. Oh, America has fucking men who act like women. Yeah, this isn't just an American phenomena. Guess what? There are trans women, femboys, cross-dressers, sissies, trannies, whatever you want to call them, all over the world, and China actually has quite a few of them. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of Asian men who make pretty women. What the fuck?
calling everything a conspiracy theory. We have women who are no longer leading their households, women who are fearful of standing up for their children, the things that they know that are right or wrong for fear of being called a name. And we need to return to a time where people are guided by faith and by God and not...
Oh, I see. People are worried about being called names. That's why Xi Jinping banned Winnie the Pooh in China after people were calling him Winnie the Pooh. Who's afraid of being called names here?
By governments and the media institutions. We are weak. The West is failing. The West is falling. And the only way that we're going to be able to change...
Yeah, the West is falling. We have a record-breaking economy. Our economy is booming. The U.S. military budget is higher than it's ever been. The American military is more powerful than it ever was, but... Oh, the West is failing. I saw a tranny on the internet. I saw a guy dressed as in girls' clothes. The West is failing. What a fucking idiot. Like, by the way, her husband's a fucking twink. This is Candace Owens' husband. This guy is a fucking twink. He looks like more of a bitch than Robert Pattinson. This guy can't do a fucking single push-up. And then she's saying, oh, the West is failing. You're literally dating a fucking white boy bitch. Like, holy fuck, this is the type of guy that you'd fucking see in a cuckold video, watching his wife get pounded by fucking 10 black dudes.
Change that is if we start looking through things through an appropriate lens, right? The truth is that we lost the minute we turned away from faith and the minute that we turned away from God. That is my belief. And I don't put faith in institutions. I just don't. So I'm done with the military-industrial complex. I don't want to support Ukraine. I don't want to support Israel. I don't want to support any of it. I want to support my family. And that is where everything begins, at home and in church.
What would you have done? Okay, what would you have done in World War II when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor?
Well, Piers, that's a very interesting, loaded question, and we're going to have to get to it another day because I'm actually covering that next week on my show, and I don't want to give anything away.
Oh, a little tease. Two last people I want to talk to you about quickly. Taylor Swift is over here in the UK at the moment on her Eras tour. I will be attending with my 12-year-old daughter in a couple of weeks, one of her shows. I'm a big Swiftie fan. I think she's a great role model, actually, a brilliant talent, amazing businesswoman, generating billions of dollars, conquering the world of entertainment. You think she's a toxic feminist. If you've seen what she's ever done in business, how she tries to manipulate her audiences to get out of deals and contracts, she's totally insane. She's the most toxic feminist that's ever existed. Do you stand by that?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You think Taylor Swift is the most toxic feminist ever?
Well, do you want to talk about what she did to Scooter Braun? Because it was pretty horrific.
I think he's awful.
You know?
From my personal
You think
experience.
he's awful, and
Awful
but
little
she
rat
completely
from my
lied to her
experience, yeah.
fans. First off, Taylor Swift is cosplaying a 15-year-old. She's 34 years old, shrewd businesswoman. She's the same age as me. We're born in the same year. She's gonna be 35.
That's
Actually,
young.
she'll be 35 in a couple of months.
You're young,
okay?
Candace.
So, yes, sure, but she's cosplaying a 15-year-old. So when Taylor Swift wants to get something done in the business,
she does not act like a 15-year-old. So, how many 15-year-olds look like Taylor Swift or dress like her? Like what?
this world, what she does, that she jumps on Tumblr and she manipulates a bunch of 15-year-olds into believing, I wrote these songs on my floor, and Scooter Braun, the evil man, is trying to take them from me. The reality, her dad owned 15% of the company. Her dad, therefore, was aware that the business was being sold. Her dad signed the deals. If Taylor Swift wasn't the most famous woman in the entire world, she would just be wealthy, because she comes from a very good background. She didn't get into some deal where she was taken advantage of. Her dad just didn't think she was going to be as big as she was. Scooter Braun simply bought a company and inherited her masters as a result of that. Her 15-year-old fans don't understand the way that contracts work.
Well, she had the
and
last
so they went
laugh.
out
She
and
went
they
and did, she
rioted
went
and
and
they
did new
threatened
versions
to kill,
of them.
stop, I'm not done. They threatened to kill Scooter Braun and his children. He publicly pleaded with her to please tell her fans to stop. He said, come to the table, let's talk. I please tell your fans. And she didn't do it. She didn't do it because she wanted out of her contract, right? So when you get to the level that you are willing to allow children to be harmed in order to get what you want, you are not a feminist icon. That's for me. But I want you and your daughter to enjoy the show. I hope you shake and post things on your Instagram. I'd love to see Piers twerking about her 39
You want to see
relationship.
me
It's gonna be
twerking?
great.
I'll twerk for
But
you.
you're not going to turn me into a Taylor Swift fan, because I think even the way she talks is manipulative. She talks like this to her fans. You're a 35-year-old.
You should join a server right now. Their discussion on Palestine/Israel rambling on VC.
Let me take a look.
In that course. And I actually, you know, I've talked to you before about this, but when you actually read the philosophy here, like I think a lot of the people who ramble about, you know, like critical race theory, indoctrinating children or something, haven't actually been made to like read this stuff. I haven't read a lot of it or anything, but you know, I spent like that semester reading a bunch of it, so you know, I got exposed to a chunk of it. My biggest problem so far with that kind of philosophy, I mean, like you can talk about, I think I've talked to you about this. You can talk about the like, you know, the normative attitude that instills in people and whether those are like toxic or like, you know, like corrosive to society in some way or another. But my biggest problem with course like that was really just like about a lack of rigor, honestly. Like it's very different and like analytic
Well, that's what
philosophy.
I'm trying to say. I'm trying to like one thing that's what I mean by like, you know, academia, quote unquote, because they're basically developing these pseudo analogs in academia, but it just lacks the academic. It also happens to lack the academic rigor, and I suspect the reason for that is because there's really just nothing academic there. It's really just politics.
I wish I could have read you some of the excerpts from this course. I've sent you a few of them before, I think.
Yes, you have. No, it reads like continental philosophy.
Yeah, I should dig one up. Like here, maybe you talk for a minute. I'm gonna see if I can dig one up so people can think about it.
No, it's just
I
like
want
the
them to have an
way-
example.
Yeah, it's the issue is it reads like continental philosophy. The way that they set, the way that they communicate, and the way that they write in quote unquote their academia, it's not. It's almost as like someone is trying to communicate in this sort of abstract poetry or something, where you know if you where you have to like spend an hour on each paragraph to even understand what the fuck they're saying. If you get that lucky. It's almost as like their objective to communicate is not even to like try to convey a clear point to the reader. It's just to like it just has this vague collection of loosely related concepts. I don't even know if there's anything there that is clear that they are even trying to convey. I don't think they're even clear about what their point is, actually. So either they have a point and they're trying to convey it, and they're doing it in a completely wonky way, or they just don't have any clear position, and that explains how unclear their communication is. I don't know.
Here, I found one here. I don't know if this is going to be a great example or not, but I'll read it. Copy image. Maybe I can post it in chat. The introductory chapter began by making two broad claims. First, I claimed that since 1969, we have witnessed the modus operandi of colonial power relations in Canada shift from a more or less unconcealed structure of domination to form a colonial governance that works through the medium of state recognition and accommodation. And second, I claim that regardless of this shift, Canadian settler colonialism remains structurally oriented around achieving the same power effect it sought in the pre-1969 period: dispossession of Indigenous peoples and their lands and self-determining authority. This chapter further develops my first claim by providing a theoretical account of how the politics of recognition has come to serve the interests of colonial powers in the ways that it has. It is to this question, I claim, that Fanon provides a strikingly perceptive answer. In situations where colonial rule does not depend solely on the exercise of state violence, its reproduction instead rests on the ability to entice Indigenous peoples to identify, either implicitly or explicitly, with profoundly asymmetrical and non-reciprocal forms of recognition, either imposed on or granted them by the settler state and society. Okay, so it turns out this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, actually. So this was like the best quote I could have pulled. But yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah,
or
I
do you
mean,
want me to,
this
sure.
either has nothing to find behind it, or if there is some clear position and a clear inference that's spelled out for it, it's going to take a reader an enormous amount of mental RAM and time to extract whatever the fuck that is from this text.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel. But so this is the thing. Like the prof ed for this course was very nice. I actually really liked her as a person. She was great, and she was very fair. Like she does this stuff at like she has her PhD in this kind of philosophy. But it is very different than talking to a professor who's like an analytic philosopher, right? Like if you would bring up stuff that is I think like pretty well understood generally, even just among like probably debaters on like Discord and stuff, like around all the different normative theories like deontology, utilitarianism, or like threshold deontology, or like the different tiers of ethics like meta, normative, and applied. Like this is stuff that I think even in a lot of these internet spaces is near the status of like basic knowledge. And yeah, those kind of things are like not the sort of stuff that people in like post-colonial feminist philosophy are going to be like they're not going to know those concepts. They're going to have they have all their own concepts. They have this whole panoply of stuff, but yeah, it's totally different. They don't, it's like you would think that there would be like you put two philosophers together and they both have this like shared bedrock, but the level of separation in their knowledge bases is actually like shocking. Like they're very, very different kinds of things that you're doing in these different branches of philosophy, to a point that you can't expect that much like shared foundation, or even like not much convergence around like approach to philosophy. Yeah, just totally different worlds.
Yeah, and the point is that one world is better.
Well, that's the whole thing. I certainly have a huge preference for one over the other.
I think a lot of this
Yeah.
left-wing social justice warrior bullshit is just a way of radicalizing people to try to take down institutions that they just don't like, or even specific people.
You think that's the explicit intention behind it? You think that's what like motivates the person who wrote this stuff?
Maybe not that person in particular, but I've just seen that sort of shit weaponized by so many people in that space that, yeah, I think there's a lot of people in that academic space that are doing that for that specific intention.
Yeah, I think there are people who are actually crazy racists. So I don't like disagree with that.
Here's
do
a
think
genuine
that,
question, actually.
well,
Do you
can
know
I
when
say
this
one
was?
thing before
Oh yeah, sure, sure,
just
sure.
before, because I want to make this point. I do think, and I don't think you disagree with this, Richard, but I think a lot of it is also just that like these people are just in this realm. Like if a lot of people don't question the authorities and the structures around them. Not everyone's going to do that, even in philosophy, right? So if you grow, if you like, you build your whole philosophical mind inside this milieu of philosophy, a lot of what you can do can just be learning the customs and learning the like the way to speak in this kind of philosophy and stuff. And like it can kind of be like a emperor's new clothes kind of thing, where you're really learning to like regurgitate certain like word patterns and stuff, but you're never like really explicitly like a racist. You've just gotten sucked into like this
Yeah.
weird like intellectual rabbit hole. I think
There's
that's also the case
certainly
with some people.
that is certainly the case for some people, but like you see this sort of shit being weaponized in the Israeli-Palestine, debate. You hear these terms like settler colonialism and shit. It's basically like crypto-fascism. I've seen so many crypto-fascists, engage with these buzzwords and come from these communities, and they're weaponizing it to attack just Jews as a whole. Like, I think that's
Yeah,
what I think that's just the root of all of this. It's just like a form of crypto-fascism.
Well, okay, and I haven't forgotten you want to say something, Avi, but yeah, I think like okay, so when you say it gets weaponized, that I agree with. Yeah, I think that I mean we've all seen the way that stuff like this gets weaponized. Yeah, and I guess the only other point that I was saying is just there's people who like I mean just like the prof for this course. There's absolutely no way she's a racist. There's no way she wants to like prey on white people or anything. I just think she has a bunch of ideas that are like wrong or like bad, but I think she actually has really good intentions and is really nice. So yeah, there's people like that. There are people who are actually just crazy, insane racists. And yeah, I definitely also agree that there's people who weaponize the kind of stuff coming out of philosophy. I've seen that for sure. Yeah. Avi, you say you want to ask something also?
Yeah. Do you know when this thing that you read was like actually published? By any
Oh, I
chance?
feel like this was since the 90s, but I can check.
Well,
Who's
I
this?
was
This is
just wondering if
Charles
like
something, right?
I was wondering if it was more recent than that, because one thing I was thinking like maybe a professor just felt pressure to publish and actually used like Chat GPT or something.
No, no, it's not ChatGPT.
Because it reads like that. Like it reads like
Yeah.
something like that would be generated from like some Chat GPT grok or some shit.
I want to know what you guys think about like I'm curious for both your takes on this actually. So when you read like when I read into certain parts of this, especially at the end, like it actually made me laugh trying to read it. Like try to get your head around one of these. So I want to hear your take on this. Annan provides a strikingly perceptive answer. In situations where colonial rule does not depend solely on the exercise of state violence, its reproduction instead rests on the ability to entice indigenous people to identify, either explicitly or implicitly, I said that backwards, sorry, with the profoundly asymmetrical and non reciprocal forms of recognition either imposed on or granted to them by the settler state and society. Do you guys think what? Yeah, I want your evaluations
It
of
sounds like
just
they're
that
trying to
that.
say it's a different form of violence being imposed upon them. rather than it being physical. It's like some sort of social coercion.
Yeah, I think that's in there. I feel like that's like a theme that's being expressed in there for sure.
I think what they're saying here is that, like, okay, it's basically instead of this typical notion of colonialism where you go to others and like you conquer them, this is a type of nonviolent colonialism, whatever that means. In way, and what it's characterized by is you're going to these other people and you're encouraging them, or you're enticing them. You're enticing them to basically identify. I'm assuming she means identifying as you. You're saying like, oh, like our way is better. We're like the Americans. We're the West. Maybe we should consider being the West instead of like ourselves, instead of our indigenous selves. And she's saying it's asymmetrical and non-reciprocal. In other words, they're saying like, there's nothing about those indigenous people that are saying, like, well, maybe some people in the West should identify as us. Maybe they should take after our sort of things. Like, no, none of that happened. But
I feel like you're. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean,
this is like the most charitable. I mean, I'm trying to make something.
Yeah.
I mean, this is as much sense as I can make out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, like when you have people who are literally eating the corpses of their, dead victims in tribal genocide. I mean, you'd expect them to kind of realize that, oh, well, maybe Americans do have a better way of living.
Right. No. The point I would make here in response, because I think that's what this person is saying. The point I would make in response is that the way, like when you extend what colonialism means to that level, I just think colonialism like often becomes a good thing.
Yeah. And I was actually debating a guy the other day who was pro-Palestinian, who had an ideological stance against colonialism to the point where he was against like settler colonializing tribes people who rape children as a matter of cultural practice and forcing them to just abide by modern human rights standards where they don't rape children.
Is deontologically opposed to like any kind of colonialism.
Yeah, even when it's beneficial.
That's a ridiculous position.
And I mean,
I think you
and like
go ahead.
And it speaks to my other point that I think the root of this sort of ideology is really crypto-fascism, because you can weaponize this in any way you want. You can weaponize this in a way that could target, say, Jewish people and say, even though the settler colonial, idea of Israel existing is a good thing, we have a modern Western nation with, modern human rights practices living in an area of the Middle East where like none of that exists. You have these fascist Islamic states that, murder gay people, take away women's rights. They don't have functional democracies. They have autocracies. Like it can be weaponized against Israel or Jews in that same sort of way, where even if the, colonial project is a good thing, you can still say, oh, well, it's colonialism, so it's bad. We have to destroy the state of Israel.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we disagree about this, but I agree. Yeah, so I agree that you can see these concepts abused in that kind of way. But when you say the root is crypto-fascism, what do you mean when you say that it's the root? Like, do you just mean that they can be abused in that way, or are you saying that
no,
it's got some like origin there?
I think it has an origin in that sort of practice where it's a form of crypto-fascism where they're trying to create these ideologies for the purpose of weaponization to radicalize a populace to attack certain nations or certain groups. Sort of like how
that
the
I'm not
Nazis,
convinced of.
Sort of like how the Nazis, created these concepts around like concepts around Jews and Marxism being like an attack against the German race and shit. It's used in the same kind of way.
Okay, so
yeah, well,
sorry for interruption, but real quick on that specific matter, the term actually settler colonialism, I believe it was like coined by a man named Patrick Wolf, Yes, Patrick Wolf, and basically his first usage for the term was on Israel itself. Now, I will be honest with you, I'm a Palestinian. I do not really like Israel, but his coining of the term was based on it being a settler colonialist project based on the word Jewry, combining and colonializing the region. You know, it was a mishmash of anti-Semitic shit. Like, I will try to send a link for it. But generally, yes, you kind of do have a strong
There you
point here.
go. I did. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even know that, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I don't know about like the origins of all this kind of stuff, so I don't really want to speculate about if it was created with that kind of intention. Um, but I can agree that it gets abused in that kind of way intentionally by certain
The
people.
reason
And
why
I also think
Yeah, the reason why I
sorry.
think it was created with that intent is because it is just so easily and so readily weaponized. I just don't like, when you're talking about things like, normative ethics or meta ethics or anything like that, it's very hard to weaponize those ideas in that same sort of way to attack a group of people or a nation or an ethnicity where, this like social justice warrior fucking settler colonialism bullshit, it's so readily and easily weaponized. It just seems like it's designed in that sort of way. Like if you were to pick up a sword, you would kind of assume that it's made for combat. And just this philosophy, when I look at it and examine it, it looks like a sword to me or a gun. It just looks like something that's designed for that sort of purpose.
I see the kind of thing you're saying. I do agree that it's oddly easy to weaponize, and maybe that is a piece of evidence because that's more predicted. Yeah, I mean it's more predicted on the view that it was designed as a weapon than like arose randomly that it would have like weapony function or be easily used as a weapon. I don't think it's enough to persuade me, but like I'd take it as a piece of evidence. Yeah, like, Avi, do you land? Where do you land about this?
On the question of how the term was invented, and
No,
what intention
the
was.
question. Yeah, the question. Yeah. It was this sort of, I don't know what to call this. Just this area of thought. Like it's really broad because it's like it's got stuff in philosophy, sociology, whatever. But like post-colonial thought and like I don't know, call these like critical race theory, all this sort of stuff. Do you think that it actually has its origins in like do you think it was created with the intention of being some kind of like tool for
I don't know. I don't know.
what Richard
Can I hop in for a moment?
It may have just slowly evolved into what it is now, as you got more and more like lunatics and
Well,
more
you would
propagandists.
take yes, you can hop in, Sophia. Just one sec. Just you would take. I mean, it is more predicted that it would be weapon like or like easily used as a weapon on in the case that it were created with the intention of being a weapon, and it is weaponizable when you have all this like racially charged stuff. Like I would count that as a piece of evidence in favor of it
Yeah,
being.
no, sure,
I
but
don't.
of course we also
I
see
just
also lots of also weaponizable things that happen as just that the weapons evolve over time, without it being initially intended to use that.
Well, yeah. See, it's not sufficient for me, and it could be that Richard has further reasons
Yeah, I
also.
don't
But
know.
for me, but you would agree, regardless of whether it's sufficient or not. I mean, it's a piece of evidence. It's just, it's not enough to persuade me. You don't deny that's a piece of evidence, though.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
assume
I
you don't.
don't think so, but it would be very, very weak.
Yeah. So, Richard, wait. Why are you? Do you have like further things that tip you in that direction, or do you just find this like stronger evidentially than we do?
Yeah, there, I, it slipped my mind. I had another argument for it, but I would say that's the main reason for sure. I think another reason. Oh yeah, now I remember. It's just the way they employ this rhetoric. they're just like, they just always use these fucking buzzwords that don't have a very clear meaning, and it sounds very poetic. Like when you read this, it like it kind of rhymes and it has this poetry and it sounds very clean. And again, when you look at people like Hitler, Stalin, Mao, they speak in a very similar kind of way, where they have this like charming way of talking that kind of lures people in. Just the way a lot of this is worded just sounds very manipulative.
Yeah, so it's just like more, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, okay, I know Sophia wanted to say something also, but I feel roughly the same kind of way about that. Like I feel like all of this is like, yeah, those things are predicted, but they just like, do you feel that those are strong evidence? Because I don't feel that those are strong evidence. To me, it seems like those might give you like a very weak leaning, but like I wouldn't form much of a conclusion from that though.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily strong, but I have a strong gut feeling.
Mm. Yeah, are you sure that that's not just driven by how fucking shitty some of these people are though?
Well, I'm sure I have a
Like
bias
that,
in that direction, but
that might
again,
that might be what.
like again, like all of this is just so enticing to a lot of these crypto fascists that I've seen, especially
That's
like
true. I don't
lately.
deny that. Yeah.
Like especially lately with all these pro-Palestinian protesters who, when you argue with them at length about this, they end up admitting they want a second Holocaust. They end up admitting, like, all these people are saying settler colonialism, apartheid, intersectionality, all this bullshit. Like I've actually debated people on this, and they end up admitting they would like to see a second Holocaust if it would lead to the destruction of the Jewish state. So
People actually bit that bullet literally on creating a
yeah, if you look at
Holocaust.
my dude, if you look at my comment section on the last debate I had on Israel Palestine, yeah, I was debating with people in the comment section, and they actually bit that bullet.
Yeah, that's like an extremely wild position.
And again, all these people are using that sort of language and that sort of philosophy. It's just strange that they would use that sort of language and that sort of philosophy if it wasn't like designed for that sort of intended use.
See, that's where we disagree. Yeah. So I think that our disagreement is just, so we both agree that there are people who weaponize this, and there's people who seem more or less intentional about it, right? There's people who do seem like genuinely like malicious psychopaths who have some weird fucking personal motive, who are like using this stuff to, give cover to their abusive ways. Like we've seen people like that. There's also people who just seem really fucking confused, and they seem like they're being evil out of being confused.
Yeah, cucked.
And yeah,
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 but
they,
again, like
then,
you can find Nazis in World War II who weren't necessarily bad meaning people, but they were, convinced by the philosophy of Nazism. So I
yeah, but
mean,
that's not a. I'm not
that's
disagreeing with that. But
but
you
again, like
wouldn't say.
that's the point of a philosophy like that, to convince people, like that's the trick of like crypto fascism. You want people to adopt a position that they wouldn't normally hold, so that they will support the destruction of a Jewish state and cause a second Holocaust. Like that's how you
This
do
is
it.
the thing. But at the end of the day, what does it come down to saying? To say that this is the intention behind it. It's like to say that whoever the minds were behind these ideas, like critical race theory and all this stuff, these people had these like, dark, like fascistic intentions, like as possible. I'm just, yeah, that's where I depart from you. I agree that it gets used in that way by people who have various like degrees of maliciousness to them and intentionality about it. Like some of them, it's very obvious what they're doing. Some of them are probably just confused. But it's the origin thing where we disagree. It seems like you think that if the thing serves a purpose really well, it must have been like made for that kind of purpose. But that seems not right to me. It seems like things can like, I mean, it's like it's going to actually parallel the biological evolution argument. Like you can have things that like evolve towards a given function.
Yeah, but Sophia wanted to say something.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, incidentally, you guys have mostly covered it. It was just, I've been like saying some counterpoints in chat, and Dukeman said some really dumb things, and I said that they were dumb. And Dukeman thinks that all of you were in
You're just
support of what
coming
they
on
were
DC
saying.
to shame Dukeman?
Well, because Dukeman said that I would never call you guys out for it, but incidentally, my criticisms were mostly the ones that you brought up, Isaac. I would have gone out a little bit further. I don't know that I would totally sign off on those being predictions or evidences. I would want some kind of argument or some kind of structure to those, but I sort of get the idea that they could be evidence or could be predictions in certain kinds of theories.
I could grant that much though. Wait. First of all, with Dukeman, does Dukeman talking shit about what we're saying? Because if so, just
No. Dukeman very much agrees with Richard, and
Oh, okay, and you're okay, and you think that I'm not pushing Richard hard enough because I'm granting
no,
that it's.
I wouldn't say that. I think that my view. I don't think that your view is unreasonable. I don't even really think that Richard's view is unreasonable. I think I would just say if we were to be more robust about it, I think the kinds of things that Richard is saying, what we would want to do is actually establish an argument or a theory or something for them. It's not clear to me that these things are necessarily evidence for or necessarily predicted, given however we're loosely constructing the theory right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd grant that, but again, if I had never seen a sword before and I picked up a sword, I'd probably come to the conclusion that it's a weapon. So, again, when these people are using terms like colonialism, and they're not even describing situations in which colonialism is a good thing, it's neither a bad or a good, but they're describing colonialism as a bad in and of itself. It just makes me think that it was intended to be weaponized in that kind of way.
Yeah, I don't know much about the history, but I grant that there is probably some subset of people that are like this, that that is their intention.
There
That's
absolutely
probably,
is.
as far as I would go. And then I think the interesting question is to what extent is that the case? And if that is not a philosophically sound view, to what degree is the overarching idea of post-colonial studies separable from that idea?
Wait, sorry, if what is not a sound view?
The kind of thing that Richard is talking about, right? This constructed from the premises of weaponizing it or whatever. If there's some unsound theory, it's what degree can those parts be cut from post-colonialism as a academic subject?
Oh, you're talking about the baby from the bathwater. Okay, if it turns out Richard's right and there's a bunch of crazy fucking racist lunatics behind this theory or these ideas are woven into it.
Don't throw the baby.
Yeah, you're always trying to defend the kernel of goodness of academia.
Yeah, and I'll admit that I was probably a more staunch defender of these things before October 7th. I think that October 7th is definitely been evidence for me in favor of something like what Richard is saying.
I watched your opinions change in real time, and I watched Avi realize how many Jew haters there are. And Richard, in fact, Richard also, I feel like everyone had a shift. Richard was also initially not as far in the direction that he is right now.
Yeah, I don't know if Avi ever claimed it, but I know that I've seen it before. October 7th claimed that the left had a bigger anti-Semitic problem, and I always sort of brushed it off because obviously I've been in the trenches of the very anti-Semitic parts of the far right, and I always took that to be much more.
Yeah, I always thought the far right
real.
were the anti-Semites. I had no idea there was so much anti-Semitism in the left wing. It is just rampant.
I think we were all completely fucking baffled. Avi, you were too, right? I remember. I mean, I know, but you should verbalize it. I remember.
I didn't realize there was a bigger anti-Semitic problem on the left.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I did realize that. I said
it. How? No. Wait. Sorry.
Before,
we're talking.
7th. No, I had this view before October 7th. I didn't. I mean, I was still. I was always surprised at how crazy it was.
I can recall. Okay, wait. You don't think that you've had a distinct change
No,
in
that's a
how
different claim.
bad you've?
Of course,
No, yeah, but that's
I
what
had a
I'm. No, no. I'm
distinct.
trying. I'm trying to be clear about what the claim is in the first place. Just
Right.
yeah, because maybe I'm not being clear enough. Maybe it's my fault. But there's been a marked change in how bad you think the problem is as
Oh
of
yeah,
late, right?
of course.
Like we've all had like a shift on that. Like
Yeah, it
Sophia's
went
like,
it
oh
went
my
from
god.
really bad to like the most monstrous thing ever.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah, I think like it's bad because like I don't want to be the person that's like I no longer call myself a leftist. Like I think Brianna Wu has sort of been like very cringy with it lately, where it's like all she ever talks about, and I
I
don't
don't want to
like.
be Sophia Wu.
Well, but like it's all she talks about is how she's no longer like a progressive anymore. But I still like value a lot of like progressive views. I still think that the evidence points in the direction of a lot of things. I think there's a lot of cases
I
where they
can
aren't.
say
But
something about that real quick.
yeah, I'll just finish real quick and then
Yeah.
I'll let you go. But like it's gotten to the point where like certain things, like I don't really like calling myself a leftist to people quickly anymore. And like this week I've considered dropping the like, because I even like the last time I talked to Avi, I said like I consider myself pro-Palestine, but like this is what I mean by it. And Avi said I was like basically not even pro-Palestine anymore. Like this week I considered like just dropping the label because stuff like the like hostages being held in the journalists, like Hamas like launching like bomb strikes again, and then just like the like ever increasing rate of anti-Semitism has me at the point where it's like I can't even really call myself pro this opinion anymore. Like I just like I'm like wary of like an ethnic cleansing happening, and I hope it doesn't happen. Is like the position I have now.
Yeah, Avi, say your thing, but like just have to say to what Sophia just said. Yeah, like, and I'm not even saying this just to meme. I'm like actually seriously, I've just audited how I would react if someone told me they were a leftist. If someone just said the words to me, I'm a leftist, my thought process would be something like, how plugged into the like online world are you when you say that? Like, do you mean that in the way those people say it? Follow-up question, how is this person like an anti-Semite? It's actually just like, I don't blame you for not wanting to identify with that label if that's the kind of thought process that reasonable people have when confronted with it at this
You
point.
just gotta ask them to define Hasbara, and like depending on how they answer that question, like you'll know.
Avi, you trying to say something?
Mm-hmm. Well, first off, the way I just want to point out that the way I think my recollection was the way Sophia defined the pro-Palestinian view was basically just completely compatible with a hardcore Zionist position.
But I've actually always been a Zionist. Like I think I've called myself a Zionist in this server for years.
I think when you get to that point of how you're using the term, it's like, well, you know, hey, like my understanding of moral realism is just, you know, more or less fully compatible with error theory.
Well, actually, Lance pulled that one on me a couple days ago too. Maybe I'm just like using really proprietary terms lately.
But the other thing is like in terms of labeling, like there gets to be a point where the baggage of a label is just too much of a burden, even if some other aspects of the label faithfully represent your position. You could just empty the baggage with a new label. I mean, let's just say hypothetically you agreed with the economic policies of the of the National Socialist parties of the 1940s. Do you think it would be worthwhile to call yourself a fiscal Nazi? Like, would you use that label? Probably not. It'd probably be it would faithfully capture your economic position. It would faithfully capture all your economic positions, actually, in this hypothetical. But I think everyone would have no problem realizing that even if it does faithfully capture those positions, it's not worth it. And to whatever degree that I am going to use that label, it's just going to, you know, turn people away from my positions.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's like it's just hard to do that calculus, especially because it's like this. There's like this and like a couple other things that are like major warts. But like overall, like, I mean, politics, at least in North America, is like so polarized lately that I think it's like the left like way better represents my views as a whole, and it's hard to even say that you're a moderate nowadays. But like, it's becoming pretty impossible to say that you're like a leftist or a progressive because like in like contemporary terms, like it is just increasingly meaning this one thing. So it's, like I'm increasingly doing this calculus, and it's like it sucks to have to like throw away a good catch-all term for like 99.9% of my positions because like the like 0.1% that I disagree with is just like, oh yeah, by the way, like we're okay with like genociding Israel.
Well, would you say the same thing if the word Nazi?
Yeah. Like I agree with you. It's just like it's doing that calculus, right? It's hard to do, but like I'm sort of there. Like I think with like I don't want to say pro-Palestinian anymore, even though I've held onto that label like, until very recently.
I've avoided using political labels. Like if somebody asks me if I'm left or right, I just say like I'm neither. I just have certain stances based on what I think is most reasonable.
Even with Isaac earlier, I just described myself as being in a political camp that agrees with me. That's evidence-based. Because yeah, it's hard to like. I don't know. There's so much loading with so many political terms nowadays.
I don't feel like
the Israel stuff is just so bad. Like it's impossible to have anything that's like loaded on either side.
I think if someone identifies right off the bat as like very firmly like I am left wing or I am right wing, they're probably like I immediately think they're not going to be the sharpest. Like I think anyone who's like reasonable probably is not like going to squarely fall in one camp. Also, just I want to return to this philosophy for just a second here because I didn't get to make my like main point about this, but that's fine because we had a good conversation. The thing I want to say is just like it seems to this is my problem with this kind of philosophy, and it's like a similar problem that I have with continental philosophy. So this is the big thing is there's like when you actually go into philosophy and you study a bit of philosophy, you realize there's like these different branches, and some of them are like that like not communicating with each other at all and are just doing totally different things. To a point that it's like really weird to even call them both philosophy. Like, shouldn't that just be two fields, arguably, at that point? Like, I don't even know, maybe. But yeah, so my problem with this kind of stuff in particular, it's similar to continental stuff, it's that it speaks in this way that's kind of like convoluted and hard to read. And if you put an interpretation on it, it seems to come out like it's sometimes it just comes out trivially true, sometimes trivially false, and other times it just comes out as like an unanswered empirical question. And I just find that like not interesting. And I just think like doing a little, and what that says to me is that it's kind of like it's about playing a language game more than like really doing good philosophy. But like let's just try to like do a little analysis just on that last bit we read. Like if I try to like legitimately get my head around this, like do my best to be like really, really fair. Okay, so in situations where colonial rule does not depend solely on the exercise of state violence, okay, that's clear enough. So we're talking about cases where there's colonial rule, but it's not like sustaining itself by state violence. It's reproduction. So I guess that just means the continuation of like colonial rule. Its reproduction instead rests on the ability to entice indigenous people to identify explicitly or implicitly with profoundly asymmetric. Okay, so it's going to say some stuff, but it's giving a choice. It looks like it's like, okay, you're either in the colonial rule situation or colonial rule by state violence or not. So if it's state violence, that's one pathway. The other pathway is that you're implicitly or explicitly indigenous people are made to identify implicitly or explicitly with asymmetrical and non-reciprocal forms of recognition. We'd have to clarify what exactly that means.
Unhinged
How
Serbs
exactly do we mean
execute Bosnian
asymmetrical and
teenage civilians.
non-reciprocal?
The video
But
is
like, it
disturbing
just
but not
seems
really
like
graphic,
kind of like
so
what
I
Richard
don't
and
think
Avi
your
said. It
stream
sounded
will
like
get
you guys,
banned.
although Avi took a lot longer to go through it than Richard, it sounded like you guys were basically saying the same thing. It's like, okay, if I try to be really fair to this, it sounds like it's just saying something like, if you're not oppressed like physically, you're kind of oppressed mentally, or something like that. Like, you see what I don't know if I can really do this that well. I'm trying to do it in real time, but the kind of thing I'm trying to say is like, if you give meaning to all the bits of this that are ambiguous, you can arrive at a clear form. Then it just turns out being like obviously false, like, oh, it's just a false dichotomy. It's like you're oppressing, either it's sustained by force or it's sustained by this identification thing. Okay, well, that's not a true dichotomy. That's false, right? That's what it's saying. Is just trivially false, right? But okay, maybe we like give it some other interpretation. And then it's like, oh, maybe it's going to come out being a kind of empirical question where we have to like determine what it means for a person to have that form of identification, and then to look at these societies where it's colonial, but there's not a risk of state violence, and see if people have that form of identity. You guys see from that long ramble what my issue is with this, or is it not clear?
Yes, I do.
This is with all of it. It's with whenever I read this stuff, it's always just like, oh, it's just a bunch of like rambling. And if I give it clear form, it's just trivially true, trivially false, or it's just some like empirical thing that we'd have to go answer. It's like, what's being said? It just sounds like a bunch of fluffy language saying very little. Sophia, are you going to fight me on this and tell me how this is actually profound?
No,
I think he's worse, but I agree.
Yeah, it's basically how Jordan Peterson talks, and he's trying to lean you towards, like, again, the right-wing fascist fucking position, basically.
I don't think what Avi said earlier was like actually all that wrong about how like most sociology and political philosophy turns out nowadays. Like I think it's either just sort of like obfuscation for nothing, or there's just like a bunch of like pointless baggage added on top. Like I mostly agree with what Bayesian summarized it as, which you could do even like further simplifications, but it says it way more simple.
Yeah, Bayesian's doing a similar thing to what I said here, right? So yeah, government stamp power in two ways: big guns, or make indigenous people recognize the government as more powerful than them. This is asymmetric and okay, but that's an interpretation. That could be the right way to interpret it, but this is kind of what I mean. Like you can give it form like that, and then when you give it a form, it just kind of comes out into one of these things. Like, oh, it's just trivially false. Like there could be some other option.
Well, again, if somebody's trying to, like, if somebody writes this, they're obviously trying to get you to be convinced of something. And why would they leave their interpretation like so? Like, why would they make this so vague, so up to interpretation, where what they're saying is like actually meaningless unless you apply, you know, some sort of bias to it. Again, this is another reason why I think this is supposed to be weaponized. It's kind of
sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's like fucking Jordan Peterson when he fucking like makes speeches about, you know, you got to admire Hitler. He was a brilliant genius when it comes to organization. Like, and then you ask him, like, what you mean we should like actually like Hitler and kind of follow in his footsteps? And no, well, that's not what I said. Like, you know, it's intentionally vague for a purpose. The people, it's made for the people who are supposed to get it. The people who are supposed to get it are the fucking fascists that you're trying to radicalize, and everyone else who doesn't get it is supposed to kind of follow along.
See, I think you and I have a bit of a fundamental character difference where you're like more prone to false positives and I'm more prone to false negatives. I don't know which is better, which is worse, but you're like quicker to identify someone as like a bad actor or malicious or this to be like driven by like this or that call. I'm like slower to do that.
I've been pretty fucking accurate.
Yeah. You have been right about various ones that I've been wrong about. I can grant that. I don't think you have a bad track record.
Well, that's because, well, that's expected if someone has a lot of false positives and you have a lot of false negatives.
It's expected that they would, right? Yeah, you're going to say that's not the interesting question.
So when you take two people, one who has a lot of false positives and one who has a lot of false negatives, both people are going to be getting one-ups on the other person, depending on whether it's a positive or a negative.
Oh, I don't know if do you get to do the one up when you don't, because a lot of these you don't discover. But yeah,
No, I'm just talking about, you know, of the ones you discover, you're always going to find one ups because
I think he's found more.
Discover someone turned out to be a good person or a bad person. Ultimately.
It might just be that I'm not maybe I just don't take the time to remember my victories, but he's been right about, like, I'm just not thinking of any right now, but I know this has happened through my, like, years of knowing Richard a few times, where he's had some, like, initial assessment of a person, and I've been like, okay, like, you might be right, but that's, like, a really strong, like, typical, like, Richard, very, like, instant strong take. I don't know how I feel. And then he just turns out being completely right, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I was just a dummy for the last, like, 3 weeks while this was,
Yeah,
like, playing
I'm
out.
sure you may have had victories where it's like, where you ended up just being right and maybe it wasn't recognized. But look, this is just expected if you just are overly charitable to people, which I do think you are, some people at least. I think when you're overly charitable, you're just always you're just going to end up. You know, someone could just say everyone is a bad person, and they're going to get one ups on you. Just because you're going to be wrong on, you know, your charitability.
Yeah, I just I just the way I think about this is, why would somebody leave this wording like intentionally vague? If you wanted to make a point about something, why would you leave this so up to interpretation?
Well, let me give an alternative explanation. Finish your point if you're going to say more, though. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense to me. Like, the people who kind of get it, the people who are on the side of fascism, they're like, oh, I get you. Yeah, we're supposed to attack the Jews. And then they tell their lackeys, like, oh, this is settler colonialism. This is like abuse and, you know, the taking away of a culture. And then the idiots who don't really get it, they're like, oh, yeah, that's wrong. I just see it used that way so fucking often. I don't know. It just seems like it's designed for that. It just seems way too convenient. I know there's the saying, what you can, you know, attribute to malice or stupidity, you should often attribute to stupidity, but this just seems way too easily weaponized. And like, it's also in an academic field. I you know, calling it an academic field is maybe being too charitable, but I just don't see so many people writing this way who are all stupid.
Yeah, I mean, it's calling it an academic field by any kind of like ideal of what academia
Yeah.
should be like well, at least like calling some of this stuff academic. Yeah, I agree that'll be wild. But just by like what is literally in the academy right now, like what you'll be taught in university, by that standard, I mean, this stuff is definitely academic. So yeah, I mean, I guess we have two kind of. So your view is kind of like oh, what's the fucking word for it? Dog whistling. You're like, this is really just like dog whistling, basically. Like, the people who understand what you're saying know that you're saying, like, you know, fuck the white people who colonized, and like we need to like overthrow them or like subjugate them or something. But other people will just be like lost in the verbiage. I have another hypothesis. So mine just comes from talking to people who are like students really interested in this area, who will go on to like write in this area, or talking to like profs who do this kind of stuff. I think that and because those are actually like the kind of people who end up writing this stuff, right? It's not always the crazy ideologues who are doing the writing. But yeah, I think that when I look at these people, my theory is like, I think a lot of it is this emperor's new clothes kind of thing. I don't know if they're, in a way, it's kind of dog whistly because they're like speaking their little language, but I don't think a lot of these people have explicit negative intentions.
Well, that's the point.
Like,
that's the whole point of crypto-fascism. It's to create a very weird, murky language where the people who get it, and the people who don't follow along because they don't understand how it's fascist.
But we're talking about the intention, right? We're talking about what it's
Well, like, I acknowledge that
about,
not everybody is a bad actor, but like so I acknowledge, I grant that not every professor who writes about this is a bad actor who's a fascist. My argument is that that's the point. It's designed in a way where the kind of useful idiots don't realize that they're supporting fascism, but the ideology is made in a way where it is fascist by nature. And
no, but I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What I'm asking why that kind of why are so when we're quibbling about like our okay, so we look at the people in the field and we're going I'm looking at them and I'm going, okay, like why couldn't this just be an emperor's new clothes kind of thing? You're like, that's the point. I'm like, okay, why can't we apply that same kind of analysis to whoever initially created the stuff though? Like why how could it maybe the initial like first writings in the field are just people who are like confused or like huffing their own farts or just like have created some weird like
It could
I don't
be.
know, complicated, convoluted shit in their
Yeah,
head.
like again, I could grant that. It could be the case, but like again, it's still hard for me to believe that some fucking dumbass who didn't really know what the hell they're doing or talking about would create an ideology that is just so useful for fascism. Just seems like a kind of happy mistake for fascists.
Yeah, I mean it could be a happy fascist mistake or it could be like a historical I honestly I just don't know. I just don't have a strong leaning about that. The things I do feel strongly about are like how it ends up getting used in practice and like certain ideas that I think don't make sense and certain things I think are bad about the philosophy. But the origin and intention stuff I'm just not as I just don't have as much conviction as you do there.
All right, I've got to get going back to my stream, but take care.
Oh yeah, okay, bye.
All right.
What would you say if you saw Elon Musk in person?
I definitely make fun of his height. I'd probably like say, "Oh my God, you are so little. You look like bigger on TV and everything, but you're so small." I'd probably do something like that. That'd probably trigger the fuck out of him. I definitely cannot watch this execution video on stream, even if it's blurred. I'll watch it off stream, but thanks for that donation, Elias, and thanks for that donation, Ditto, and appreciate your patience. Yeah, holy fuck. Holy shit. Jesus. They're not even like shooting them in the head, they're just like shooting from the fucking hip. Yeah, there's no way I can show this on stream. Yeah, that is pretty fucking horrific.
The chat smells stinky again. Why?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Khan's Christie. Yeah, that's gotta be Christie. Thanks for the donation, Yeast Infection Gaming. Appreciate it.
Woman, stop talking like that.
Maybe that's the way
I don't
she
buy
talks.
into it. It was cute. It was cute when she was 15. I bobbed my head to her stuff when she was, thinking about being 15 and all these breakups. But by the 38th breakup, I'm starting to wonder if it's her, Piers. I'm starting to wonder if it's her.
Who's your idea of a feminist icon in the music business?
Feminist icon. I think feminism sucks, but a woman that is someone to look after, my grandma.
No, in the music business. Who's the one you?
I think Hollywood's demonic, so I don't model myself after people in Hollywood.
And by the way, Hollywood's demonic because it's run by Jews. Candace Owens is a massive anti-Semite, and they use this sort of language to disparage Jews. This is the kind of language they have to use because you can't say the quiet part out loud.
Just my grandma and all of the stay-at-home moms who give every bit of themselves every day to their children. Those are my icons. Those are my feminist icons.
Yes, stay-at-home moms are feminist icons. Women belong in the kitchen, so if you're not doing that, then you're not a real woman, and you're not, fighting for women unless you're making the sandwiches.
Fair enough. Finally, Rabbi Shmuley. We may find common ground here. Rabbi Shmuley, your thoughts?
Mentally unwell, disturbed, violent, and for whatever reason, the media allows him to do things repeatedly. I think it's weird that he was on Michael Jackson's list of people that he said were trying to ruin his life. And it becomes stranger for me because I had no idea who he was when he started threatening me and my entire livelihood. And by the way, I posted, what a success. I successfully harassed Candace, said I was going to ruin her life, and I did it. Why is a man like that allowed to behave in that way without anyone in his community calling him out for it? It's very strange.
Well, Candace, everybody hates you and you're an idiot, so, I can understand why he'd have such strong feelings.
Strange.
Do you think the way he harasses you is better or worse than the way you harass Brigitte Macron?
Lauren Sanchez is my favorite feminist icon. That has to be a porn star. Let me look her up. Yeah, it's a porn star.
Emily Gray is the hottest porn star of all time. Change my mind.
Emily Gray. Yeah, she's okay. She's alright, She doesn't have, much of a body, she's cute, but I don't know, she's not, hot. Thanks for the donation, folk mine as.
What?
Serious question.
That was such a funny question. Are you out of your mind? I've done 2 episodes talking about Brigitte Macron. I've never, ever, ever threatened anyone's livelihood so that I was going to ruin them and their lives and going to chase them out. He's violent. Reporting on a story that journalists
Yes, the woman who claims to be a free speech warrior, who claims words aren't violent, is claiming that Rabbi Shmuley is violent because he
Do you think it's
annoyed
okay
her.
to be heightist and make fun of short people? Even if someone is a contemptible person, mocking aspects of their appearance, especially that they can't control, can make others feel insecure, depressed. Like gingerism for red hair PPA?
If it's Elon Musk, then I have no problem with that. If you're just weaponizing it to annoy, an asshole, then I have no problem with that. If you're doing that for normies, then yeah, sure, but Elon Musk, yeah, fuck him. Thanks for the donation, Amoeba.
report on is not the same as threatening somebody's life for 2 years with your hag daughter laughing in the background, threatening to take out, front page news and have you labeled an anti-Semite and have your life ruined. I mean, that's just that's a complete nonsense. I don't want anyone, Emmanuel Macron, the pervert that went after him when he was 14 years old that he ended up marrying. I don't want those people hurt at all. I never want to see people like that hurt.
Finally, you and Ben Shapiro worked together. You were got on very well then, obviously. Then you fell out, you've left. A lot of talk about whether you two should get together for a big debate. If I was able to make that happen and moderate it, maybe a big uncensored special, the subsidiary rights to your channel and his. I probably wouldn't get away with that, but I'd try. Would you let that happen? Would you be prepared to publicly debate with no NDAs, all bets off, all information on the table so that people can finally get to the truth? Because at the moment, no one really feels they know what really happened there.
100%. We've reached out in the capacity to try to establish a debate. We've offered with a moderator. I believe he came back and said he didn't want a moderator, so I don't think that he publicly said he didn't want a moderator, so I don't think that he would be keen on that offer. And then we offered, to do this whenever. I am very open to have that debate. I think it's important to have this debate when you see increasingly people that are being, accused. I said I wanted to debate on anti-Semitism, the topic of Israel. This is obviously a hot topic, and I think that most people would consider Ben to be well-versed in that topipe.
Yeah.
And what's little old me, like you said, I didn't go to your journalistic school of excellence, and I've never even been a reporter. Who am I? Right? It should be easy.
Exactly. Candace, we finally did it. We did an interview together. It went a lot longer than we anticipated, but I actually enjoyed it. I actually like arguing with people. I think you do too. Yeah. And the truth is we don't actually have to agree with each other. In fact, why should we? We don't agree about a number of things. We agree about a lot of other things, I'm sure. And actually, these kind of conversations, I think, are constructive. It's when people disappear off into their rabbit warrens with their tribes and sit there and don't want to engage in people or have conversation or debate or argument. That's where the trouble starts. I think these kind of conversations are healthy.
I totally agree. People will walk away. They'll agree with you some. They'll agree with me some. They'll be outraged at you. They'll be outraged at me. And that's what I believe in. More speech, not less.
Hear, hear. Candace, we end on a point.
That was arguably the dumbest Piers Morgan debate I've ever fucking seen. Like, that was just remarkably stupid.
Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS for short, revealed a project to the world that he called The Line, a linear city of gargantuan proportions that the Saudi kingdom would begin constructing in the remote northwestern corner of their country. The proposal would be built out in
Yeah, they can't afford it.
segments over a series of decades, and in its final form, the line is envisioned as consisting of two twin skyscrapers, each 500 meters tall, separated by a width of 200 meters, and running continually for a whopping 170 kilometers across the arid desert landscape, enclosed.
That sounds like the worst urban sprawl imaginable. So, yeah, they literally can't afford to do a project like this. Saudi Arabia, even as rich as they are with all the oil, they literally can't afford to make that.
Enclosing an open atrium between the two skyscrapers on the floor like a super long, fully enclosed walled city. To put the sheer scale of the ambition of this project into perspective, the height of each of the line's twin skyscrapers will be similar to the heights of some of the world's already tallest existing buildings, like the One World Trade Center and the Central Park Tower in New York or the Willits Tower in Chicago. But unlike any of those pre-existing buildings, each of the line's skyscrapers will run at about this height for 170 kilometers, about the same distance as New York City is to Wilmington, Delaware, or about the same length as the entire width of Connecticut from end to end, east to west, or about the same distance as Los Angeles is from San Diego, or for a European perspective, about the same distance as London is from Birmingham. Once it's completed, the Saudi government claims that the line will eventually be home to 9 million people, more than the population of New York City, and all
ain't nobody gonna want to live there.
All contained within a supposedly super efficient floor space of just.
Yeah, you're telling me some of the richest people on the planet want to live in a fucking stupid city where they can't drive their fucking Ferrari around, and they have to walk like a basic bitch or take some sort of public transit with broke-ass normies. Yeah, no, it's not happening.
34 square kilometers, which seems small in terms of land, but is massive in terms of floor space within a building, because that's 29% more floor space than every single building in all 5 boroughs of New York City combined. And unlike New York City, or really any other city in the world today, the line has been advertised as being a completely car-free environment without any roads at all, where everyone living inside will be no more than a 5-minute walk from anything they would need or want on a daily basis. To get from one part of the line's 170-kilometer length to another, transportation for people and freight will be performed by a super-fast underground train running beneath the line that has been advertised as capable of traversing the entire 170-kilometer length in as little as just 20 minutes. while the entire structure has also been advertised as running completely on green renewable energy with 0 emissions. And then on top of all of that, the line has been further advertised as having flying robot taxis that'll whisk people away between destinations. Robotic housemaids is still probably just a bit too much to manage. The projected cost for finishing the line's total length of 170 kilometers has ballooned in price more than 10 times over again, from its initial projection of only $200 billion when it
Yeah, so I'm assuming they were expecting to be able to complete this project with literal slave labor, so just sucker people from Sri Lanka to, you know, build this shit. Tell them they're going to make like $2 a day, which is like, you know, a year's salary for them in their home country. And then they steal their visas and then just force them to work for nothing other than like water and some like moldy bread.
It was revealed back in 2021 to current estimates from employees on the project today in 2024 of at least $2 trillion. And to put that price tag into perspective, that's roughly twice the size of Saudi Arabia's entire nominal GDP. And it's pretty comparable to the total annual nominal GDP of Brazil, a nation of more than 215 million people. And even then, the $2 trillion price tag circulating around today is widely believed to still be a massive underestimation by several independent analysts. When it was first announced in January of 2021, Saudi officials very optimistically claimed that the line's first residents of the 9 million total who would eventually...
Mike donated $2, let me see.
One symptom of male depression is social withdrawal. And this doesn't look the way you think. So male depression is completely different than female depression. Most of what we know about depression in kind of the media and the general public is actually female depression. So those feelings of sadness, etc., lying in bed all day, whatever, when we think of depression, that's actually female depression, and male depression looks completely different. What male depression looks like is more like going into work, working really long hours, coming home completely exhausted, just collapse.
This video is boring. Who the hell even is this? A psychologist. Yeah, whatever. She can blab all she wants. What do I care about what some stupid fucking woman thinks? Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Call it home would begin moving into the structure by the first quarter of 2024, while they even further claimed that the first 16 kilometers of the line's total length would also be completed, and a whopping 1.5 million residents would all be moved into it just by the end of the decade in 2030, as work continued on building out the rest of the line's form in a modular process over the span of decades afterwards to the final end goal of 170 kilometers and 9 million people. But then, just a couple of months ago in April of 2024, the kingdom quietly released an update that significantly cut back on its initial optimistic ambitions for the line, with sources involved in the project's construction alleging to Bloomberg that the Saudi government now currently only plans for about 2.4 kilometers of the line's length to actually be completed by 2030 instead. A huge 85% reduction in the initial development target that had been set for that, while they also only expect that fewer than 300,000 residents will be living in the line by then. An 80% reduction in their initial target residents by
Oh yeah, super rich millionaires are gonna love hearing constant fucking construction going on while they're living there, yeah.
2030 as well. Despite these setbacks, however, Saudi government officials and the line's representatives continue to insist that the line is a long-term, multi-decade commitment of the kingdom that will continue being built out across the 21st century, all the way until the final version of 170 kilometers and 9 million residents is accomplished. It'll simply take them longer than they initially expected to get there, they say. But in
Yeah, this just isn't happening.
only the first 4 years of the project's development, it has already been plagued by almost countless engineering, management,
Why do they wear those tablecloths on their head? They're literally like picnic tablecloths. Yeah, look. It's literally a fucking picnic tablecloth. It's the same exact pattern. Do they, like, just wear those on their heads, like, just in case they need to have a picnic outside?
man whose limitless ambition and ruthlessness is causing the entire project to happen in the first place. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia himself, Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS. MBS's father is the current reigning king of Saudi Arabia, King Salman. Salman himself is one of more than 100 children that were produced by Saudi Arabia's original founder and the country's first king, Ibn Saud. Ever since Ibn Saud's death in 1953, the Saudi kingdom has been continually ruled as one of the world's final remaining hereditary absolute monarchies, by 6 of Ibn Saud's own direct sons. King Salman himself is among Ibn Saud's youngest surviving children today, who was born in 1935 when his father was already 60, while Salman himself has 13 of his own children. King Salman is also turning 89 years old this year, and so is the generation of Saudi kings made up exclusively of Ibn Saud.
These assholes should give me their money. I could use it better than they can. You know, I wouldn't pay for planes to get flown into buildings. They should just give that money to me.
Saud's own direct sons began aging out. It became clear in the 2010s that the next generation of Saudi kings would eventually have to be pulled from the pool of Ibn Saud's grandchildren next. King Salman ascended to the kingdom's throne in 2015 upon the death of his older brother Abdullah at the age of 90, and Salman quickly appointed his young 7th son, Mohammed bin Salman, as the acting deputy crown prince and the kingdom's defense minister. Within only 2 years from then, MBS managed to outmaneuver everybody else in the Saudi court and rapidly consolidated his own power, to the point where he managed to secure the position of Saudi Arabia's sole crown prince and heir apparent to the throne by 2017. By which point he was already widely viewed as the kingdom's de facto ruler at the young age of only 32 years old. He was later appointed by his father as the kingdom's acting prime minister, and he will inevitably succeed his nearly 90-year-old father as the nation's next king after he eventually passes. MBS is a young man who effectively rules a kingdom as its absolute monarch appointed by God himself, like Louis XIV did in France. But in the 21st century rather than in the 17th century. His absolute power and authority in Saudi Arabia today is within a country of 37 million people, an annual nominal GDP of more than...
You know, growing up, I used to always think of cartoon movie villains as completely evil, but once I grew up learned empathy, compassion, sympathy, going vegan, etc. They actually had base stakes.
Count on anyone, especially your heroes.
I was wrong to treat you that way. I'm sorry.
See? Now you
Syndrome was a whiny fucking bitch brat. Like, what are you talking about? That's the worst example of this. Syndrome was this fucking whiny asshole fucking autistic kid who just had the sense of entitlement that, like, somebody who's fucking busy should give him attention, and then when he didn't get the attention he wanted, he fucking started acting like a fucking wah-wah baby brat and lashed out just because some fucking dude who was too busy to give him the time of day didn't give him the attention he wanted. He's a fucking cunt. Like, yeah, no, that's not a good example of a villain that's, you know, sympathetic. Thanks for the donation, though, finger my ass.
1.1 trillion US dollars that is similarly sized to Turkey or the Netherlands, that controls the 2nd largest known reserves of oil and the 6th largest known reserves of natural gas on the planet, and a sovereign wealth fund with assets of more than $700 billion. This is more absolute power than anything even Louis XIV could have possibly conceived of during his rule in France. The word of MBS is literally the law within this kingdom, and whatever he wants to do is what the entire kingdom will end up doing. And as it's turned out, MBS has been a rather bold leader who's made several controversial decisions that have damaged both his own personal reputation, as well as his country's reputation on the world stage. As the kingdom's defense minister, MBS was the architect of the Saudi military intervention into Yemen that began in 2015, and quickly transformed into a costly and bloody quagmire that directly killed thousands of Yemeni civilians and Saudi soldiers that heavily contributed to Yemen's collapse into what has often been described as being among the 21st century's most horrible humanitarian catastrophes. He further led Saudi Arabia into launching a total land, sea, and air blockade of neighboring Qatar in 2017, that lasted for years until 2021 that ultimately ended in another Saudi failure. And he boldly ordered the kidnapping of the Prime Minister of Lebanon in 2017 and had his security forces force him into temporarily resigning from his office. And on top of MBS's decisions in an absolute monarchy that have affected its reputation, Saudi Arabia is also a country that is highly overdependent on its massive oil resources for its current level of prosperity. Oil alone still accounts for roughly 40% of the kingdom's entire economy, in addition to about 87% of the Saudi government's operating budget revenue, and a whopping 90% of the country's total export earnings. Saudi Arabia is dominated by oil, and in a changing 21st century world where concerns about climate change and moving on from oil to renewable energy are ever increasingly growing trends, there is a cause.
That's not the main concern. The main concern is domestic oil production. So the U.S. is moving to become energy independent as more nations are becoming energy independent. That's what's going to fuck over Saudi Arabia. Not fucking electric cars and bullshit like that. It's nations becoming energy independent. That's what's going to fuck them over. The world is still going to use oil in large quantities for the foreseeable future, like for the next 100 years, I would imagine. I don't think there's any risk of, like, you know, everyone driving an electric car, oil going away. What you're going to see is just countries becoming energy independent because of the geopolitical climate. Renewable energy is a big factor in that, but yeah, no. Electric cars aren't going to fuck over Saudi Arabia.
Them Saudis really think because they born on a shitload of oil and can use Kristen Stewart's throat like a porta potty that they really got ancient Egyptian level civilizational clout. Get real. Why don't they make some crazy desalination plants or some?
That was fucking hilarious. Use Kristen Stewart's throat like a porta potty. Oh, I wonder what that Saudi prince did with Kristen Stewart for that 30 minutes. You can get a lot done in 30 minutes, let me tell you. Thanks for the donation, retard.
For concern in the kingdom to diversify its economy away from its presently huge oil dependency to better safeguard its future. So, naturally, after he assumed de facto power in the kingdom, MBS.
Yeah, Alawali, you didn't hear? Kristen Stewart got paid $200,000 by a Saudi prince to spend 30 minutes with him in a room alone.
Moved quickly to address this concern about diversifying Saudi Arabia's economy away from oil, and he believed that the best way to do that was by encouraging the development of a brand new kind of tourism in the country. As the location of the two holiest sites in all of Islam in Mecca and Medina, Saudi Arabia had long been the site of a large number of religious tourists who came from the rest of the Islamic world for their Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. But hardly any non-Muslims ever visited Saudi Arabia for any reason from the Western world unless they were involved in the oil or defense industries. MBS looked to the huge success of the neighboring United Arab Emirates in encouraging their own tourism industry from scratch to diversify their own economy away from oil, with well-known flashy megaprojects like the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, the Burj Al Arab, one of the most well-known and opulently luxurious hotels in the world, and Western-branded amusement parks like Ferrari World that includes the fastest roller coaster in the world, Formula Rossa. Even with a
Dude, imagine being that much of a fucking degenerate that you'd go to fucking, like, Saudi Arabia or the UAE just to go to, like, a fucking amusement park or some fancy-ass hotel. Like, fuck you.
Publicized failures of other megaprojects in the country, like the World Islands project that remains abandoned today, the United Arab Emirates still managed to successfully invest their oil money into developing enough projects that did actually work out, that within the time span of only 30 years, the UAE's tourism industry went from being practically non-existent to becoming one of the most booming and thriving in the entire world, with Dubai in particular getting catapulted in only 30 years from a remote fishing village that nobody had ever heard of into the third most visited city by international tourists in the entire world, surpassing even traditional tourism hotspot cities like Paris and New York in the process.
Never go to Paris. Never, ever go to Paris. If you want to visit the world and, you know, take a vacation, don't go to Paris. It's a fucking shithole. The Eiffel Tower is one of the poorest, grossest, garbage-filled fucking places you'll ever go to. All of Paris is just a fucking shithole.
And tourism now accounts for roughly 10% of the UAE's entire economy. MBS was determined to attract even more foreign tourists and their money to Saudi Arabia and be even more successful at doing it than the United Arab Emirates had been. After all, the Saudis had way more oil and way more money than the Emiratis had, so they felt that they could afford even bigger and even bolder projects to lure their tourists away. And this was the driving rationale that led to MBS's ambitious introduction of the NEOM project in 2017, shortly after he had consolidated his power in the kingdom. Linguistically, NEOM is a portmanteau that combines the Greek word for new, neos, with the Arabic word.
There is proof here that you know who RC is. So, will you unban him? Despite his trolling, it was a fake imposter with his name that was rude to Jasmine that led him to get banned.
It was not a fake imposter. I don't know who he actually is, but that was not a fake imposter. Thanks for that donation, Lemon Squeal.
For future, Mustaqbal. And as it was envisioned by the prince then, NEOM would become the centerpiece project of Saudi Arabia's so-called Vision 2030 program that is meant to overhaul the entire...
Dude, imagine being stupid enough to go on Saudi Airlines. Do you want to get flown into a fucking building?
country's economy away from the oil industry. NEOM was intended to be a massive urban development program on a scale the likes of which had never been attempted before in human history, with an initially projected budget of $500 billion in a remote and undeveloped corner of Saudi Arabia's northwest. The area selected for NEOM's development is roughly the size of the US state of Massachusetts, in a very sparsely populated part of the kingdom's Tabuk province, a province that is currently only home to around 910,000 people in total, and 2/3 of all of them just simply live in the city of Tabuk itself, out on the perimeter of the area to be developed for NEOM. The area to be set aside for NEOM was advertised as being built out on a veritable blank canvas of nearly empty and undeveloped land, with a plethora of ultra-ambitious projects that would be carried out within it. As Saudi Arabia has no permanent rivers or lakes at all, and NEOM exists within one of the country's lowest level of rainfall areas, the area has virtually no available freshwater resources whatsoever, while the temperatures in the summer will routinely soar to more than 38 degrees Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit. That's why all throughout human history, hardly anyone has ever chosen to actually live in this hostile environment, and why many towns located within the area were never even connected to the country's electricity grid until well into the 1980s. But none of that stopped MBS from boasting in 2017 that NEOM would soon, within due time, be home to an urban population greater than New York City's. NEOM, of course, is the area where the line would later be revealed as a project years later in 2021. But the truly absurd thing about NEOM as an overall project is that for—
Who's my favorite feminist icon? Maybe Nina Hartley. Yeah, probably Nina Hartley.
For all of its outrageousness, the line might not even be the most insane project going on there. There are other mega time ever will also provide a direct land connection between Egypt and Saudi Arabia that avoids running through Israel first. At the same time, the location of NEOM's development is also strategically chosen to be as close to Israel as physically possible in Saudi Arabia too, because the Saudi government has been increasingly growing closer to Israel as a potential ally of theirs for the 21st century. Both countries consider Iran to be their primary geopolitical enemy. Be capable of transporting you across the entire structure's 170-kilometer length in only 20 minutes. In order for that to actually work out, the train would have to continually travel across the entire line's distance at a speed of about 510 kilometers per hour, or about 317 miles per hour, which is already faster than any train that's ever been built. And that's only the beginning of the problems. The fastest train that humanity has ever built so far is the Shanghai Maglev train in China, which used to be capable of reaching a maximum cruising speed of 431 kilometers per hour or 268 miles per hour, notably slower than the speed that would be necessary to travel across Saudi Arabia's line in only 20 minutes. Even more concerningly, the 500
Why is Saudi Arabia more leaning towards Israel than any other Muslim country? Money. It just makes financial sense. Saudi Arabia can't defeat Israel militarily, and Israel is just such an economic powerhouse, it doesn't make sense to not be on good terms with them.
10 kilometer per hour speed that would be required for a train to travel across the entire.
And again, it also makes sense to align with Israel because some of their neighbors like Iran are complete and utter shithead assholes. So, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing.
Higher 170 kilometer distance in 20 minutes doesn't include any stops that would have to be placed along the way. With 9 million people projected to be crammed inside of the line with no cars or roads, the demand for the train to travel from each of the line's ends would inevitably be very high. In a paper written for the journal Nature's Urban Sustainability section, the mathematician Raphael Pietro Curiel and physicist Daniel Condor suggested that the biggest problem of the linear city's design would be the massive distances involved with the structure. If you selected any two people at random in the line who might be friends or relatives who wanted to get together.
Do you remember epic rap battles of history? Do you think they should do a vegan versus carnivore rap battle, or maybe you should make it instead?
They'd probably fuck it up. I have a funny feeling they'd probably make the carnivore win. So I'd rather they don't. Epic rap battles of history had some really funny ones. But yeah, I'd rather them not, just because of the risk of them making veganism look stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Penis Dog. I'm not good enough at rapping to make a video like that.
In person, they would, on average, be about 56 kilometers or 35 miles apart from one another. They showed that in comparison, an actual city with a similar population as the line's 9 million people, like Johannesburg, would have any two random residents be separated by only about 34 kilometers or 21 miles instead. This is why the line's designers came
Yeah, the line's fucking stupid.
up with the idea for the super high-speed rail line running beneath the structure. But Pietro Curiel and Condor argued in their paper that in order for all 9 million car-free residents of the line to be within walking and elevator distance of a train station, the line would...
Yeah, bro, it is so dumb. Like, why not just make a fucking city with modern urban planning? Well, that would make too much sense. Like, all of these... Saudi Arabia's urban planning just in general is fucking horrific. It's just beyond fucking stupid.
would need to have somewhere around 86 different train stations placed along the route. And then, if you had most of the trains stopping at each and every one of the dozens and dozens of stations along the
it'd
way,
take forever.
the journey from one end of the line to the other would inevitably take significantly longer than only 20 minutes. And the speeds of the trains would never approach what they could actually be capable of. To make matters even worse, a linear designed city and train network would, by design, only have a single point of failure. If a fire or an accident broke out in just one section of the line, then the entire train system would break down and fail, and transportation from one end to the other would become impossible until the situation was resolved. Actually shorter than the line's proposed height, has a total of 73 elevators within it. The One World Trade Center occupies a 61 square meter, costs $3.9 billion to build. Prices for these materials in the process and raise the price for the entire project as well, which will make it even more difficult to ever actually finish. And on top of those problems with just building the thing,
they ain't never finishing this shit. This is a doomed project.
Might also just not end up really being a very desirable place to live in, even if it does somehow actually get finished. For 170 kilometers, there will be nothing outside of the line structure other than vast, inhospitable desert in every direction, meaning there will be nowhere to go and nothing to really do on a day-to-day basis out.
Yeah, it'll be great for a terror attack. nobody can get out, nobody can go anywhere, and if somebody wants to commit a terror attack against the line, everybody's fucked. Just perfect opportunity to kill millions of people.
Outside of the confines of the line's megalithic walls. Sunlight will inevitably struggle penetrating down into the 170-kilometer-long atrium at the ground level, wedged vehicles like helicopters whooshing through the line's interior between the two skyscrapers like their advertised flying robotaxi. Washington agreed to give them their nuclear energy technology first, likely intended to be used for their desalination ideas at NEOM. But the Americans have been pretty wary about giving the Saudis their nuclear energy technology because they worry that it could give the Saudis the ability to create a homegrown nuclear bomb as well. An action that they would almost certainly try and take in response if the Iranians ever developed a nuclear weapon first. And then there are simply the unbelievable financial costs and setbacks associated with the line's construction as well. According to inside sources that reported to the Wall Street Journal, the first 2.4 kilometers or 1.5 miles of the line alone that the Saudis currently expect to be finished by 2030 will cost them more than $100 billion to finish. And they initially projected in 2021 that building out the entire 170-kilometer-long structure would only cost them $200 billion. Insider sources involved on the project currently report that they expect the ultimate price tag for finishing the line will be, quote, well in excess of $2 trillion, and will almost certainly be significantly above even that. And it's not just the price of the line within NEOM that's been rising either.
They gotta get Donald Trump on the project. $2 trillion, that's only if you don't know the right people. If you get the right people, I can make it for $80. You just get the Mexicans in, you hold them at gunpoint, you get them to do everything. Mexicans are very smart. Like, they're kind of stupid, they're drug dealers, I don't want them in my country, but, you know, they're great at building things.
The projected cost of developing the Trojena ski resort in NEOM has also more than doubled over just the past 2 years to a current estimated cost of more than $38 billion, while a real estate advisory firm called Knight Frank, based in London, estimates that after 7 years,
yeah, Trump doesn't pay the contractors. That's why you want Trump to do it. He can get it done for free.
from when NEOM was first announced to the world in that Ritz-Carlton hotel in Riyadh back in 2017, the Saudis have already signed over $237 billion worth of construction contracts in NEOM so far. And they have very little to actually show for any of it yet, with essentially just a big 60-mile-long scar they've carved across the desert landscape that is only visible by satellites from space, and a few royal palaces and golf courses in the area for MBS and the royal family to enjoy themselves. Imagine, just for a moment, what $237 billion worth of investments could have done for Saudi Arabia's already existing major non-religious cities like Riyadh, Jeddah, or Dammam, rather than attempting this new project in the middle of a mostly empty desert. Somebody is enjoying the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of Saudi government money gushing into NEOM, and it's probably the people connected in the government and the royal family who own the construction companies getting awarded all of the contracts rather than the everyday Saudi people. And I say that the area around NEOM is mostly empty because it never was entirely empty.
Is there any particular reason why the best baseball players are Latino and Asian? I wouldn't be able to tell you. The only thing I can think of is their home countries suck ass, so they have to be good at baseball to be able to go to the United States. That's really it. That's the only thing I can think of.
The area around the line and within NEOM is home to the members of the indigenous Huetot tribe, up to 20,000 of whose members are currently facing potential displacement and eviction because of NEOM's development. Armed Saudi officials have been tasked with going house to house in the area with eviction orders and compensation packages to those affected. But the compensation packages offered have reportedly been very low.
You must leave house now. We give you 2 camels and 7 carrots. Now go out to desert.
As little as just $266,000 for larger properties, and as little as only $27,000 for smaller, simpler homes, which is less than the monthly salaries of several of NEOM's hired foreign consultants who have reportedly been fetching completely tax-free salaries as high as $700,000 to $900,000 a year. Some of these eviction orders have turned into gunfights as locals have resisted, which included a man named Abdul Rahim al-Huwaidi, who was killed by Saudi security forces in the area in 2020, as he reportedly attempted to forcefully resist his eviction. Since then, it has been
You know, to be fair, it looks like they're living in fucking mud huts. It's not like he can't just go down the road and build another fucking mud hut. Unless there's, like, not enough water where he can make the mud.
reported that Saudi security forces in Neom have been given the authority to utilize lethal force during their evictions, while the British Saudi human rights group called Al-Qust has reported that dozens of locals who have resisted eviction have been arrested, and 5 of them have been sentenced in Saudi courts to execution, and are currently sitting waiting on death row. And all of these rapidly ballooning costs.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked. I mean, there's no sense fighting a big corporation. Like, I mean, dude, look at this. Just, yeah, take the money and leave. They're probably not getting paid enough money, to be fair, but, like, I mean, this is what you're gonna die over? Like, it's literally, your house is made out of dirt.
Is just 200 waiting on death row. And all of these rapidly ballooning costs and human rights concerns are extremely problematic for the Saudi government because, so far, they have been the ones funding the entire project as a sort of proof of concept with the increased global prices. But that relies on long-term participation from foreign countries who might not be forever incentivized in keeping their own oil production targets low. The very idea of linear cities has a very long history that goes back over a century to the 80s, picked up and covered by a story on the Saudi.
Alright, well that's interesting. Saudi Arabia is just gonna bankrupt itself with this stupid project. Alright,
Did you see the movie Civil War about a future civil war in the US? It's fucking insane. It was Alex Garland's last movie in a director role. He's also writing 28 years later with Cillian Murphy returning. Also, would you drink wood milk?
wood milk. I've never heard of wood milk. I guess I'd try it, but I don't think I'd like it. Probably tastes like wood. I did not see Civil War. The idea for the movie just sounded stupid, so I didn't bother seeing it. The idea of America going into a civil war just seems so incredibly unlikely, considering, 1, how stable the democracy is, 2, how fat and lazy and complacent everybody is, and 3, the US military budget is just so gigantically massive, and, I just don't, I don't see, I don't know what a civil war would really look like with, you know, the US military, the way it's structured and how bloated and massive it is. Like what? A bunch of fat people with AR-15s are gonna fucking roll down the road? They're gonna, like, get to a hill, run out of breath, have to sit down, and then, like, a fucking Abrams tank is gonna blow them up. Like, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Flav Hub. I know a lot of people were saying that the movie was, like, amazing and everything, but I don't know, just the concept seems so stupid to me. I don't know if I really want to watch it. Can't really suspend my disbelief. Thanks for the donation, though, Flava. But it is late. I have to go to bed. I've been up all day and running around and streaming. So, Wizardly Rhino donated $2. Watch,
Hello
please.
and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam.
Okay, this is an hour long. Your houseplants can think. I'm not wasting my time on stupid bullshit. I'm not watching that. Yeah, so I guess that's what he's reduced to, making videos about how plants can think. Maybe his mom's a potato and he sympathizes with him. Thanks for that donation, though, Wizardly Rhino. But yeah, I'm gonna go nighty-night. It's late, and I'm tired, but I will be streaming tomorrow. Very likely, I will be doing another afternoon stream. So I'll see you all then, but I will pretty much for sure be streaming tomorrow night at the usual time. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, and sweet dreams.